Hey champs of Examsnet, welcome to the question series of Examsnet. I hope this series of detailed explanation is helping you a lot. Let's start this session here. In this session, we are going to solve the paper for JEE Mains 26th July Shift 1. It consists of 30 questions of mathematics. So let's begin. The first question is, let f such that r to r be a continuous function such that f of 3x minus f of x is equal to x. If f of 8 is equal to 7, then f of 14 is equal to. We have to find the value for f of 14. It means first we need f of x. So firstly, let us solve this part, which is f of 3x minus f of x is equal to x. The first thing that we can do here is put x is equal to x by 3. So when we put x is equal to x by 3 here, we will have f of 3 into x means 3 into x by 3. 3 into x by 3 will be x minus f of x by 3 is equal to x by 3. What we have done is we have just substituted x is equal to x by 3 here. Okay. Again, repeat the same process, which is put x is equal to x by 3 again here. So we have f of x by 3 minus f of x by 3. See, we have x by 3 here. And in the place of x, means in the numerator, we have to put x by 3. So we will have x by 3 by 3. So it will be x by 3 square, right? So we have f of x by 3 square is equal to, again, when we put x is equal to x by 3 here, again we have x by 3 square, right? Now, similarly, if we repeat the same process, then at last we will have a term which will be f of x by 3 power n minus 1 minus f of x by 3 power n is equal to x by 3 power n. Now, if we add all these elements of the left hand side and the right hand side, you can see that here minus f of x by 3 and plus f of x by 3 will be cancelled. Similarly, all the other terms will be cancelled, okay? Because see, here the next term will be obviously f of x by 3 square. So minus f of x by 3 square and here plus f of x by 3 square will be cancelled. So like this, all the terms will be cancelled. Only first and last term remains. What is the first term? F of x minus, what is the last term? F of x by 3 power n. Similarly, when we add the right hand side, then it will be x by 3 plus x by 3 square plus so on up to x by 3 power n. Here you can see that x by 3 is common. So let us take x by 3 common. Then what is remaining? 1 plus 1 by 3 plus so on up to 1 by 3 power n. All right. This is the series after taking x by 3 common. 1 by 3 power n minus 1, right? Because we are taking x by 3 common. Okay. So 1, 3 is also taken from here, right? Now you can see that this is a series which is actually a GP. So here we have to use the formula for GP. What is the formula for GP? The formula is a into 1 minus r power n divided by 1 minus r. Okay. What is r? R is the common difference here. All right. So you can see that a is the first term, means a is 1 and r is 1 by 3. Okay. So we will have x by 3 into, applying the formula a, 1 into 1 minus r power n. What is r? R is equal to 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 power n divided by 1 minus r. So 1 minus 1 by 3. So we have a value which is f of x minus f of x by 3 power n is equal to x by 3 into 1 minus 1 by 3 power n divided by 1 minus 1 by 3. Now what we have to do is we have to apply limit here. We have to apply n tending to infinity, means we have to put n is equal to infinity here. Okay, so let's put f of x minus f of x by 3 power infinity is equal to x by 3 into 1 minus 1 by 3 power infinity divided by 1 minus 1 by 3. All right. So here f of x minus x by 3 power infinity means 0. So f of 0, this will be equal to x by 2 multiplied by 1 minus 1 by 3 power infinity. All right. So this will be also 1 minus 0. It means 1. So we have f of x minus f of 0 is equal to x by 2 into 1, which is x by 2, right? Now what we have to do is we have to use a value that is given in the question. It is given that f of 8 is equal to 7, right? What is given? F of 8 is equal to 7. So let us do one thing. Let us put x is equal to 8 here. So the first term will be f of 8 minus f of 0 is equal to 8 by 2. We have to put x is equal to 2, right? What is 8 by 2? It is 4. So we can say that f of 8 minus f of 0 will be equals to 4. What is the value for f of 8? It is 7. So 7 minus f of 0 is equal to 4. So from here we will get the value for f of 0, right? F of 0 will be equals to 7 minus 4, which is equal to 3. Okay. Now we have the value for f of 0. Okay. And from here we have an equation. What is the equation? F of x minus f of 0 is equal to x by 2. So if we want f of x, then f of x will be equal to x by 2 plus f of 0, right? We have the value for f of 0. Okay. And we want to find f of 14. So let's find f of 14. F of 14 will be equal to 14 by 2 plus f of 0. What is f of 0? 3. So f of 14 will be equal to, what is 14 by 2? It is 7. So 7 plus 3, which is equal to 10. So the value of f of 14 is 10. And hence the correct option will be option B here, which is 10. I hope the question is clear to you. Okay. Here the most important part is this part. Once you solve this part, then this question is very, very simple. Okay, all you have to do is you have to put x is equal to x by 3. Okay, and then you will get this form. And then you can easily solve this question. I hope the concept and the question is clear to you. Next question is, let 0 be the origin and a be the point. Z1 is equal to 1 plus 2i. If b is the point Z2 and RE of Z2 is less than 0, such that OAB is a right-angled isosceles triangle with OB as hypotenuse, then which of the following is not true? In this question, we have to select the option which is not true. We have a point A and a point B. Point A is in the terms of Z1 is equal to 1 plus 2i. We know that it comes from complex number. In complex number, Z is equal to x plus iota into y. Okay. So here when we compare both these equations, then we get x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 2. What is y? The coefficient of iota. All right. It means point A is at 1 comma 2. So let us draw the coordinate axis first. Consider this as the coordinate axis. We have a point A here, which is in the form of 1 plus 2 iota. And the point will be made by using this x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 2. All right. Then we have origin. This is origin, which is 0, right? Then we have a point B, which is Z2. And it is given that Z2 is less than 0. Since Z2 is negative, so point Z2 will be somewhere here. This is point Z2. Now let us join all these points. Okay. So when we joined all these 3 points, then you can see that we obtain a triangle, right? This is point A and this is point B. So OBA is a triangle. It is given that it is right-angled isosceles triangle with OB as hypotenuse. If OB is hypotenuse, then this angle will be 90 degree, right? And it is also given that this is an isosceles triangle. Isosceles triangle means the triangle whose 2 sides are equal. So 2 sides of this triangle will be equal. Now let us apply rotation here. So let us extend this vector. Okay. This is the initial vector and this is the final vector. Okay. So when we extend it, we are doing the rotation in anti-clockwise direction from 90 degrees. See, 90 degree is in this direction. Then we are doing the rotation in anti-clockwise direction. All right. Now we have a final vector and initial vector. How to find the final vector? See, this is the final vector. All right. So final vector will be Z2 minus 1 plus 2 iota. This is 1. Okay. Z2 minus 1 plus 2 iota divided by initial vector. See, this is the initial vector. How to find this? This minus this means 1 plus 2 iota minus 0. So 1 plus 2 iota. This will be equal to e power minus of iota into pi by 2. Why it is e power minus of iota into pi by 2? Because the rotation is in anti-clockwise direction from 90 degree. Therefore, this is equal to e power minus iota into pi by 2. Now, when we solve this, we get Z2 minus 1 plus 2 iota is equal to, we have to cross multiply here, right? So when we cross multiply, then it will be equals to iota minus 2. Okay. So here Z2 will be equals to 3 iota minus 1. We have the value for Z2. Now what we have to do is we have to find which of the following options are not true. So out of all these options, option D is not true. What is option D? Modulus of 2 into Z1 minus Z2 is equal to 5. Right? Now 2 into Z1. What is Z1? It is 1 plus 2 iota. It means 2 into 1 plus 2 iota minus Z2. Z2 is 3 iota minus 1. This should be equal to 5. So let us solve it. Mod of 2 into 1 is 2 plus 2 into 2 iota is 4 iota minus 3 iota and minus minus will be plus 1. So this will be 2 plus 1 is 3 plus 4 iota minus 3 iota is iota, right? Now modulus means the sum of squares of both this value. Here what is the value? Under root of 3 square plus what is the coefficient of I? 1. So 1 square. What is 3 square? 9 plus 1. Okay. So when we find its mod, then it is basically equals to root 10. Okay. It is not equal to 5. So it means that this condition or this equation is not true. And this is option D. So hence we have proved that option D is not true for this question. So the correct option is option D here. Remember that you have to choose the option which is not true. All right. I hope you are clear with this question. Next question is, if the system of linear equations has infinitely many solutions, then the distance of the point lambda mu minus 1 by 2 from the plane 8x plus y plus 4z plus 2 is equal to 0 is. We have to find the distance of the point from a plane. But we do not have the points. The points are given as lambda, mu and minus 1 by 2. It means first we need to find the value of lambda and mu. We will find it by using this linear equations. It is given that this system of linear equations has infinitely many solutions. So whenever this condition comes that linear equations have infinitely many solutions, then it satisfies some conditions. And what are the conditions? It is possible when delta will be equals to 0. What is delta? Determinant. When delta x will be equals to 0 or delta y will be equals to 0 or delta z will be equals to 0. Okay. So firstly, when delta will be equals to 0, delta means the determinant. By using this three equations, we have to form a determinant. So firstly, let us form the determinant for delta is equal to 0. Okay. So for delta is equal to 0, the determinant will be, we have to look at the equations and we have to look for the coefficient of x, y and z. Here the coefficient of x is 8. So the first element will be 8. Then the coefficient of y is 1. So 1. Then the coefficient of z is 4. Right? Then we have to look at the second linear equation. Here the coefficient of x is 1. So 1. Then coefficient of y is also 1 and coefficient of z is also 1. Then look at the third linear equation. Here the coefficient of x is lambda. The coefficient of y is minus 3. And you can see that there is no term for z. It means the coefficient of z will be 0. This determinant should be equal to 0. It means we want the value of this determinant. So we have to expand this determinant. We will expand this determinant along row 1. How to expand it? We are expanding it along row 1. So firstly, we have to write the first element of row 1, which is 8. Then we have to eliminate first row and first column. Okay. This is first row and this is first column. So when we eliminate both this, then the remaining terms are 1, 1, minus 3 and 0. Then with a negative sign, we have to write the second term of first row. What is the second term of first row? 1. Now we have to eliminate first row and second column. So when we eliminate first row and second column, the remaining terms will be 1, 1, lambda and 0. Then with a positive sign, we have to write the third term of the first row, which is 4. Why we are writing the terms of first row here? Because we are expanding along row 1. Now at last we have to eliminate first row and third column. So when we eliminate first row and third column, remaining terms will be 1, 1, lambda and minus 3. This should be equal to 0, right? Now what we have to do is 8 multiplied by 1 into 0 is 0, minus 3 into 1 is minus 3. Then minus 1 into 0 is again 0, minus lambda into 1 is lambda, right? Plus 4 into 1 into minus 3 is minus 3, minus lambda into 1 is lambda. This should be equal to 0, all right? So 8 into 0 minus minus 3 will be plus 3. So 8 into 3 minus 1 into minus lambda will be plus lambda, right? So plus lambda. Now plus 4 into minus 3 will be minus 12. Then 4 into minus lambda will be minus 4 lambda, right? And this should be equal to 0. 8 into 3 is 24. 24 plus lambda minus 12 minus 4 lambda is equal to 0. 24 minus 12 is 12, right? And lambda minus 4 lambda is minus 3 lambda. So this is equal to 0. So minus 3 lambda will be equals to minus 12. Minus and minus will be cancelled. Lambda will be equals to 12 by 3, which is equal to 4. We have the value for lambda, which is 4. Now we have to find one more value for mu, okay? For finding this value, we have to take delta x is equal to 0, all right? When we take delta x is equal to 0, then the determinant will be formed in some other way, okay? So let us see it. We have to take delta x is equal to 0. So since it is delta x, it means that the terms of x will be changed here, okay? So what will be the terms of x? The terms of x will be all these terms, minus 2, 0 and mu. Means in the first column here, we have to write minus 2, 0 and mu, okay? And except this, these two columns will be same. Only the changes are made in the first column. In the first column, we have to write minus 2, 0 and mu, which is the values that we get from the linear equations, right? So here the first column will be minus 2, 0 and mu. Now we have to write the coefficient of y and z, which is the same as previous one, 1, 4, 1, 1, minus 3 and 0, okay? So 1, 4, 1, 1, minus 3 and 0. Again, this should be equal to 0. Now we have to again expand this determinant. What is the first term here? Minus 2. Now we have to eliminate first row and first column. Remaining terms will be 1, minus 3, 1 and 0. Then with a negative sign, we have to write the second term of the first row, which is minus 1. Now we have to eliminate first row and second column. Then what are the remaining terms? 0, mu, 1 and 0. Then with a positive sign, we have to write the third term of first row, which is 4. Then we have to eliminate first row and third column. So remaining terms are 0, mu, 1 and minus 3. This is equal to 0. Now minus 2 into 1 into 0 is 0. Minus 3 into 1, minus 3. Then minus 1 into 0 is 0. Minus mu into 1 is mu. Plus 4 into 0 into minus 3 is 0. Minus mu into 1 is mu. This will be equals to 0, right? So minus 2 into minus will be plus. So plus 3. Then minus 1 into minus mu. Then plus 4 into minus mu is equal to 0. So minus 2 into 3 is minus 6. Then minus 1 into minus mu will be plus mu. Then plus 4 into minus mu minus 4 mu is equal to 0. So minus 6 plus mu minus 4 mu will be minus 3 mu. All right. So we have minus 6 is equal to 3 mu. Okay. So mu will be equals to minus 6 by 3. Therefore, mu will be equals to minus 2. Okay. What is the value of mu? It is minus 2. Now we have the value for both the points, which is mu and lambda. So let us put it here. See, the point is lambda, mu and minus 1 by 2. Okay. What is the value for lambda? 4. What is the value for mu? Minus 2. and minus 1 by 2. Okay. So this is the point. Let this point be x1, y1 and z1. We have to find the distance of this point from the plane 8x plus y plus 4z plus 2 is equal to 0. Okay. So let us write the equation of plane and the point. What is the point? The point is 4 comma minus 2 comma minus 1 by 2 and the equation of the plane is 8x, right? Then plus y plus 4z plus 2 is equal to 0. So 8x plus y plus 4z plus 2 is equal to 0. We have to find the distance of this point from this equation of plane. Whenever we have to find the distance of a point from equation of a plane, then we use a very, very basic concept. If the equation of place is in the form ax plus by plus cz plus d is equal to 0, then the distance is calculated as ax1 plus by1 plus cz1 plus d divided by under root of a square plus b square plus c square and mod of this whole value. So this is the basic formula to calculate the distance of a point from the plane. Okay. So the point here is x1, y1 and z1. If we compare this equation of plane with the standard equation, we get a is equal to 8, which is the coefficient of x. B is equal to 1, which is the coefficient of y here. C is equal to 4, which is the coefficient of z, and D is equal to 2. So all we have to do is we have to substitute these values here. A into x1 means 8 into 4, 32, plus B into y1, 1 into minus 2. So it will be minus 2, plus C into z1. What is C? 4. What is z1? Minus 1 by 2. 4 into minus 1 by 2. This will be cancelled. So it will be minus 2. Plus D. What is D? 2. In the modulus and under root of a square plus b square plus c square. A square means 8 square. B square means 1 square and c square means 4 square. All right. So we will have mod of 32 minus 2 plus 2 divided by under root of 8 square is 64 plus 1 square is 1 and 4 square is 16. All right. This minus 2 and plus 2 will be 0. 32 minus 2 is 30 divided by under root of 64 plus 1 is 65. All right. And then we have to add 65 plus 16. What is 65 plus 16? 81. So under root of 81. We know that root 81 is equal to 9 because the square of 9 is 81. So 30 upon 9. Okay. When we further cancel it, it will be 10 by 3. So this is the distance of this point from the equation of plane. So for this question, the correct option is 10 by 3. Let us have a look towards all the options. The correct option will be option D here. I hope the concept is clear to you. In this question, we have learned so many concepts. Okay. How to solve a system of linear equations when we have a condition that is, it has infinitely many solutions. How to find or expand the determinant. Okay. And at last, how to find the distance of a point from the plane. So many basic things are used here. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let A be a 2 cross 2 matrix with determinant of A is equal to minus 1 and determinant of A plus I into adjoint of A plus I is equal to 4. Then the sum of the diagonal elements of A can be. First of all, focus on this part. It is given that A is a 2 cross 2 matrix. So let matrix A is equal to A, B, C and D. Why we have written 4 elements here? Because it is given that it is 2 cross 2 matrix. Means a matrix with 2 rows and 2 columns. All right. Now, one more condition is given, which is determinant of A is equal to minus 1. And we have determinant of A plus I into adjoint of A plus I. Here, what is I? I is a identity matrix and its determinant is equal to 4. Let us first solve this part. Okay. Let us open the brackets here. Opening the bracket means we have to multiply. So A into adjoint of A plus A into I will be A only because I is an identity matrix and multiplying any matrix with it gives the matrix itself. So A into I will be A. plus I into adjoint of A will be adjoint of A plus I into I will be also I. So this is equal to 4, right? Now we need to understand some basic concepts here, all right? What are the basic concepts? The first and the foremost concept is that we need to know more about the identity matrix, okay? Identity matrix is very basic matrix, and if we multiply any matrix with identity matrix, then it gives the matrix itself. Now, one more basic part is A into adjoint of A is always equals to mod of A or determinant of A into I. All right. So here we have A into adjoint of A is the first term. It means this term is equal to determinant of A into I. All right. Now plus A plus adjoint of A plus I. This is equals to 4, right? It is in the determinant. What is the value for determinant of A? It is -1. So put -1 here. -1 into I will be minus I, right? So determinant of minus I plus A plus adjoint of A plus I is equal to 4. This minus I and plus I will be cancelled, right? We have A plus adjoint of A. We know what is A. A is a matrix which is 2 cross 2 matrix. So put the value of A here. So determinant of A, B, C and D plus adjoint of A. Now how to find its adjoint? Whenever we have 2 cross 2 matrix, then finding the adjoint is very simple. You have to swap both these values. So D comes here and A comes here, and you have to put the negative sign in the remaining two elements. So it will be minus B and minus C. This is the simplest way to find adjoint of a 2 cross 2 matrix. Okay. Its determinant is equal to 4. So let us add it. Adding the first element with the first element A plus D. Then B minus B will be 0, or B plus minus B will be 0. Similarly, C plus minus C will be 0. Then D plus A. D plus A means A plus D. Alright. This is equal to 4. Now, we have to find the value of this determinant. How to find the value of this determinant? This multiplied by this minus this multiplied by this. So A plus D into A plus D minus 0 into 0 will be 0. So no need to write that. This is equal to 4. So A plus D into A plus D can be written as A plus D square. This is equal to 4. So A plus D will be equal to root 4. And therefore A plus D will be equal to plus minus 2. And what is A plus D? It is actually the sum of the diagonals. You can see that in matrix A, what is the diagonal elements? A and D are the diagonal elements, and we have to find the sum of the diagonal elements of A. Means we have to find the sum of A and D. And A plus D will be plus 2, or A plus D will be minus 2. Now let us have a look towards the options. What are the options? -1, 2, 1 and minus root 2. You can see that minus 2 is not present here. So A plus D will be plus 2. So the correct option is option B here. Okay. You have to understand very basic thing that you have to find the sum of the diagonal elements, not all the elements. And here what is the diagonal elements? A and D. So that is why we found A plus D, which is equal to 2. I hope you are clear with this question, and the correct option is option B here. Next question is the odd natural number A such that the area of the region bounded by y is equal to 1, y is equal to 3, x is equal to 0, x is equal to y power A is 364 by 3 is equal to. Basically, we have to find the value for A, which is an odd natural number. And the area of the region bounded by y is equal to 1, y is equal to 3 and x is equal to 0 is given, which is 364 by 3. So let us understand this graphically. Let us consider this as the coordinate axis. Okay. If we talk about its curve, then we want three values. Y is equal to 1. So y is equal to 1 will be here. Y is equal to 3 will be here. And x is equal to 0 will be here. Right. So if we talk about its curve, then it will start from the origin. So its curve will be somehow in this way. Right. Now this is y is equal to 1 and this is y is equal to 3. We have taken the horizontal strips here. Right. We want to find this area. So when we take horizontal strips, in such cases, what is the formula to calculate the area? The formula is integral of x dy, right? This is the formula. Now, what are the limits? Y is equal to 1 to y is equal to 3. The value of x is given. X is equal to y power a. It is given in the question. So substitute x is equal to y power a here. So we will have integral of 1 to 3 y power a dy. And integral means its area. Its area is also given, which is 364 upon 3. So its area is 364 by 3. Now we have to perform the basic integration here. For that, we need to understand the formula, which is integral of x power n dx is equal to x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. This is in the same form. Integral of y power a dy. Okay, in the place of x, we have y. And what is the power n? N is a here. So its integral will be y power a plus 1 divided by a plus 1. And the limits are 1 and 3. This is equal to 364 by 3. Now let us put the limits. When we put y is equal to 3, we have 3 power a plus 1, right? Divided by a plus 1. All right. And when we put 1 here, so it will be y power 1 power. See, 1 power a plus 1 divided by a plus 1. All right. This will be equals to 364 by 3. We have applied the limits, nothing else. First, we apply the upper limit and then we apply the lower limit. Okay, so you can see in the place of y, first we have written 3. Then we have written 1 in the place of y. Okay. So here the denominator is same, which is a plus 1. Numerator is 3 power a plus 1 minus 1 power a plus 1. Okay. So 3 power a plus 1, and we know that anything in the powers of 1 will give 1. Okay. So 1 power a plus 1 will be 1. So we have minus 1. This is equal to 364 by 3. Okay. Now we have this condition. All we have to do is we have to hit and try all the options, and we have to check that at which value of a both the left hand side and right hand side is equal. So let us check it the first option. What is the first option? 3. Let us put a is equal to 3 here. All right. And let us check it. So 3 power 3 plus 1 minus 1 divided by 3 plus 1. Okay. 3 power 3 plus 1 means 3 power 4 minus 1 divided by 3 plus 1. So what is 3 power 4? 3 power 4 means 3 will be multiplied 4 times. So it is 81. 81 minus 1 will be 80. Divided by 3 plus 1 is 4. Right? So if we cancel it, it will be 40 by 2. Again 20. Right? So you can see that if we put a is equal to 3 here, then this value is equal to 20. But it should be equal to 364 by 3. It means option 1 is not correct. So let us look for the next option. What is next option? It is 5. So let us put a is equal to 5 here in this equation. All right. So when we put a is equal to 5 here, we have 3 power 5 plus 1 minus 1 divided by 5 plus 1. It is equals to 364 by 3. Okay. Let us check it. 3 power 5 plus 1 means 3 power 6 minus 1 divided by 5 plus 1 is 6. All right. This should be equal to 364 by 3. Now, 3 power 6 means 3 will be multiplied 6 times, right? So it will be 729. 729 minus 1 will be 728 divided by 6. Now, let us cancel it. If we cancel it, this will be equal to 364 by 3. Okay, so in this case, both the left hand side and the right hand side is equal. So we can say that at the value of a is equal to 5, this condition is satisfied. Okay, so the correct option will be option B here. Okay, we do not need to check the other options because already we have the answer. So the correct option is option B here. Next question is, consider two GPs of 60 and n terms respectively. If the geometric mean of all the 60 plus n terms is 2 power 225 by 8, then summation of k is equal to 1 to n, k into n minus k is equal to. We have two different GPs here. This is the first GP and this is the second GP. All right. So first GP is of 60 terms. Okay. And second GP is of n terms. So what are the total number of terms in both the GP? It is 60 plus n. And one more value is given here, which is the geometric mean of all the 60 plus n terms is 2 power 225 by 8. We have two GPs here. So firstly, let us find the geometric mean. What is the basic formula to find the geometric mean when we have two GPs? It is A into B power 1 by n. What is A? A is the first GP and B is the second GP. N is the total number of elements in GP. Okay. So let us find the geometric mean of both these GPs. What is the first GP? 2 into 2 square into 2 cube, so on up to 2 power 60, because in the first GP we have 60 terms, right? Then what is the second GP? 4 into 4 square into 4 cube, so on up to 4 power n, because for the second GP we have n terms. And what will be the power? Power will be 1 by n. What is n? N is the total number of elements. In both this GP, what will be the total number of elements? In the first GP, we have 60 elements, and in the second GP, we have n elements. So the total number of elements will be 60 plus n. We are talking about both the GPs, right? Now, this is the geometric mean. It is given that geometric mean is 2 power 225 by 8. It means this value is equal to 2 power 225 by 8. All right. Now, first let us solve the left hand side. Then we will equate it with this term. Okay. So in the left hand side, you can see that here the base is same. Whenever the base is same, then the powers are added. Suppose we have a form x power a into x power b into x power c and so on. Then this will be equals to x power a plus b plus c. When base is same, base is written once and the powers are added. So here we have 2 power 1, 2 power 2 and so on. Okay. So writing base once, and what are the powers? Power goes from 1 to 60. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus so on up to 60. Then multiplied by, same goes for this expression. We have 4 power 1, 4 power 2 and so on. So writing base once, and what are the powers? 1 plus 2 plus 3 so on up to n. All right. And the whole power is 1 by 60 plus n. All right. We are solving the left hand side now. Now, 2 power 1 plus 2 plus 3. When we add all the numbers up to 60 here, then its sum will be 1830 multiplied by 4 power. You can see that we have the sum of n natural numbers. Okay. So the formula for calculating the sum of n natural numbers is n into n plus 1 by 2. It means the sum will be equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. And again, what is the whole power? 1 by 60 plus n. Now this 4 can be splitted as 2 into 2. 4 can be written as 2 into 2. All right. And what is the power here? Power is n into n plus 1 by 2. All right. So when we write it in this way, then from here 1, 2 will be cancelled. All right. So 1, 2 will be cancelled. And again, the whole power is 1 by 60 plus n. All right. So now again, you can see that we have 2 power 1830 into 2 power n into n plus 1. Base is same. So powers will be added. So 2 power 1830 plus n into n plus 1. And again, whole power is 1 by 60 plus n. When we open this brackets, then powers will be multiplied. Okay. 2 power m is equal to 2 power mn. Similarly, 2 power 1830 plus n into n plus 1 whole power 1 by 60 plus n will be equal to 2 power 1830 plus n into n plus 1 divided by 60 plus n. We have multiplied both the powers. All right. Now, what we can do is we can take the LCM here. But this is the left hand side. What is the right hand side? This is the right hand side, right? Now we have solved the left hand side. And the left hand side is equal to 2 power 225 by 8. All right. Here you can see in the left hand side and the right hand side, the base is same. Here we have to use a very basic concept. If we have x power a is equal to x power b, in this case, since the base is same, a will be equals to b. Similarly, this term will be equal to this term, which are the powers of 2. So 1830 plus n into n plus 1 divided by 60 plus n will be equals to 225 by 8. All right. Now we have to solve this further. Let us do one thing. Let us cross multiply. So 8 into 1830 plus n into n will be n square plus n into n 1. Okay. So n into 1 is n. This will be equals to 225 into 60 plus n. Cross multiplying means this multiplied by this and this multiplied by this. All right. Now 8 into 1830 is 14640 plus 8 into n square is 8n square plus 8 into n is 8n is equal to 225 into 60, 13500 plus 225 into n, 225n. Right? Now let us take all the terms on one side. So we will have 8n square plus 8n plus 14640 minus 13500 minus 225n. This is equal to 0, right? So 8n square, 8n minus 225n will be minus of 217n. Then 14640 minus 13500 will be 1140. This is equal to 0. Now we have to find the value of n from here. So we have to use a basic method, which is splitting the middle term method. By using this method, we will find the factors. So first, let us understand what is the method. In this method, this middle term will be splitted in two numbers, and the two numbers should give the sum equal to the middle term. Okay, means we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, what is the product of first and last term? 8n square into 1140. We have to find the product here. Okay. So it means 8 into 1140. It is 9120 and we have n square. Means the product of two numbers should be equal to 9120 n square and the sum of two numbers should be minus 217 n. So the two numbers are minus 160 plus 57n. When we add both this, we get minus 217n, right? And when we multiply both these terms, then we get 9120 n square. All right. I hope the concept is clear to you here, that when we multiply both the terms, then it should give us the product of first and last term. And when we add both the terms, then it should give us the middle term. All right. So I hope the concept is clear to you. Okay. Now we can split this middle term. So one more thing is clear here, that when 160 is added by 57, we get 217, right? And this 57 should also be negative, okay? Because we want minus 217n, okay? So the two numbers are 160n and 57n and in negative sign. So now let's split it. 8n square minus 160n minus 57n plus 1140 is equal to 0. You can see that the middle term is splitted in this way. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. Now, from first and second term, we can take 8n common. So remaining terms will be n minus 20. Then from third and fourth term, we can take minus 57 common. So the remaining terms will be n minus 20. This is equal to 0. You can check it too. 8n into n is 8n square. 8n into minus 20 is minus 160n. 57 into n will be 57n, and since we have minus, so it will be minus. Then minus 57 into minus 20 will be 1140. Now what is common? N minus 20 is common. And the remaining terms are 8n minus 57. This will be equals to 0. From here, we will have two values for n, right? When n minus 20 will be equals to 0 and when 8n minus 57 will be equals to 0. So when n minus 20 will be equals to 0, n will be equals to 20. And when 8n minus 57 will be equals to 0, we will have 8n is equal to 57 and n is equal to 57 by 8. So we have two values of n, but we can only take the integral value. Okay. So we are accepting n is equal to 20 here. Now, since we have the value of n, we can easily find the summation. We have to find this particular summation. So let us write it first. Summation of k is equal to 1 to n, k multiplied by n minus k. Okay. So summation of k is equal to 1 to n. K into n will be kn minus k into k will be k square. Okay. Now what is n? N is 20. So summation of k is equal to 1 to 20. Now we have n here. Okay. So 20 multiplied by k minus k square. Okay. Now to find the summation of k values, there is a formula which is n into n plus 1 by 2. And for k square, we will have n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. So we have to use both these formulas in the place of k and k square. So we will have 20 multiplied by, for k it is n into n plus 1. What is n? 20. 20 into 20 plus 1 means 21 divided by 2. Minus, for k square it is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. What is n? 20. Then n plus 1 will be 20 plus 1 means 21. 2 into n plus 1 means 2 into 20 plus 1. 2 into 20 is 40 and 40 plus 1 is 41 divided by 6. All right. I hope this step is clear to you. Now, 20 into 21 by 2 is common in both these terms. So let us take it out. 20 into 21 by 2 is taken out because it is common, right? Now, what is remaining here? 20, right? Minus. In the second term, the remaining terms will be 41 by 3. Okay. Why 3 here? Because we know that 2 into 3 gives 6, right? And when we multiply this term with this term, we again get this. This is the basic trick to check. Okay. So when we have taken 20 into 21 by 2 common, the remaining terms will be 20 minus 41 by 3. All right. So here we have 20 into 21 by 2. Now, if we take the LCM here, then 3 into 20 is 60. 60 minus 41 will give 19. So 19 by 3. After taking the LCM and solving this part, we get 19 by 3. So this will be equals to 20 into 21 into 19 divided by 2 into 3 is 6. Now, 2 into 3 is 6 and 2 into 10 is 20. Again, 3 into 1 is 3 and 3 into 7 is 21. So we will have 10 into 7 into 19. What is 10 into 7? 70. 70 into 19, which is equal to 1330. All right. So I hope now the question is clear to you and the value of the summation is equal to 1330. Hence, we can say that this is the correct answer. Now let's have a look towards the options. The correct option here is option C. I hope you are clear with it. Next question is, if the function f of x is equal to log base e 1 minus x plus x square plus log base e 1 plus x square divided by sec x minus cos x when x belongs to minus pi by 2 and plus pi by 2, and function f of x is equal to k when x is equal to 0 is continuous at x is equal to 0, then is equal to. First of all, it is given that the function f of x is continuous at x is equal to 0. So if a function is continuous at x is equal to 0, it means f of 0 will be equal to f of 0 plus. Okay. What is f of 0? At x is equal to 0, it will be equal to k. Okay. F of 0 will be equal to k. Now, what is f of 0 plus? When x will be 0 plus, then f of x will be this. Okay. Now focus on this part very carefully. You can see that the numerator is in the form of log a plus log b. So here we have to use a very basic identity for log, which is log a plus log b is equal to log a into b. The numerator is in the same part, which is log a plus log b. So it will be log a into b. Okay, what is a? 1 minus x plus x square into b. What is b? 1 plus x square, right? Now, the denominator is sec x minus cos x. We can write sec x as 1 upon cos x. And then we have minus of cos x, right? So k will be equals to log of. Now let us multiply these values. 1 into 1 will be 1 plus 1 into x will be x. Then 1 into x square will be x square. Then minus x into 1 will be minus x. Minus x into x will be minus x square. Then minus x into plus x square will be minus of x cube. Then plus x square into 1 will be x square. X square into x will be x cube. And x square into x square will be x power 4, right? Divided by, now you can see that we can take the LCM here in the denominator. LCM will be cos x and the numerator will be 1 minus cos square x. All right. Now, in the numerator, x square minus x square will be cancelled, minus x cube plus x cube will be cancelled, and plus x and minus x will be cancelled. So the remaining terms are k is equal to log of 1 plus x square plus x power 4 divided by 1 minus cos square x upon cos x. All right. Now let us do one thing. In the numerator, let us multiply and divide by x square plus x power 4. So what we are doing is, we are applying the limit first. Okay. Limit will be extending to 0. All right. And we have log of 1 plus x square plus x power 4. This is the numerator. In this part, we are multiplying and dividing by x square plus x power 4. So multiplying means this and dividing means this. All right. We have multiplied and divided by x square plus x power 4. And what is the denominator now? It is 1 minus cos square x divided by cos x. Right. Now, log 1 plus this will be equals to log 1. Okay. Because if we put x is equal to 0 in this part, then what is remaining here? Log 1. Right. Okay. So when we put x is equal to 0 here, the remaining term will be log 1. All right. So we have limit extending to 0. And what will be the remaining terms here? X square plus x power 4. Okay. So if we take x square common from this term, okay. See, the term is x square plus x power 4. If we take x square common from here, the remaining terms will be 1 plus x square. Okay. And here we have log 1. Okay. Because if we put x is equal to 0 here, this whole term will be 0 and the remaining will be log into 1, which is log 1. Okay. So this term is cancelled. We have x square plus x power 4, which can be written in this way. So x square into 1 plus x square. Okay. And this cos x will come to the numerator. So multiplied by cos x divided by 1 minus cos square x. We know that 1 minus cos square x can be written as sin square x, right? So it will be sin square x. All right. Now we know that limit extending to 0, sin x upon x is always equals to 1. Okay. Or limit extending to 0, x upon sin x is always equals to 1. All right. So this part will be equal to 1. Here we have square, so it doesn't matter, right? Now, if we put x is equal to 0 in the remaining portion, what is the remaining portion? 1 plus x square means 1 plus 0 square multiplied by cos of 0. So it will be also 1. And what is this value? This value is actually equals to what? It is equal to k. So we have the value for k, which is equal to 1. Okay. The basic concepts are, we know that x upon sin x is always 1 in any scenario. All right. That is why x square upon sin square x will be also 1. And after that, if we put x is equal to 0 here, then we have 1 plus 0 square into cos of 0, which is also giving 1. So the value of k is 1 for this question. And hence, the correct option will be option A, which is 1. Moving on to the next question. If function f of x is equal to x plus a when x is less than or equals to 0 and f of x is equal to mod of x minus 4 when x is greater than 0 and function g of x is equal to x plus 1 when x is less than 0 and g of x is equal to x minus 4 whole square plus b when x is greater than or equal to 0 are continuous on R, then GOF 2 plus FOG minus 2 is equal to. Firstly, we need to understand that we have two different functions, f of x and g of x. It is given that the function f of x and g of x are continuous on R. Since the function f of x and g of x are continuous on R, it means that f of 0 minus will be equals to f of 0 plus and g of 0 minus will be equals to g of 0 plus. All right. This is the condition when these functions are continuous. If this function are continuous, it means f of 0 minus will be equals to f of 0 plus and g of 0 minus will be equals to g of 0 plus. Okay, because both f of x and g of x are continuous. Now, we have to find the value of this expression. Okay, what is this expression? Let us understand it. GOF of 2 means g of f of 2. All right, plus FOG of minus 2 means f of g of minus 2. Okay, now g of f of 2. First, let us see that where is f of 2. F of 2 means it lies in the function f of x. Okay, means when x is equal to 2 here. So, in which of this condition x is equal to 2? In this condition when x is greater than 0, because 2 is obviously greater than 0. Okay, so f of 2 will be mod of 2 minus 4. Okay, for x is greater than 0, the value of function is mod of x minus 4. We want f of 2, okay, which is greater than 0. So firstly, let us write the values. What is the value? Function f of x is equal to mod of x minus 4 when x is greater than 0. We want the value for f of 2. You can see that here x is 2. Okay, so f of 2 will be equals to mod of 2 minus 4. So it will be mod of minus 2. Mod of minus 2 means plus 2. So this will be g of 2 plus f of g of minus 2. Now let's see where will be g of minus 2. Minus 2 means less than 0. Okay, so the function g of x is x plus 1 when x is less than 0. So what is the definition of the function? Function g of x is equal to x plus 1 when x is less than 0. Okay, here we want to find g of minus 2. Obviously, minus 2 is less than 0. Okay, so g of minus 2 will be equals to minus 2 plus 1, which is equals to minus 1, right? So here we will have f of minus 1. Okay, now we want g of 2 plus f of minus 1. So let's see. G of 2 means x is greater than 0. So for the function g of x, when x is greater than or equal to 0, the function is x minus 4 whole square plus b. All right, so let's write this definition again. G of x is equals to x minus 4 whole square plus b when x is greater than or equal to 0. Okay, why we are considering this condition here? Because now we want to find g of 2. Okay, g of 2 means x is equal to 2, which is obviously greater than 0. So g of 2 will be equals to, we have to put 2 in the place of x. So 2 minus 4 whole square plus b, right? What is 2 minus 4? Minus 2 whole square will be 4. So 4 plus b. So the value of g of 2 is 4 plus b. So let us substitute here 4 plus b. Plus, now we have to find f of minus 1. Okay. So minus 1 means x is equal to minus 1, right? F of minus 1 means x is equal to minus 1. It means x is less than 0. So the function f of x is x plus a when x is less than 0, right? The condition is clearly given when x is less than 0. The definition of the function f of x is equal to x plus a. So the function f of x is equal to x plus a when x is less than or equals to 0. Okay, x is less than or equals to 0. And you can see that here we want f of minus 1. Minus 1 is obviously less than 0, right? So here f of minus 1 will be equals to what? Again, in the place of x, we have to put minus 1. So minus 1 plus a, right? So we can say that f of minus 1 is equal to minus 1 plus a. Let us substitute the value here. F of minus 1 is minus 1 plus a. So this will be equals to 4 plus b. Plus minus will be minus 1. Plus will be plus a. Okay. So this will be equals to 4 minus 1 is 3. Okay. So it will be a plus b plus 3. Okay. Now, we have to find the integral value. It means that we need the value for a and b. So how we will get the value for a and b? Let's use the condition that is given in the question. It is given that the function f of x and g of x are continuous. Okay, it means f of 0 minus will be equal to f of 0 plus. Okay, so f of 0 minus will be equals to f of 0 plus. Okay, 0 minus means the value of x will be less than 0. So in the function f of x, if x is less than or equal to 0, then the value is x plus a, right? So here we have f of 0, okay, means in the place of x we have to put 0. So it will be 0 plus a is equals to, see the function definition was x plus a, okay, when x is less than 0. In the place of x we have substituted 0, right? Now f of 0 plus means when x will be greater than 0, then the function f of x is mod of x minus 4, okay? So here the function is mod of x minus 4, but in the place of x we have to put 0. So mod of 0 minus 4. So 0 plus a will be a. Then mod of 0 minus 4 means mod of minus 4, and since it is mod, so mod of minus 4 will be plus 4. So we have the value of a, right? Similarly, let us use the condition for g of x. It is given that the function g of x is also continuous. It means g of 0 minus will be equal to g of 0 plus, right? So g of 0 minus will be equal to g of 0 plus. Now, let's look at the definition of the function when we have x less than 0. 0 minus means x less than 0, right? So in the function g of x, if x is less than 0, then the definition of this function is x plus 1. Means g of x is x plus 1 here, right? But we have to find g of 0 minus, okay? It means we have to put x is equal to 0 here. So when we put x is equal to 0, we will get 0 plus 1 is equal to g of 0 plus. 0 plus means the value of x is greater than 0. Okay. So for the condition greater than or equal to 0, the definition of the function g of x is x minus 4 whole square plus b. Okay. So for this condition, the definition is x minus 4 whole square plus b. But in the place of x, we have to put 0 here. So it will be 0 minus 4 whole square plus b. All right. So 0 plus 1 is 1 is equal to 0 minus 4 is minus 4 whole square plus b. So 1 will be equal to minus 4 square means minus 4 into minus 4. So plus 16 and plus b. So from here b will be equals to 1 minus 16. So b will be equals to minus of 15. Now we have the value for b also. All we have to do is we have to substitute this value here. Okay. Because at last we have to find the value for this expression. Okay. And we have solved this expression. We have simplified it to the form a plus b plus 3. Okay. So now we have to put the value of a and b here. What is the value of a? A is 4. And what is the value of b? B is minus 15. So let's substitute this value. A is 4 and b is minus 15. So minus 15 plus 3. So it will be 4 plus minus will be minus 15 plus 3. All right. So it will be equals to 8. All right. 4 plus 3 is 7 and minus 15 plus 7 is 8. All right. So this is the correct answer for this question. I hope you are clear with it. It will be minus 8 actually, not 8, because 4 plus 3 is 7. All right. And minus 15 plus 7 will be minus 8 because the sign will be of larger number. Here, what is the larger number? Larger number is 15. So the answer will be minus of 8. Hence, the correct option for this question is option D here. Next question is, let function f of x is equal to x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7 when x is less than or equals to 1, and f of x is equals to minus 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4 when x is greater than 1. Then the set of all the values of b for which the function f of x has the maximum value at x is equal to 1 is. Again, this question is also a very, very simple question. Firstly, we need to understand the nature of the given function. So how we will understand the nature? We can see that the function have two values depending on the range of x. When x is less than or equals to 1, the function is x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7. And when x is greater than 1, then the function is minus 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4. So let us consider this first part as g of x. So let the first part be g of x, which is x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7. Now, how we will understand the nature here. We have to differentiate this expression. Okay, so let us differentiate it. D by dx of g of x will be g dash x is equal to d by dx of x cube minus d by dx of x square plus d by dx of 10x minus d by dx of 7. Before moving on further, firstly we need to understand some basic formulas here. The formulas are d by dx of x power n is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. In the left hand side, we have g dash x is equal to d by dx of x cube, which is in the same form as d by dx of x power n. Here the power is 3. So its differentiation will be 3 into x power 3 minus 1. 3 minus 1 is 2 minus d by dx of x square will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1, which is 1 plus d by dx of tan x. You can see that tan is a constant, so it will come out. And d by dx of x is always 1. So 10 multiplied by 1 is 10. Then minus d by dx of 7. Here 7 is a constant. And differentiation of a constant is always equals to 0. So g dash x is equal to 3x square minus 2x plus 10. This is the differentiation of the first part. All right. Here you can see that a quadratic equation is formed, which is in the form of ax square plus bx plus c. Okay. For this equation, a is greater than 0. You can see what is a. A is the coefficient of x square, which is 3. So 3 is positive, means a is greater than 0. And if we talk about the discriminant here, discriminant is b square minus 4ac. So let us calculate what is b. B is minus 2 here. So minus 2 square minus 4 into a into c. A is the coefficient of x square, which is 3. And c is the remaining constant. So it will be equals to 4 minus 4 into 3 is 12. 12 into 10 is 120. Okay. So it will be negative. It will be minus 160. So we can say that for this g dash x, a is greater than 0 and the discriminant d is less than 0. Okay. Whenever a is greater than 0 and d is less than 0, then the function is increasing function. So we can say that this part of the function means g dash x is increasing function. All right. Now let us solve the second part. What is the second part? This is the second part. Let us consider this part as h of x. Why we are considering it as g of x and h of x? Just to avoid the confusion. Okay. So let second part be h of x. So h of x is equals to minus of 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4. Now to understand the nature of this particular part of the function, we again need to differentiate it. Okay. When we differentiate this, it will be h dash x is equal to d by dx of minus 2x will be minus 2 and this term will be 0. Okay. So its differentiation is minus 2. Okay. Minus 2 is obviously less than 0. It means that this part of the function is decreasing function. So we can say that h dash x is decreasing function. Now you can see that first part of the function is increasing and second part of the function is decreasing. So we can understand this by making a graph. So since the first part is increasing and the second part is decreasing, so graph will be in this way. All right, this is the graph. Now, it is given in the question that f of x has the maximum value at x is equal to 1. Okay, you can see that this is the maximum value. So this maximum value is attained at x is equal to 1. Okay, and since f of x has maximum value at x is equal to 1, it means that f of 1 will be greater than f of 1 plus, right? What is 1 plus? 1 plus means anything more than 1. You can see that here at x is equal to 1, the function attains the maximum value, means this is f of 1. Okay. So f of 1 will be obviously more than f of 1 plus. Let us consider this as 2. Okay. This is obviously 1 plus means more than 1. So 2 will be somewhere here. All right. So you can clearly see that f of 1 is greater than f of 2. Okay. So we can say that f of 1 is greater than f of 1 plus. Okay, you can check for other values also. Here also f of 1 is greater than f of 1 plus. Okay, now what is f of 1? F of 1 means in the place of x we have to put 1. Okay, so the function f of x is equal to 1 when x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7 is the condition. Okay, the function has the value x is equal to 1 when the function is equal to x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7, right? So what is the function? F of x is equal to x cube minus x square plus 10x minus 7 when x is less than or equals to 1. We are talking about f of 1. It means when x will be equal to 1, then this will be the definition of function. So f of 1 will be equal to, in the place of x, we have to put 1. 1 cube will be 1 minus 1 square will be 1 plus 10 into 1 will be 10 minus 7. So this is f of 1. Okay, now let us find f of 1 plus. 1 plus means the value of x will be greater than 1. So for x is equal to greater than 1, the definition of function is minus 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4. All right. So f of x is equal to minus 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4 when x is greater than 1. Okay. Since we want f of 1 plus, it means that at x is greater than 1. Okay. So f of 1 plus will be equals to, again we have to put 1 here, minus 2 into 1 is minus 2 plus log base 2 b square minus 4. All right. So this is the value at f of 1 plus. Since we know that f of 1 will be greater than f of 1 plus. So what is the value of f of 1? 1 minus 1 plus 10 minus 7 will be greater than or equal to f of 1 plus. What is f of 1 plus? Minus 2 plus log base 2 b square minus 4. All right. Now we have to simplify this. 1 minus 1 will be 0. 10 minus 7 is 3. 3 will be greater than or equals to minus 2 plus log base 2 b square minus 4. All right. Again, let us take this minus 2 to the left hand side. So it will be 3 plus 2. 3 plus 2 is 5. So 5 will be greater than or equal to log base 2 b square minus 4. From here, we get 36 is greater than or equal to b square. If 36 is greater than or equal to b square, it simply means that b will be equals to plus minus 6. So we can say that for this condition, when b square will be equal to 36, then b will be obviously plus minus 6, right? Because b will be eventually under root of 36. And what is under root of 36? It is 6. All right. So we have two different values of b. For this condition, b here belongs to minus 6 to plus 6. Okay. But again, we have to focus on the question. We have a value of the function which is minus 2x plus log base 2 b square minus 4. Anything with log should be always positive. Okay. That is why see, at x is greater than 1. The function consists of the value of log. So anything with log should be always positive. Means b square minus 4 should be always greater than 0. Then only it can be positive. Okay. So we have to keep this condition in mind that b square minus 4 is greater than 0. So if b square minus 4 is greater than 0, then here we can say that b square will be equal to 4. Okay. If b square is equal to 4, then b will be equals to plus minus 2. All right. And for this condition, since we have the greater than sign here, so the value of b will belongs to minus infinity to minus 2 union 2 to plus infinity. Okay. Since we have b square, that will be equal to 4 eventually. So since b square is equal to 4, then b will be plus minus 2. Okay. But here there is a greater than sign. So minus infinity and plus infinity will be also included. Okay. Now we want the combination of both these values. Here b belongs to minus 6 comma 6. Here b belongs to minus infinity to minus 2 union 2 to infinity. Okay. If we combine both this, then b belongs to minus 6 comma minus 2 union 2 comma 6. So this is the required range for b. Okay. Or these are the possible values of b. Okay. This defines the set for b. that consist all the values. So for this question, the correct option is -6 comma -2 union 2 comma 6, which is option C here. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, if a is equal to limit n tending to infinity, summation of k is equal to 1 to n, 2n divided by n square plus k square, and the function f of x is equal to under root of 1 minus cos x divided by 1 plus cos x, where x belongs to 0 comma 1, then if we look at the first part, this part is a definite integral and we have a function which is f of x. First, let us solve the first part, which is a definite integral. We have a is equal to limit n tending to infinity, summation of k is equal to 1 to n, 2n divided by n square plus k square. Now let us do one thing. Let us divide the numerator and denominator by n square. So it will be a is equal to limit n tending to infinity, summation of k is equal to 1 to n. Now we are dividing the numerator by n square. So it will be 2n by n square. Then dividing the denominator by n square. So it will be n square divided by n square plus k square divided by n square. You can see that all the terms are now divided by n square. So this n and this n will be cancelled. Here n square and n square will be cancelled. So we have limit n tending to infinity, summation of k is equal to 1 to n, 2 by n divided by n square plus n square is 1. So 1 plus k square upon n square. Since we know that this form is basically a definite integral, so now we have to change this limits to the integral. All right. So we know that this whole part will become integral of 0 to 1. All right. How it will become integral of 0 to 1? See, here we have to suppose a value which will be equal to x. We have to suppose k by n is equal to x. Okay. And whenever in integral, we are supposing a value equal to a variable, then we have to differentiate both the sides. So when we differentiate both the sides here, we have dx is equal to 1 upon n. All right. Now, that is why the limits here will change from 0 to 1. All right. So here it will be integral of 0 to 1. We have numerator 2 by n. We know that 1 by n is dx. So it will be 2 dx because 2 by n is 2 into 1 by n. Okay. And what is 1 by n? It is dx. So we have 2 dx divided by 1 plus k square upon n square. If k by n is equal to 6, then k square upon n square will be equals to x square. Right? Because here k by n is equal to x. Right? That is why k square upon n square will be equals to x square. So it will be equals to x square. Now we need to understand a very basic formula of integral, and the formula is integral of dx upon 1 plus x square. It is always equals to tan inverse x. All right. Here this 2 is a constant, so it will come out. Then the remaining terms are integral of 0 to 1 dx upon 1 plus x square. What is the formula for integral of dx upon 1 plus x square? It is tan inverse x. So we have 2 multiplied by tan inverse x. And what are the limits here? The limits are 0 to 1. Okay. When we apply limits here, then we get pi by 2. Okay. And this value is equals to a. We have solved the first part, which is a. So we have a is equal to pi by 2. Now let us have a look towards this function. Now let us write this function. Okay. Function f of x is equals to under root of 1 minus cos x divided by 1 plus cos x. Generally, we know that in trigonometry, 1 minus cos x divided by 1 plus cos x. This value is equals to tan square x by 2. Okay. So here we will have under root of tan square x by 2, because 1 minus cos x upon 1 plus cos x is tan square x by 2. We have substituted the value here. Okay. When this value will come out of the under root, then it will be mod of tan x by 2. Okay. So the value of the function f of x is mod of 10x by 2. Okay. But here in the question, it is given that x belongs to 0, comma 1. Okay. So it is given that x belongs to 0, comma 1. If x belongs to 0, comma 1, then x by 2 will belong to 0, comma 1 by 2. Right? So we know that tan theta or tan x is positive from 0 to 1 by 2. Okay, that is why we can remove this mod here. Okay, so we will have f of x is equal to tan x by 2. Okay, so we have removed the modulus. Now let us put x is equal to a by 2 here. So f of a by 2 will be equals to tan of a by 2 divided by 2. So we will have f of a by 2 is equal to tan of a by 2 into 2 will be a by 4. All right. Now what we have to do is we have to differentiate this. Okay. So firstly, let us differentiate this particular equation. Let this equation be equation number 1. Okay. And let this equation be equation number 2. Okay. So when we differentiate equation 1, it means f dash x is equal to what is d by dx of tan x? D by dx of tan x is sec square x. The formula that we will use here is d by dx of tan x is equal to sec square x. All right. So d by dx of tan x by 2 will be sec square x by 2. All right. And again, we will differentiate x by 2. So it will be 1 by 2. Okay. So f dash x will be 1 by 2 into sec square x by 2. All right. Now, we just have to put the value of x and we have to see that for what value of x this terms will be equal. Okay. So that is why we are putting x is equal to a by 2 here. You can see that f of a by 2 is tan a by 4. Okay. Its differentiation should be also in the terms of sec square. Okay. So let us differentiate this value. So when we differentiate this value, means when we differentiate second equation, then it will be f dash a by 2 is equal to what is d by dx of tan x? It is sec square x. So d by dx of tan a by 4 will be sec square a by 4. Again, we have to differentiate a by 4. Okay. So it will be 1 by 2. All right. Now, f dash a by 2 will be equals to 1 by 2 into sec square a by 4. Okay. It will be 1 by 4 because we have to differentiate a by 4 here, right? When we differentiate a by 4, then a is a constant, so it will come out. Then what will remain? 1 by 4. Okay. So we have f dash a by 2 is equal to 1 by 4 sec square a by 4. You can see that the actual function or the standard function f of x was 10x by 2. Its differentiation was 1 by 2 sec square x by 2. Okay. Now, if we are putting x is equal to a by 2 here, then the function f of a by 2 is equal to tan a by 4, right? And its differentiation is f dash a by 2 is equal to 1 by 4 sec square a by 4. Okay. You can see that both these values are in the same form. Okay. That is why we can say that the relation between both these values will be under root 2 into f of a by 2 will be equals to f dash a by 2. Okay. All right. So this is the correct condition for this question. Now let's have a look towards the options. Out of all the options, the correct option will be option C here. At last, all you have to do is you have to hit and try and you have to put the value of x and you have to see that which value of x satisfy this condition. All right. Moving on to the next question. Next question is if dy by dx plus 2y tan x is equal to sin x where x lies between 0 and pi by 2 and y of pi by 3 is equal to 0, then the maximum value of y of x is. This is a very simple question. First of all, let us look at this equation. Equation is dy by dx plus 2y tan x is equal to sin x. This is a linear differential equation. Do you know what is the standard form of a linear differential equation? The standard form of a linear differential equation is dy by dx plus py is equal to q. And the equation that is given here is dy by dx plus 2y tan x is equal to sin x. So when we compare both these equations, then we get the value of p and q. What is p? P is the coefficient of y. Here the coefficient of y is 2 tan x. So p is 2 tan x. And what is q? Q is the term on the right hand side. Okay. So q is sin x. One more concept that you need to understand is whenever we have a linear differential equation, the first thing we do is we find the integrating factor. So for a standard linear equation, the formula to find the integrating factor will be if is equal to e power integral of p dx. Okay. Here if denotes the integrating factor. It is equals to e power integral of p dx. All right. We have this equation. Then if we have to find the integrating factor for this equation, then integrating factor will be e power integral of p dx. What is p here? 2 tan x and dx. All right. Now, in order to solve this integral, firstly, we should know the formula for integral of tan x dx. Okay. So what is integral of tan x dx? It is log of sec x. All right. The integral of tan x dx is log of sec x. So integrating factor will be e power. See, this 2 is a constant, so it will come out. All right. And then we will have integral of tan x dx. So it will be equals to e power 2 into what is integral of tan x dx? Log sec x. Right. Now, one more concept will be used here, which is n log m. N log m is always equals to log m power n. You can see that here we have 2 log sec x. Okay. So n is 2 and m is sec x. So it will be log m power n. So it will be log sec square x. All right. So this will be e power log of sec square x. All right. And since log sec square x is in the power of e, so its value will be equals to sec square x. So the integrating factor is sec square x. Now another formula that is used in the linear differential equation is, after finding the integrating factor, we form a equation, and the equation is in the form y into integrating factor is equals to integral of q into integrating factor and dx. All right. So what we have to do is, in this form, we have to put the value of y, integrating factor q, and again integrating factor. Okay. So y multiplied by integrating factor. What is the integrating factor? Sec square x is equals to integral of q. What is the value of q? Q is sin x. So sin x multiplied by integrating factor. What is integrating factor? Sec square x and dx. Okay. Now this can be written as y into sec square x is equal to integral of sin x multiplied by sec square x can be written as sec x into sec x. Right? Because sec x into sec x is sec square x. All right. Now we know that sec x is equal to 1 upon cos x. All right. So y into sec square x will be equals to integral of sin x. Now we can write 1 sec x as 1 upon cos x. So multiplied by 1 upon cos x, again multiplied by sec x dx. Okay. We are just substituting sec x as 1 by cos x in this place. Okay. And you will come to know why we are substituting this here. Okay. Because we want to transform this integral into the form of tan x sec x. And we know that tan x is equals to sin x upon cos x. All right. So here you can see that we have sin x into 1 by cos x, means sin x upon cos x. Okay. So y into sec square x is equal to integral of sin x upon cos x multiplied by sec x dx. See, this is why we have transformed 1 sec x as 1 upon cos x. Okay. So y into sec square x is equal to integral of sin x upon cos x is tan x, right? So tan x multiplied by sec x and dx. Now this integral is very simple because we know that the formula for integral of tan x into sec x dx is equal to sec x plus c, where c is a constant. To solve this integral, you have to remember all these important formulas and all the basic values. All right, then only you will be able to solve it. So we have y into sec square x is equal to, what is the integral of tan x sec x? It is sec x plus c, okay, where c is a constant. Now we have this equation. In the question, another expression is given here, which is y of pi by 3 is equal to 0. It is actually in the form of y of x is equal to y. So when we compare both these terms, it means when x is equal to pi by 3 here, then y is equal to 0, right? So what we have to do is we have to put x is equal to pi by 3 and y is equal to 0 here, okay? Because it is given in the question. So y is 0. 0 multiplied by sec square x means sec square pi by 3 is equal to sec x means sec pi by 3 plus c. 0 multiplied by anything gives 0. So 0 is equal to. Now what is the value for sec pi by 3? By the trigonometric table, the value of sec pi by 3 is 2. So we have 2 plus c. So from here, c will be equals to minus 2, right? Now put the value of c again in this equation, okay? So we get y into sec square x is equal to sec x minus 2. All right. Now what we have to do is we have to divide the left hand side and the right hand side by sec square x. Okay. So dividing left hand side by sec square x, it will be y into sec square x divided by sec square x is equal to. Now we have to divide the right hand side by sec square x. So it will be sec x divided by sec square x minus 2 divided by sec square x. So in the left hand side, you can see that sec square x and sec square x will be cancelled. Here, 1 sec x will be cancelled. Okay. So we have y is equal to 1 upon sec x minus 2 upon sec square x. All right. Now, we know that 1 upon sec x is equal to cos x. Therefore, 1 upon sec square x will be equal to cos square x. This is another basic form that you should remember. 1 by sec x is equal to cos x and 1 by sec square x will be equal to cos square x. So y will be equal to 1 by sec x. What is 1 by sec x? It is equal to cos x, right? So this will be cos x minus 2 by sec square x. See, 2 by sec square x is basically 2 into 1 by sec square x, right? So we are writing 2 first, then multiplied by 1 by sec square x. We know that 1 by sec square x will be 1 by cos square x. Okay. It will be cos square x. See, as I told you that 1 by sec x is equal to cos x. In the similar way, 1 by sec square x will be cos square x. Okay. So here we have 2 into 1 by sec square x means 2 into cos square x. All right. So now the equation is in the trigonometric form, which is y is equal to cos x minus 2 cos square x. Okay. Now, since this equation is in the trigonometric form, it means we have to find the range. And for range, we have to make it in the form of a perfect square. So firstly, let us do one thing. Let us take minus 2 common from both these terms. So when we take minus 2 common, what is remaining in the first term? 1 by 2 cos x, then plus cos square x. Okay, you can check it because minus 2 into 1 by 2 cos x will be cos x, right? It will be minus 1 by 2 cos x. Okay. So when we have taken minus 2 common from first and second term here, then the remaining terms will be minus 1 by 2 cos x plus cos square x. How to check it? See, minus 2 into minus 1 by 2 cos x gives cos x, which is the first term, right? And minus 2 into cos square x gives minus 2 cos square x. All right. Now, y will be equals to minus 2. See, now we have to make this in the form of a perfect square. So firstly, let us write cos square x first, and then we have minus 1 by 2 cos x. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us add 1 by 16. And since we are adding 1 by 16, then we also have to subtract 1 by 16 just to balance it, right? Now, why we have added 1 by 16? Because we have to make it or transform it in the form of a perfect square. You can see that now this whole term is basically equal to cos x minus 1 by 4 whole square. Okay. It means it is in the form of a minus b whole square, which is equal to a square plus b square minus 2ab. Okay. Here we have cos x minus 1 by 4 whole square. Cos x is a and 1 by 4 is b. Okay. So let us expand this. A square means cos square x plus b square means 1 by 4 square. What is 1 by 4 square? 1 by 16 minus 2 into a into b. So what is a? Cos x. What is b? 1 by 4. So 2 into cos x into 1 by 4. This will be cancelled. So it will be 1 by 2 cos x, right? Which is exactly the same expression. So we can say that this part is basically the expansion of cos x minus 1 by 4 whole square. All right. So y will be equals to minus 2 into, now this part can be written as cos x minus 1 by 4 whole square, and what is remaining? Minus 1 by 16 is remaining. All right. So here it will be equals to 1 by 8 minus 2 multiplied by cos x minus 1 by 4 whole square, right? Now we want to find the maximum value of y, okay? And we will get the maximum value of y only when cos x will be 1 by 4, because see, if cos x will be 1 by 4 here, then this term becomes 0, okay? Then we get y is equal to 1 by 8, which will be the maximum value of y, okay? So let's check it. Y is equal to 1 by 8 minus 2. We have to put cos x is equal to 1 by 4, because only in this case we will get the maximum value of y. Okay. So cos x will be 1 by 4. So it will be 1 by 8 minus 2 multiplied by 1 by 4 minus 1 by 4 whole square. So this will be 1 by 8 minus 2 multiplied by 1 minus 4 by 1 minus 4 is 0, right? Means 1 by 4 minus 1 by 4. It is 0. And anything multiplied by 0 is 0. So it will be 8. 1 by 8. Okay. So this is the value of y. Y is equal to 1 by 8. This is the maximum value of y. So we can write it as y max is equal to 1 by 8. This was a little bit lengthy question, but if you know the basic concepts about integrals, then you can easily solve this question. Okay. And don't get confused with the values. What you have to do is you have to just remember the basics of all the trigonometric expression. So here the maximum value of y is 1 by 8. So let's have a look towards the options. The correct option will be option A here, which is 1 by 8. In this question, we have learned about the linear differential equation. We have also learned that whenever we have a linear differential equation, then firstly we have to find the integrating factor. Okay. So I hope the question is clear to you. Moving on to the next question. A point P moves so that the sum of the square of its distances from the points 1, 2 and minus 2, 1 is 14. Let f of x, y is equal to 0 be the locus of P, which intersects the x-axis at the points a, b and the y-axis at the points c, d. Then the area of the quadrilateral ABCD is equal to. So we have to find the area of a quadrilateral here. And a point is given in the question which moves in such a way that the sum of square of its distances from the points 1, 2 and minus 2, 1 is 14. So first of all, let us consider the coordinates of point P, B, H, K. Now it is given that there are two different distances. So let us consider these points as A dash and B dash. We have two different distances and the sum of square of both the distances is equal to 40. The first distance is between point P and A dash and the second distance is between point P and B dash. And the sum of square of this distances is equal to 14. It means that P A dash square plus P B dash square is equals to 14. In order to get the value of P A dash and P B dash, we need to find the distances between these points. Do you know how to find the distances between 2 points? Whenever we want to find the distance between 2 points, we use distance formula. So let's understand what is distance formula. All right. So according to distance formula, if we want to find the distance between 2 points, it is equal to under root of x2 minus x1 square plus y2 minus y1 square. Firstly, let us find PA dash. PA dash will be the distance between P and A dash. Okay, what is the coordinates for A dash? A dash is 1, 2. It is given in the question, right? So we have the coordinates of P, which is h, k, and the coordinates of A, which is 1, 2. All right. Now, let us consider this as x1, y1, and this is x2, y2. All right. So, these are the coordinates of A dash and P. Now, what we have to do is we have to simply substitute this in the distance formula. So, we have x2 minus x1. x2 is h minus x1 is 1 whole square plus y2 minus y1 whole square. y2 is k minus y1 is 2. So, whole square, right? But we want PA dash square. Okay. So, let's do one thing. Let's square on both the sides. So, PA dash square will be equals to h minus 1 square plus k minus 2 whole square. Okay, when we square on right hand side, this under root will be cancelled. Now, similarly, let us find the value for P, B dash. So, what are the coordinates of B dash? Minus 2, 1. All right. So, we have B dash as minus 2, 1. Now, since we have to find P, B dash, then this points will be x1 and y1. All right. So now again substituting these values in the formula, x2 minus x1 means h minus minus 2 whole square plus y2 minus y1 means k minus 1 whole square. All right. So again we have to simplify these expressions here. So this will be equals to under root of h minus minus 2 will be h plus 2. So h plus 2 whole square plus k minus 1 whole square. This is the value for pb dash. But we want pb dash square. So pb dash square will be equals to h plus 2 square plus k minus 1 whole square, right? Now let us do one thing. Let us substitute both the values here in this equation. This is the equation that is formed on the basis of the condition given in the question. It is given that there is a point P and it moves in such a way that the sum of square of its distances from both the points A dash and B dash is 14, which is PA dash square plus PB dash square is equal to 14. So now let us substitute the values here. What is PA dash square? It is h minus 1 whole square plus k minus 2 whole square plus PB dash square is h plus 2 whole square plus k minus 1 whole square. This is equals to 14. It is given in the question, right? Now, in order to simplify this part, we need to use two very basic formulas. And the formulas are a minus b whole square and a plus b whole square. A minus b whole square is a square plus b square minus 2 into a into b. And a plus b whole square is a square plus b square plus 2 into a into b. All right. So here the first part is h minus 1 whole square. It is in the form of a minus b whole square. So it will be h square plus 1 minus 2 into h into 1. So minus 2h plus again k minus 2 whole square is in the form of a minus b whole square. So it will be k square plus 2 square is 4 and minus 2 into k. So 4k. All right. Then h plus 2 whole square is in the form of a plus b whole square. So it will be equals to a square means h square plus 2 square 4 plus 2 into a into b. So 2 into h into 2. So it will be 4h. Again, we have k minus 1 whole square. All right. It is same as a minus b whole square. So it will be k square plus 1 minus 2 into k into 1. So minus 2k, and this is equals to 14. What we have done is we have just used both these basic formulas, which is a minus b whole square and a plus b whole square. And we have simplified this term. Okay. Now h square plus h square is 2h square, right? K square plus k square is 2k square. So plus 2k square. All right. Minus 2h plus 4h will be plus 2h, right? Then minus 4k minus 2k will be minus 6k. Now remaining are the numbers. So 1 plus 4 is 5. 5 plus 4 is 9. And 9 plus 1 is 10. So 10. And now let us do one thing. Let us take this 14 to the left hand side. So it will be minus of 14. This is equals to 0. All right. Now 2h square plus 2k square plus 2h minus 6k plus 10 minus 14. 10 minus 14 is minus of 4. This is equals to 0. We can take 2 common from this whole expression, right? So when we take 2 common, the remaining terms will be h square plus k square plus h minus 3k minus 2 is equal to 0. Again, this 2 will go to the right hand side, so it will be 0. Now, we have h square plus k square plus h minus 3k minus 2 is equal to 0. Now, let's do one thing. Let's transform h as x and let's transform k as y. Okay? Means what we have to do is we have to simply replace h by x and k by y. So this equation becomes x square plus y square plus x minus 3y minus 2 is equal to 0. All right. Why we have transformed this in the form of x and y? Because in the question some conditions are given. There is a locus for point P which is in the form of f of x comma y is equal to 0. Okay. That is why we have considered it. Okay. So now we have to find the points for x-axis and the points for y-axis. You can see in the question it is given that the locus intersects the x-axis at points a comma b and it intersects the y-axis at points c comma d. So in order to find the points for x-axis and y-axis, we need to put x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0 in this given equation. Okay. So firstly, let us put y is equal to 0. So when we put y is equal to 0 here, all the terms of y will be 0, right? So the remaining terms will be x square plus x minus 2 is equal to 0. Now what we have to do is we have to find the factors here. So we have to use splitting the middle term method. What is splitting the middle term method? In this method, we have to split the middle term in such a way that we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. Okay, so what is the product of first and last term? X square into minus 2 gives minus 2x square. Now, the two numbers can be 2x minus x because 2x minus x gives x, which is the middle term, right? And 2x multiplied by minus x gives minus 2x square. So the middle term here can be written as x square plus 2x minus x minus 2 is equal to 0. You can see here that the middle term x is splitted as 2x minus x. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. Now, from the first two terms, we can take x common. So the remaining terms will be x plus 2. Then from this last two terms, we can take minus 1 common. So the remaining terms will be x plus 2 and this is equal to 0. Now what is common again? X plus 2 is common and what are the remaining numbers? X minus 1. This is equal to 0. From here, we will have two different values of x. Firstly, when x plus 2 will be equals to 0. And secondly, when x minus 1 will be equals to 0. So when x plus 2 will be equals to 0, x will be equals to minus 2. And when x minus 1 will be equal to 0, x will be equals to plus 1. Okay. So at y is equal to 0, we have two values of x. So from here, we have the coordinates. X is minus 2 when y is 0 and x is 1 when y is 0. So these are the points for x-axis. And remember in the question, it is given that it intersects the x-axis at points a comma b. Means we have found the points A and B. All right. So this is point A and this is point B. Similarly, now we have to put x is equal to 0 in the given equation. All right. So what is the equation? Let's write it again. The equation is x square plus y square plus x minus 3y minus 2 is equal to 0. We have to put x is equal to 0 now. When we will put x is equal to 0 here, all the terms of x will be 0. So what is remaining? Y square minus 3y minus 2 is equal to 0. Now in order to find the values of y, we have to use another formula. And the formula will be the roots. All right. The formula will be. So how we will find the roots? There is a very basic formula to find the roots. And the formula is y is equal to minus b plus minus under root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2 into a. So this is the formula. And how we will find the values for a, b and c? This given equation is in a form which is ay square minus by plus by plus c is equal to 0. Okay. So when we compare this equation with the equation that we have, then we can say that a is the coefficient of y square, b is the coefficient of y, and c is the remaining constant. So here the value of a is 1, the value of b is minus 3, and the value of c is minus 2. All right. So when we substitute here, y will be equals to minus of b. What is b? B is minus 3. Plus minus under root of b square means minus 3 square. Minus 3 square will be 9 minus 4 into a into c. A is 1 and what is c? C is minus of 2. All right. And divided by 2 into a. 2 into 1 means 2. All right. So y will be equals to minus of minus 3 will be plus 3 plus minus under root of 9 minus 4 into 1 into minus 2. 4 into 1 is 4 and 4 into minus 2 is minus 8 divided by 2. So y will be equals to 3 plus minus under root of 9 minus minus 8 will be 9 plus 8, right? Divided by 2. So it will be 3 plus minus under root of 9 plus 8 is 17 divided by 2. So from here we will have two different values of y. Okay. Since we have plus minus here, so one value will be positive and another value will be negative. So we can say that y is equal to 3 plus under root of 17 by 2 and y is equal to 3 minus under root of 17 by 2. And both these values are the values of y when x is equal to 0. Okay, so from here again we get two coordinates. Okay, what are the coordinates? When x is equal to 0, then y is 3 plus under root 17 by 2. Again, when x is equal to 0, y is 3 minus under root 17 upon 2. Okay. And it is clearly given in the question that the locus intersects the y-axis at the points C, D. Okay. So these are the points which are C, D. Now we have all the different points of the quadrilateral. All right. So firstly, let us draw a quadrilateral here. All right. So let this be the quadrilateral that should be formed. And let this be the diagonals. What is the name of the quadrilateral? The name is ABCD. So A, B, C and D. Okay, since we have the coordinates of all the vertices of this quadrilateral, we can easily find the area of the quadrilateral. Do you know what is the formula to calculate the area of the quadrilateral? The formula for area of quadrilateral is 1 by 2 multiplied by mod of AB vector multiplied by CD vector. Okay, now what is AB? AB is the distance from the point A and B. Okay, or AB is the distance between point A and B, and CD is the distance between point C and D. It means again we have to use the distance formula and we have to find the distance between AB and CD. All right. So we have both the points here, A and B. So by using the distance formula, AB will be equals to under root of x2 minus x1 square. Okay, it means we have to consider the points here. Let this be x1, y1 and let this be x2, y2. All right, so x2 minus x1 means minus 2 minus 1 whole square plus y2 minus y1. You can see that y2 is also 0 and y1 is also 0. So 0 minus 0 will be 0. Okay, so AB will be equals to under root of minus 2 minus 1 is minus 3. And minus 3 whole square is plus 9. Okay, plus 0 square is 0. So it will be under root of 9. Under root of 9 is equal to 3. So we can say that AB is equal to 3. Similarly, we have to find CD, right? So now let this be x1 and y1 and let this be x2 and y2. All right. So CD will be equals to under root of x2 minus x1. x2 is 0 and x1 is also 0. So 0 minus 0 will be 0 square plus y2 minus y1. What is y2? 3 plus under root of 17 by 2 minus y1. y1 is 3 minus under root of 17 divided by 2 and its whole square, right? Remember the formula is x2 minus x1 square plus y2 minus y1 square. This is y2, this is y1 and this is the power which is square. All right. Now we have to open the brackets here. So CD will be equals to under root of 3 plus under root of 17 minus 3 minus minus will be plus under root of 17 divided by 2 and its square. All right. Because the denominator is common here. So we have opened the brackets and we have combined the denominator and the whole power is 2. 3 minus 3 will be 0. So we have under root of root 17 plus root 17. It is 2 root 17, right? Divided by 2 and its square. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. Now, what is under root of 17 square? You can see that we have under root of 17 whole square. So under root of 17 into under root of 17 is 17. So we have under root of 17 again. Okay. See, now we have opened this bracket, but outside there is one more square root. So CD is under root of 17. All right. Now let's substitute the value of AB and CD in the formula to find the area of the quadrilateral ABCD. So we have 1 by 2 multiplied by mod of AB vector. What is AB? 3. Multiplied by CD vector. CD is under root of 17. Both the values are positive. So it can be written as 3 into under root of 17 divided by 2, which is equal to 3 root 17 divided by 2. So this is the area for the given quadrilateral, which is ABCD. Now let's have a look towards the options. Out of all the options, the correct option will be 3 root 17 divided by 2, which is option number B here. In this question, we have learned about the distance formula. It is basically used to find the distance between 2 points, and it was the very important formula that we have used here. So you have to remember this formula in order to solve this kind of questions. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let the tangent drawn to the parabola y square is equal to 24x at the point alpha comma beta is perpendicular to the line 2x plus 2y is equal to 5. Then the normal to the hyperbola x square upon alpha square minus y square upon beta square is equal to 1 at the point alpha plus 4 comma beta plus 4 does not pass through the point. First of all, an equation of parabola is given in the question, which is y square is equals to 24x. And it is given that a tangent is drawn to the parabola at the point alpha comma beta. So if a tangent is drawn to a parabola at a point, then that point obviously lies on the parabola, right? It means that this point alpha comma beta lies on the parabola. So if alpha comma beta lies on the parabola, then obviously it will satisfy the equation for the parabola. Okay. So if it will satisfy the equation for the parabola, we will have beta square is equal to 24 alpha, right? Because if it is satisfying the equation of parabola, it means alpha is x and beta is y. So in that case, the equation changes to beta square is equal to 24 alpha. Consider it as equation number 1. Another thing is given in the question that the tangent to the parabola is perpendicular to a line. So whenever a tangent that is drawn to a parabola is perpendicular to a line, then in that case, the product of slope of tangent and the slope of line is always equals to -1. So we can write that slope of tangent multiplied by slope of line is equals to -1. It is a very, very basic concept. Whenever a tangent is perpendicular to a line, then this is the concept that we have to use. And the concept is slope of the tangent multiplied by slope of the line is equal to -1. Now, what is slope of the tangent? Slope of the tangent is denoted by dy by dx multiplied by what is slope of line? We know that the standard form of a line is y is equals to mx plus c, where m is the slope of line. So m is the slope of line and this is equals to -1. Okay, but we want to get the value for dy by dx and m. So firstly, let us find dy by dx, which will be the slope of the tangent. Since the tangent is drawn to the parabola, it means we have to find dy by dx of the equation of the parabola. What do you mean by dy by dx? It simply means differentiation. So when we differentiate this equation, which is y square is equal to 24x, all right? So it will be d by dx of y square is equal to d by dx of 24x, right? Now, in order to differentiate this, we need to know a formula which is d by dx of x square or x power n is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. All right. Here you can see that we have d by dx of y square. It means it is in the same form. Only in the place of x we have y and the power is 2. So d by dx of y square will be 2 into y power 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1 is 1 only. All right. Again, we have to differentiate y here. So it will be dy by dx. This will be equals to, here 24 is a constant, right? And d by dx of x is 1. So 24 into 1 is 24. So from here we can say that dy by dx will be equals to 24 upon 2y. 2 into 1 is 2 and 2 multiplied by 12 gives 24. So dy by dx is 12 upon y. What is y? Y is beta. So we can write it as 12 upon beta. All right. So this is the value for dy by dx. So let us substitute it. 12 divided by beta. Multiplied by m, we have to find the slope of the line. You can see that this is the line. Okay. We have to transform this line in the form of y is equals to mx plus c. So firstly, let us take 2 common from the left hand side. So the remaining terms will be x plus y is equal to 5. From here, x plus y will be equals to 5 divided by 2. All right. And y will be equals to minus x plus 5 divided by 2. Now this equation is in the form of y is equals to mx plus c. If we compare both the equations, what is m? M is basically the coefficient of x. And here the coefficient of x is -1. So we can say that for this equation, m is equals to -1, which is the slope. So substituting the value of m here, it will be -1. And again, this product is equals to -1. All right. So we have -12 is equals to minus of beta. So this minus and minus will be cancelled. So we have the value of beta, which is 12. Since we have the value of beta, we can easily find the value for alpha by putting the value of beta in equation number 1. What is equation number 1? Beta square is equal to 24 alpha. Beta is 12. So 12 square is equal to 24 alpha. What is 12 square? 144. This is equals to 24 alpha. From here, alpha will be equals to 144 divided by 24. When we cancel this, it will be equals to 6 because 24 multiplied by 6 gives 144. All right. So from here, we have the value of alpha, which is 6. Now we have to find the normal to this hyperbola at the point alpha plus 4, comma beta plus 4. What is alpha? Alpha is 6. 6 plus 4 and beta plus 4. Beta is 12. So 12 plus 4 means the points are 10, comma 16. All right. And we have to find the normal of the hyperbola at this point, which does not pass through the point. Okay. So firstly, let us derive the equation of hyperbola. What is the equation of hyperbola given here? X square divided by alpha square minus y square divided by beta square is equal to 1. When we put the value of alpha and beta here, we have x square divided by alpha square. Alpha is 6. 6 square is 36 minus y square divided by beta square. Beta is 12. 12 square is 144. All right. So this is equals to 1. We have the equation of hyperbola and we have the point, which is 10, comma 16. We have to find the normal to this hyperbola. Okay. So whenever we have to find the normal to the hyperbola, we have to use a very basic formula, which is a square x upon x1 plus b square y upon y1 is equal to a square plus b square. All right. We have 2 points, right? 10, 16. It is already given in the equation that we have to find the normal to the hyperbola at the point alpha plus 4 and beta plus 4. What is alpha plus 4? 10. What is beta plus 4? 16. Okay. So these are the points which is 10 and 16. Okay. So now what we have to do is we have to put the values in this formula, and this is the formula to find the normal for a hyperbola. All right. These points are x1 and y1. So now let's substitute the value a square x. Okay. What is a square? A square is basically this alpha square, right? Because we know that the standard equation of hyperbola is x square upon a square minus y square upon b square is equal to 1. All right. So here a square is 36. So 36x divided by x1. x1 is 10 plus b square y. b square is 144. So 144y divided by y1. y1 is 16. It is equal to a square plus b square. Now what is a square? 36. All right. And what is b square? 144. Okay. So 36 plus 144 is equals to 180. Now further we have to solve this. We have to take the LCM. All right. So when we take the LCM here, LCM will be 160. Okay. And the numerator will be 36x into 16x is 576x plus 144y into 10 is 1440y. And this is equals to 180. Now 576x plus 1440y is equals to 180 multiplied by 160. When this 160 will go to the right hand side, it will be multiplied, right? So we have 576x plus 1440y is equals to 180 into 160 gives 28,800. All right. Now let's do one thing. Let's take all the terms on left hand side. So we have 576x plus 1440y minus 28800 is equal to 0. All right. Now let us do one thing. Let us take 24 common from all these three terms. So when we take 24 common, the remaining terms will be 24x plus 60y minus 1200. It is equal to 0. 24 into 24x gives 576x. 24 into 60y gives 1440y, and 24 into minus 1200 gives 28800. All right. Again, when this 24 will go to the right hand side, it will be 0. So we have 24x plus 60y minus 1200 is equal to 0. Again, 12 is common in all the three terms. So let us take 12 common. So when we take 12 common, the remaining terms will be 2x plus 5y minus 100 is equal to 0. All right. Again, this 12 will go to the right hand side. So it will be 0. So we have 2x plus 5y minus 100 is equal to 0. Or we can write it as 2x plus 5y is equal to 100. This is the equation of the normal to the hyperbola. Now, all we have to do is we have to hit and try all the given options, and we have to see that which of the option does not satisfy the equation of the normal. Because look at the question. We have to find the normal to the hyperbola at the point that does not pass through the point. Does not pass through the point means it should not satisfy the equation. Okay. So let's start with option A. Option A is 25 and 10. All right. So option A is 25 and 10. It means x is 25 and y is 10. We have the equation 2x plus 5y is equal to 100. So substitute the value of x and y here. 2x means 2 into 25 plus 5y means 5 into 10. It is equal to 100. Now let's take it. 2 into 25 is 50 plus 5 into 10 is 50. And we know that 50 plus 50 is 100. So by this point, the equation is satisfied. So it is not the correct option because we have to find the point that does not satisfy the equation, right? So let's look at the second option, which is 20, 12. So the next option is 20, 12. Again, when we substitute it in the equation here, we have 2 into 20 plus 5 into 12. This will be equals to 100, right? This is X and this is Y now. Don't get confused. So 2 into 20 is 40 plus 5 into 12 is 60. Again, 40 plus 60 will give 100. So this equation is satisfied here. It means that this option is also not correct. So now let's look at the third option. Third option is 30, 8. All right. So next is 30, 8. So substitute the value. This is X and this is Y now. So 2 into X means 2 into 30 plus 5 into Y. Okay. What is Y? 8. This should be equal to 100. 2 into 30 is 60 plus 5 into 8 is 40. Again, 60 plus 40 will give 100. Means the equation is satisfying here. So at this point also the equation is satisfied. It means this point passes through this equation, right? So now let's have a look towards the last option, which is 15, 13. So we have 15, 13. All right. And what is the equation? Equation is 2x plus 5y is equal to 100. All right. So here when we put x is equal to 15 and y is equal to 13, then we get 2 into 15 plus 5 into 13 is equal to 100. Okay. What is 15 into 2? 30 plus. Now, what is 13 into 5? 13 into 5 is 65. Okay. But 30 plus 65 is not equals to 100. Right? What is 30 plus 65? 30 plus 65 is 95. And 95 is not equals to 100. It means that this point does not satisfy the given equation of the normal. So this point is the correct point. All right. So we can say that for this question, the correct option is option D here. Remember that we have to find the normal to the hyperbola at a point that does not pass through the point. Okay. Means we have to find a point which will not satisfy the equation of the normal. Okay. So out of all the given options, first, second, and third options are satisfying the equation. The only option that is not satisfying the equation of normal is option D here, and hence option D is the correct option. So I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned some basic concepts. We have learned about the slope of tangent. It is always denoted by dy by dx. We have also learned that whenever we have a tangent for a parabola that is perpendicular to a line, then in that case, slope of tangent multiplied by slope of line is equal to -1. Or we can say that the product of slope of tangent and the slope of line is equals to -1. So these were some basic concepts that we have seen in this question. I hope the question is clear now. Next question is the length of the perpendicular from the point 1 minus 2, 5 on the line passing through 1 to 4 and parallel to the line x plus y minus z is equal to 0 is equal to x minus 2y plus 3z minus 5 is. Basically, we have to find the length of the perpendicular that is drawn from the point 1 minus 2, 5. It is drawn on a line that is passing through 1, 2, and 4 and parallel to the given lines. Okay. It means firstly we need to find the normal vector for this lines. Okay. What is normal vector? It is denoted by n vector. All right. And normal vector is n1 cross n2. All right. So what we have to do here is basically we have to form a determinant which will consist of I cap, j cap, and k cap. All right. Now what we have to do is we have to look both these equations and we have to make a determinant by the coefficient of x, y, and z. Okay. In the first part, x plus y minus z is equal to 0. What is the coefficient of x? 1. What is the coefficient of y? 1. And what is the coefficient of z? -1. Similarly, in this part, x minus 2y plus 3z minus 5. What is the coefficient of x? 1. What is the coefficient of y? -2. And what is the coefficient of z? 3. What is coefficient? Coefficient is basically a number that is present with the variable. All right. So now we have the normal vector. Okay. But in order to get its value, we need to expand this determinant. Okay. So we will expand this determinant along row 1. Do you know how to expand a determinant? It is very simple. Since we are expanding it along row 1, so firstly, we have to write the first element of first row, right? And then we have to eliminate first row and first column. So when we eliminate first row and first column, the remaining terms will be 1, minus 2, minus 1 and 3. Then with a negative sign, we have to write the second term of the first row. What is the second term of the first row? J cap. Now we have to eliminate first row and second column. So when we eliminate first row and second column, the remaining terms will be 1, 1, minus 1 and 3. Then with a positive sign, we have to write the next term of row 1, which is k cap. All right. Now at last, we have to eliminate first row and third column. Then the remaining terms will be 1, 1, 1 and minus 2. Okay. So now we have to simplify this I cap. See, now what we have to do is this multiplied by this minus this multiplied by this. Okay. So 1 into 3 is 3 minus 2 into minus 1 will be plus 2. Right? Then minus j cap multiplied by 1 into 3 is again 3. Right? Minus 1 into minus 1 will be minus 1 plus k cap 1 into minus 2 will be minus 2 minus 1 into 1 will be 1. All right. So here we will have I cap multiplied by 3 minus 2 is 1. Okay, so I cap multiplied by 1 is 1, I cap only, right? Then minus j cap multiplied by 3 minus minus 1. Minus minus will be plus. So 3 plus 1 is 4, right? Plus k cap minus 2 minus 1 is minus 3. So we have I cap minus 4j cap minus 3k cap. All right, this is the normal vector. All right, this is the normal vector, which is I cap minus 4j cap minus 3k cap. Okay, now since we have the normal vector, okay, it means we have the points here, which is 1, minus 4 and minus 3. 1 is the coefficient of I, minus 4 is the coefficient of j, and minus 3 is the coefficient of k. These are actually the direction ratio of the line. Okay. Now we have to find the equation of line. So do you know what is the basic formula to find the equation of line? The standard equation of line is x minus x1 upon a is equal to y minus y1 upon b is equal to z minus z1 upon c. All right. Where a, b and c are the direction ratios. It means this is a, b and c. And the points x1, y1 and z1 are already given in the question. Okay. So what are the points? The points x1, y1 and z1 are given in the question. Okay. These are the points x1, y1 and z1. Okay. So now we have to simply put the points here. Okay. So I hope this step is clear to you. These are the points x1, y1 and z1. Okay. 1, 2, 4. This is x1, y1 and z1. All right. So now we have x minus x1. What is x1? 1. So x minus 1 divided by a. A is 1. This is equals to y minus y1. Okay. What is y1? y1 is 2. Divided by b. b is minus 4. This is equal to z minus z1. So z minus z1 is 4. Divided by c. c is minus 3. Okay, so this is the equation of line. Now let us do one thing. Let us equate this equation of line with lambda. Okay, just to get the coordinates of line here. Okay, so this is the line and this is the perpendicular that is drawn to a line. Okay, and the point from which the perpendicular is drawn is 1, minus 2, 5. It is already given in the question. You can see that there is a point 1, minus 2, 5 on the line. Okay. And it is the point from which the perpendicular is drawn. We have to find the length of this perpendicular. Means we have to find the distance of this perpendicular from the point at which it is touching the line. Okay. So consider this as point P and consider this as point M. Since we have considered the equation of line equals to lambda, then we will get some constants, right? And it will be when x minus 1 divided by 1 will be equals to lambda, then x minus 1 will be equals to lambda, right? And x will be equals to lambda plus 1. Okay. So we have the x coordinate, which is lambda plus 1. Similarly, When y minus 2 divided by minus 4 will be equals to lambda, then y minus 2 will be equals to minus 4 lambda, and y will be equals to minus 4 lambda plus 2. So we have the y coordinates, which is minus 4 lambda plus 2. And at last, when z minus 4 divided by minus 3 will be equals to lambda, then z minus 4 will be equals to minus 3 lambda, right? Then z will be equals to minus 3 lambda plus 4. So we have the z coordinate 2, which is minus 3 lambda plus 4. Okay, we have the coordinates of m and the coordinates of p. Okay, but you can see that there is also a normal vector. Okay, and what is the normal vector that we have found? 1 comma minus 4 comma minus 3. You can see that this line PM is perpendicular to the normal vector 2. It means that the dot product of PM and this normal vector will be equals to 0. So we can write that PM vector dot product the normal vector. Okay, what are the points for the normal vector? 1, minus 4 and minus 3 will be equals to 0. Okay, now how do we find this PM vector? Consider this is x1, y1 and z1, and consider this is x2, y2 and z2. If we have to find PM vector, what we have to do is we have to do x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1 and z2 minus z1. Okay, so what is x2? Lambda plus 1 minus x1. x1 is 1. Okay, again y2 minus y1. What is y2? Minus 4 lambda plus 2 minus y1. y1 is minus 2, so minus minus will be plus 2. All right, then z2 minus z1. z2 is minus 3 lambda plus 4 minus z1. z1 is 5. All right, so here we have this 1 minus 1 will be 0. So we have lambda, then minus 4 lambda plus 2 plus 2. So minus 4 lambda plus 4, then minus 3 lambda plus 4 minus 5. What is 4 minus 5? It is minus 1. Okay, so this is the value for PM vector. So let's substitute it here. Lambda comma minus 4 lambda plus 4 comma minus 3 lambda minus 1 dot product the normal vector. What is the normal vector? 1 minus 4 minus 3 will be equal to 0. Now, whenever we do dot product, we perform the multiplication of first term with the first term, then second term with the second term, and third term with the third term. Okay, so what is first term here? Lambda and 1. Lambda into 1 is lambda, right? Then plus minus 4 lambda plus 4 will be multiplied with minus 4 because both are the second terms. Okay, so minus 4 lambda into minus 4 is plus 16 lambda. Then plus 4 into minus 4 is minus 16. All right. Then again minus 3 lambda minus 1 will be multiplied with minus 3. So minus 3 lambda into minus 3 is plus 9 lambda, and minus 1 into minus 3 is plus 3. Okay, so this will be equals to 0. From here we can get the value of lambda. Okay, so let's solve it. We have lambda plus 16 lambda, 17 lambda, right? And now again we have to add 17 lambda and 9 lambda. So what is 17 lambda plus 9 lambda? 26 lambda. Then we have minus 16 plus 3. So it will be minus 13. This is equals to 0. So 26 lambda is equals to 13. So lambda will be equals to 13 divided by 26, which is basically equal to 1 by 2. Now, since we have the value of lambda, we can get the actual coordinates of point P, right? By putting it here. Okay. The coordinates of point P is 1 minus 2, 5. And since we have the value of lambda, we can find the coordinates of M. All right. So basically, what are the coordinates of M? The coordinates of M are lambda plus 1. Then the next coordinate is minus 4 lambda plus 2 and minus 3 lambda plus 4. Since we have the value of lambda, we can find the actual coordinates for M. And why do we need the actual coordinates for M? Because we want to find the distance which is PM. Okay. This is the perpendicular distance from point P to M. So that is why we need the actual coordinates of M. Okay. So what is the first coordinate? Lambda plus 1 means 1 by 2 plus 1. Then minus 4 into lambda plus 2. So minus 4 into 1 by 2 plus 2. then minus 3 into 1 by 2 plus 4. What we have done here is we have simply substituted the value of lambda. All right. So here 1 by 2 plus 1 will be 3 by 2. Then 2 into 1 will be 2 and 2 into 2 will be 4. Minus 2 plus 2 will be 0. Right. Then minus 3 by 2 plus 4. Okay. Let's solve it. We have minus 3 by 2 plus 4. Its LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be minus 3 plus 8. So what is minus 3 plus 8? 5. 5 by 2. So this point will be 5 by 2. These are the coordinates of M. Okay. Now we have the coordinates of P and we have the coordinates of M. What are the coordinates of point P? 1, minus 2 and 5. And what are the coordinates of point M? 3 by 2, 0 and 5 by 2. What we have to do is we have to find the distance PM. Okay, whenever we have to find the distance between 2 points, we use a distance formula. What is the distance formula? It is a formula that is used to find the distance between 2 points. Okay, and it is equals to under root of x2 minus x1 square plus y2 minus y1 square plus z2 minus z1 square. All right. So consider this as x1, y1 and z1 and consider this as x2, y2 and z2. Okay. So now let us substitute the value here. X2 minus x1 means 3 by 2 minus 1 whole square plus y2 minus y1. 0 minus y1. What is y1? Minus 2. So minus minus will be plus 2 whole square plus z2 minus z1. 5 by 2 minus z1. Z1 is 5. It's whole square. All right. So this will be equals to under root of 3 by 2 minus 1. Okay, when we take the LCM, it will be 3 minus 2 by 2. Okay, what is 3 minus 2? 1. So 1 by 2 whole square plus 0 plus 2 is 2. So 2 whole square plus 5 by 2 minus 5. Okay, here when we take the LCM, LCM will be 2. And the numerator will be 5 minus 10, which is minus of 5. So minus of 5 by 2 whole square. Okay. In this step, what we have done is we have simply found the LCM. Okay. So now under root of 1 by 2 square is 1 by 4 plus again 2 square is 4 plus minus 5 by 2 square. Minus 5 into minus 5 is plus 25 divided by 2 square. 2 square is 4. Again, if we take the LCM here, LCM will be 4 and the numerator will be 1 plus 16 plus 25. Okay, because here the denominator is 1. So 1 into 4 is 4. That is why 4 into 4 will be 16. All right. So here we will have under root of what is 1 plus 16 plus 25. 1 plus 16 is 17, right? And 17 plus 25 is 42. So 42 divided by 4. Again, this will be cancelled by the table of 2. 2 into 2 gives 4 and 2 into 21 gives 42. So it is equals to under root of 21 divided by 2. Okay. And what is the value? This is the value for PM, which is the perpendicular distance from point P to the line. Okay. So we can say that for this question, the correct answer is under root of 21 divided by 2, which is option number A here. In this question, we have learned about how to expand a determinant along row 1 and how to find the distance between any 2 points. Okay, in this question, we were asked to find the perpendicular distance, but basically it was distance between 2 points. So to find the distance between 2 points, we need to use the distance formula. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let A vector is equal to alpha I cap plus j cap minus k cap and B vector is equal to 2I cap plus j cap minus alpha k cap, where alpha is greater than 0. If the projection of A vector cross B vector on the vector minus I cap plus 2j cap minus 2k cap is 30, then alpha is equal to. We have to find the value of alpha. First of all, let this vector be C vector. All right. So a value is given here, which is projection of A vector cross B vector on C vector is equal to 30. So we need to understand a very basic concept that the projection of A vector cross B vector on C vector is always equals to A vector cross B vector dot product C vector divided by mod of C vector. All right. And its value is already given in the question, which is 30. Okay. So this is basically equals to 30. Now, in order to find its value, we need to first find A vector cross B vector. All right. How we will find A vector cross B vector? By forming a determinant with the help of coefficient of I, J and K. So firstly, let us write I cap, J cap and K cap. Okay. Now let's look at A vector. In A vector, what is the coefficient of I? The coefficient of I is alpha. What is the coefficient of J? 1. And what is the coefficient of K? -1. Similarly, in B vector, what is the coefficient of I? 2. What is the coefficient of J? 1. And what is the coefficient of K? Minus of alpha. Okay. Now we have to expand this determinant. Okay. Means we have to find the value of this determinant. All right. So we will expand it along row 1. It is very simple. What you have to do is you have to write the first element of first row. Okay. Because we are expanding it along row 1. So firstly, we have to write the first element of first row, which is I cap. Then we have to remove the first row and first column. After removing the first row and first column, the remaining terms are 1, -1, 1 and minus alpha. Then with a negative sign, you have to write the second term of the first row, which is J cap. Now you have to remove the first row and second column. After removing the first row and second column, the remaining terms are alpha, -1, 2 and minus alpha. All right. Then with a positive sign, you have to write the third term of the first row, which is K cap. Now you have to remove the first row and third column. All right. After removing the first row and third column, the remaining terms will be alpha, 1, 2 and 1. Okay. So now this will be equals to I cap multiplied by 1 into minus alpha is minus alpha minus 1 into -1. It will be -1, but minus of -1 will be +1, right? Then minus J cap multiplied by alpha into minus alpha is minus alpha square minus 2 into -1 is -2. Minus of -2 will be +2 plus K cap multiplied by alpha into 1 is alpha minus 2 into 1 is 2. All right. So this will be equals to I multiplied by 1 minus alpha, right? Minus J cap multiplied by 2 minus alpha square plus K cap multiplied by alpha minus 2. Okay, we have just swapped these variables here. Okay, minus alpha plus 1 is equal to 1 minus alpha. Okay, like A plus B is equal to B plus C. Similarly, minus alpha plus 1 is equal to 1 minus alpha, right? What we have done is firstly we have written 1 and then we have written minus alpha. Okay, so we have this. It is the value of A vector cross B vector. Okay, but we have to find A vector cross B vector dot product C vector. Okay, so let's do the dot product with the C vector. C vector is given here. Okay, so this is the value of A vector cross B vector. Okay, we have to do the dot product with C vector. So firstly, what is A vector cross B vector? It is I cap multiplied by 1 minus alpha minus J cap multiplied by 2 minus alpha square plus K cap multiplied by alpha minus 2. This is the value of A vector cross B vector. Now we have to do its dot product with C vector. Okay, so what is C vector here? C vector is minus I cap plus 2J cap minus 2K cap. It is already given in the question. Okay. Now, do you know how to do the dot product of two given vectors? Whenever we have to do the dot product, we just multiply the coefficient of I with I, the coefficient of J with J, and the coefficient of K with K. So firstly, what is the coefficient of I here? 1 minus alpha. It will be multiplied the coefficient of I, which is given here. Here the coefficient of I is -1. Okay. So 1 minus alpha multiplied by -1. All right. Then plus. What is the coefficient of J? It is minus of 2 minus alpha square. Okay. This will be multiplied by, here the coefficient of J is 2. All right. Then plus, what is the coefficient of k here? Alpha minus 2 will be multiplied by the coefficient of k, which is minus 2. All right. So this will be equals to 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus alpha into minus 1 is plus alpha. All right. Plus, here, when we take this minus inside the brackets, we have minus 2 plus alpha square. And this value is multiplied by 2. Then plus. Here, alpha into minus 2 is minus 2 alpha. Okay, and minus 2 into minus 2 is plus 4. So we have minus 1 plus alpha. Then minus 2 into 2 is minus 4, right? And plus alpha square into 2 is plus 2 alpha square. Then plus minus will be minus 2 alpha plus 4. All right. Minus 4 and plus 4 will be cancelled. So this will be equals to 2 alpha square. Again, alpha minus 2 alpha. Alpha minus 2 alpha is minus alpha. And we have minus 1 remaining. So this is the value for A vector cross B vector dot product C vector. Okay. Now let us find mode of C vector. Okay. Firstly, what is C vector? Let us write C vector. Minus I cap plus 2j cap minus 2k cap. Okay. This is C vector. If we want to find the mode, then we have to take a square root. Now what we have to do is we have to square the coefficient of I, j and k, and we have to add them. Okay. Here, what is the coefficient of I? Minus 1. So minus 1 square plus. Here, what is the coefficient of j? 2. 2 square plus. What is the coefficient of k? Minus 2. So minus 2 square. This is the way to find the mod of any given vector. Okay. So it will be equals to under root of minus 1 square will be 1 plus 2 square is 4. Again, 2 minus 2 square will be 4, right? Because minus 2 into minus 2 will be plus 4. All right. So this is under root of 1 plus 4 plus 4. 1 plus 4 plus 4 is 9. And what is root 9? Root 9 is equal to 3. Okay. So we can say that mod of C vector is equals to 3. We have all the values now. What we have to do is we have to just substitute the values in this given formula. All right. So let's substitute it. Okay. We know that projection of A vector cross B vector on C vector is given by A vector cross B vector dot product C vector divided by mod of C vector. And its value is already given in the equation, which is 30. Now let us substitute both the values. Okay, what is the value for A vector cross B vector dot product C vector? The value is 2 alpha square minus alpha minus 1. Okay, so the numerator will be 2 alpha square minus alpha minus 1 divided by mod of C vector. Mod of C vector is 3, right? This will be equals to 30. Now, 3 will go to the right hand side, so it will be multiplied by 30. So we have 2 alpha square minus alpha minus 1 is equal to 3 into 30 is 90. All right, now let us take all the terms on one side. Okay, so it will be 2 alpha square minus alpha minus 1 minus 90 is equal to 0. So it will be 2 alpha square minus alpha minus 1 minus 90 is minus 91. So it will be equals to 0. What we have to find is the value of alpha here. Okay, so we can use factorization method or splitting the middle term method in order to find the values for alpha, right? Now, firstly, let us understand what is this method. Okay, so in this method, what we have to do is we have to split this middle term in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us find the product of first and last term. Okay, so what is the first term here? 2 alpha square multiplied by last term. Last term is minus of 91. So 2 alpha square into minus of 91 will be minus of 182 alpha square. All right, now listen very carefully. We have to find two numbers whose product should be equal to minus 182 alpha square and whose sum should be equal to the middle term, which is minus of alpha. Okay, so two numbers can be minus 14 alpha plus 13 alpha. Okay, when we add this minus 14 alpha and plus 13 alpha, we get minus of alpha. And when we multiply minus 14 alpha and 13 alpha, then we get minus 182 alpha square. This is the part where you need to do some brainstorming to find the two numbers. Okay. And remember, you have to find the two numbers in such a way that the sum of both the numbers should be equal to the middle term. Okay. Here, what is the middle term? Minus of alpha. And the product of those two numbers should be equal to the product of first and last number. Okay. So now this middle term can be written as 2 alpha square minus 14 alpha plus 13 alpha minus 91 is equal to 0. Okay, you can see that middle term, which is minus alpha, is written as minus 14 alpha plus 13 alpha, because minus 14 alpha plus 13 alpha is eventually equal to minus alpha. This is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. All right, now from the first two terms, 2 alpha is common, right? What is remaining? Alpha minus 7. Then from the next two terms, 13 is common. What is remaining? Alpha minus 7. This will be equals to 0. Okay. Now again, what is common here? Alpha minus 7 is common. What is remaining? 2 alpha plus 13. So 2 alpha plus 13 is equal to 0. From here, we will have two different values of alpha. Okay. When alpha minus 7 will be equals to 0 and when 2 alpha plus 13 will be equals to 0. So in this case, when alpha minus 7 is equal to 0, alpha will be equals to plus 7. All right. And when 2 alpha plus 13 will be equals to 0, then in this case, 2 alpha will be equals to minus 13 and alpha will be equals to minus 13 by 2. Okay. But in the question, a condition is given that alpha is greater than 0. Okay. Means the value of alpha will be always positive since it is given that alpha is greater than 0. So we have to neglect this negative value. We cannot accept this value. Okay. The only value for alpha which we can accept here is alpha is equal to 7, which is obviously greater than 0. Therefore, for this question, the value of alpha is 7 and hence the correct option is option D here. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, the mean and variance of a binomial distribution are alpha and alpha by 3 respectively. P of x is equal to 1 is equal to 4 by 243, then P of x is equal to 4 or 5 is equal to. So when we talk about binomial distribution, the mean is always represented as NP and the variance is always represented as NPQ, where the relation between P and Q is P plus Q is always equals to 1. So this is the basic concept that you should know about binomial distribution. Now moving on to the solution of this question, it is given that the mean and variance of a binomial distributions are alpha and alpha by 3. It means the value of mean is alpha and the value of variance is alpha by 3. Now let us do one thing. Let us put the value of NP here in the formula for variance. Okay, we have NPQ is equal to alpha by 3. And what is NP? NP is alpha. So alpha into Q is equal to alpha by 3, right? This alpha and alpha will be cancelled. So from here, we will have the value of Q, which will be 1 by 3. Now, since we have the value of Q, we can easily find the value of P by using this relation, which is P plus Q is equal to 1. Okay, so let us substitute the value of Q here in this part. So P plus Q, what is Q? 1 by 3 is equal to 1. So P will be equals to 1 minus 1 by 3. On taking the LCM, LCM will be 3 and the numerator will be 3 minus 1. So P will be equals to 3 minus 1 is 2, 2 by 3. Now we have the value of P and Q. Now we need to understand a very basic formula for binomial distribution. And the formula is P of x is equal to R is equals to NCR multiplied by P power R multiplied by Q power N minus R. This is a very important formula for the binomial distribution. Okay, I hope the formula is clear to you. Now, a value is given in the question, which is P of x is equal to 1 is equal to 4 by 243. P of x is equal to 1 is equals to 4 by, what is the value? 4 by 243. Yes, 4 by 243. All right. But we know that this is the formula for binomial distribution. We can use this formula. Okay, P of x is equal to 1 means here R is 1. All right. So this will be NC1 multiplied by p power r. What is r? R is 1. So p power 1 multiplied by q power n minus r. So n minus 1. This will be equals to 4 by 243. All right. Now, we know that NC1 is always equals to n. So this will be n multiplied by p. P power 1 is p, right? Multiplied by q power n minus 1. Okay. This is equals to 4 by 243. Now what we have to do is we have to substitute the value of p and q here. So we have n multiplied by p. What is the value of p? 2 by 3. We have already found it. What is the value of q? Q is 1 by 3. Power n minus 1. It is equal to 4 by 243. All right. So when we solve this, here we have n into 2 by 3 into 1 by 3 power n minus 1 is equals to 4 by 243. When we solve this, then we get a value of n which is equal to 6. Okay. Now we have the value of n. It means we can easily find the probability for x is equal to 4 or 5. You can see that in the question. It is given that we have to find the value for p of x is equal to 4 or 5. Okay. So p of x is equal to 4 or 5 means we have two values for r now. Okay. What is the formula? Formula is p of x is equal to r. But we have p of x is equal to 4 or 5. It means that first we have to put r is equal to 4 and then we have to put r is equal to 5. Okay. And since or is written here means we have to add both the values. So what is the formula? NCR. What is n? 6. 6CR. We are taking first 4SR. Okay. So 6C4 multiplied by P power R. What is P? 2 by 3. Power R. Remember in the first case R is 4. So power 4 multiplied by Q power N minus R. What is Q? 1 by 3. N minus R means 6 minus 4. 6 minus 4 is 2. Now we are considering R as 5. Okay. Because we have to find P of x is equal to 4 or 5. It means we have to find both the values separately and then we have to add them. Okay. So now we are considering R is equal to 5. So it will be again NCR means 6C5 multiplied by P power R. What is R now? 5. Multiplied by Q power N minus R. 6 minus 5 will be 1. All right. Now we need to solve this. Now to solve this 6C4, we need to understand a very, very basic formula which is NCR. NCR is always equals to n factorial divided by r factorial multiplied by n minus r factorial. Okay, here we have 6C4. It means n is 6 and r is 4. So it will be 6 factorial divided by 4 factorial multiplied by 6 minus 4 factorial multiplied by 2 power 4. Now, what is 2 power 4? It means 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. So it will be 16 divided by 3 power 4. 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 gives 81. Multiplied by 1 by 3 square. 1 square is 1 and 3 square is 9. Plus 6C5. It means 6 factorial divided by 5 factorial multiplied by 6 minus 5 factorial. Again, 2 power 5 is 32 divided by 3 power 5 is 400. 3 power 5 means 3 will be multiplied by 3 5 times. Okay, means 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3. So we get 243. Okay, don't get confused here. 3 power 5 means 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3. Okay, we have to multiply 3 5 times. Okay, so this gives 243. Then we have 1 by 3 power 1. So 1 by 3 power 1 will be 1 by 3, right? Now, this will be 6 factorial divided by 4 factorial into 6 minus 4 is 2 factorial multiplied by 16 upon 81 into 1 by 9. So let it be 16 upon 81 into 9 plus 6 factorial divided by 5 factorial multiplied by 6 minus 5 is 1. Okay. So 1 factorial is 1 only. So no need to write it. Then this is multiplied by 32 divided by 243 into 1 by 3. Okay. I hope this step is clear to you. So now 6 factorial can be written as 6 into 5 into 4 factorial divided by 4 factorial multiplied by 2 factorial is 2 into 1. Okay. So this 4 factorial and 4 factorial will be cancelled. 2 into 1 is 2 and 2 into 3 is 6. Then it is multiplied by 16 divided by 81 into 9 plus 6 factorial can be written as 6 into 5 factorial divided by 5 factorial. Again this 5 factorial and 5 factorial will be cancelled. This is multiplied by 32 by 243. Again multiplied by 1 by 3. So here we have 3 into 5, 15, right? Multiplied by 16 divided by 81 into 9. Then plus, here we have 6 multiplied by 32 divided by 243 multiplied by 1 by 3. Okay. Now, this terms will be cancelled. 3 into 5 is 15. 3 into 3 is 9. All right. 3 into 5 is 15 and 3 into 3 is 9. So here we have 5 into 16 divided by 81 into 3 plus again 3 into 1 is 3 and 3 into 2 is 6. So 2 into 32 divided by 243. All right. So again, this will be equals to, here you can see that in the numerator, we have 16 into 5. 16 into 5 is 80 divided by 81 into 3. 81 into 3 is 243 plus. Now we have 32 into 2. 32 into 2 is 64 divided by 243. You can see that the denominator is same. So we can write it once, right? And what is the numerator? 80 plus 64. What is 80 plus 64? It is 144 and divided by 243. All right. Now, if we cancel these terms, 144 divided by 243, this will be equals to 16 upon 27. Okay. So this is the correct answer for this question. And now let's have a look towards the options. Out of all the options, the correct option will be option C, which is 16 divided by 27. So I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned about the basic formula for binomial distribution. And what is the formula? P of x is equal to r is equals to NCR multiplied by P power r multiplied by Q power n minus r. So this is the most important formula to remember, because you can see that in the paper for JEE mains, the questions of binomial distribution always comes frequently. So you need to remember this formula, because in every paper you can see one question or two questions from binomial distribution. So I hope this question is clear to you. Next question is, let E1, E2, E3 be three mutually exclusive events such that probability of E1 is equal to 2 plus 3p upon 6, probability of E2 is equal to 2 minus p upon 8, probability of E3 is equal to 1 minus p upon 2. If the maximum and minimum values of P are P1 and P2, then P1 plus P2 is equal to. One thing is clear for this question, that we have three different mutually exclusive events and the probability of each of the events is given. So if we take the sum of the probabilities of all these events, then the sum will be less than or equal to 1. Okay, it will be less than or equal to 1 and it will be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, it means the sum will be more than or equal to 0, but it will be less than or equal to 1. One thing is clear, because we know that probability of any event is not greater than 1. Okay, so we can say that the sum of probability of E1 plus probability of E2 plus probability of E3 will be less than equals to 1 or greater than equals to 0. Okay, so this is the main concept that we have to use here. Now let us simply do the sum of all the probabilities. So we have 0 less than equals to, what is P of E1? It is 2 plus 3p divided by 6 plus probability of E2 is 2 minus p divided by 8 plus probability of E3 is 1 minus p divided by 2. It is less than equals to 1. Now what we have to do is we have to simply take the sum of all the values. When we take the sum of all the values, then we get P lies between 2 by 3 and 1. Okay. So here you can see that we have two values for P. Okay. P is equal to 2 by 3 and P is equal to 1. So P is equal to 2 by 3 and P is equal to 1. But one question arises in mind that why we have two different values of P? Because in the question it is given that there are maximum and minimum values of P which are P1 and P2. Okay. So here, what is the maximum value? 1 or 2 by 3? 1. 1 is the maximum value, means it is P1. And the minimum value is 2 by 3, which is P2. Right? 1 is greater than 2 by 3. That is why it is maximum value. So we have P1 is equal to 1 and P2 is equal to 2 by 3. What we have to find is we have to find sum of P1 plus P2. So P1 plus P2 will be 1 plus 2 by 3. Now let's take the LCM. LCM will be 3 and the numerator will be 3 into 1, 3 plus 2. So it will be 5 by 3. So this is the correct answer for this question. In this question, the main concept that you have to remember is the sum of all the probabilities here for each event will be less than or equals to 1. Okay, it will not be greater than 1. So this is the very, very important concept that you should remember here. So now let's have a look towards the options. The correct answer is 5 by 3. Therefore, the correct option is option B here. Next question is, let S is equal to theta belongs to 0, 2 pi such that 8 power 2 sine square theta plus 8 power 2 cos square theta is equal to 16. Then n of S plus summation of theta belongs to S sec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta into cosec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta is equal to. First of all, we have to solve the set which is given here. We have a set S in which theta belongs to 0, 2 pi. All right. And in order to find the value of this expression, first we need to know the total number of elements that are present in set S, because you can see that the first part here is n of S. N of S means total number of elements in the set S. All right. And for the next part, the summation of theta is belonging to S, means the values of theta will belong to the given set S. So in order to get the value of this expression, we first need to solve the given set which is S, and we need to find the total number of elements in the set S. All right. So in set S, we have a equation which is 8 power 2 sine square theta plus 8 power 2 cos square theta is equal to 16. We know that in trigonometry, there is a property which is cos square theta is equal to 1 minus sine square theta. So let's substitute the value of cos square theta here. So we have 8 power 2 sine square theta plus 8 power 2 into cos square theta. What is cos square theta? 1 minus sine square theta. This is equals to 16. Further, when we solve it, it will be 8 power 2 sine square theta plus 8 power 2 minus 2 sine square theta is equal to 16. Now we have to use a very, very basic property, which is if we have x power a minus b, then it is equals to x power a divided by x power b. All right. So here you can see that we have 8 power 2 minus 2 sine square theta, which is in the same form as x power a minus b. So the expression becomes 8 power 2 sine square theta plus 8 power 2 divided by 8 power 2 sine square theta. And this is equal to 16. All right. We have used this basic concept here. Then now let us do one thing. Let us put 8 power 2 sine square theta is equals to t, just to simplify this expression. Okay. So if this value is equal to t, then the given expression changes to t plus 8 square is 64 divided by t is equal to 16. Now a quadratic equation will be formed. Okay. How it will be formed? We have to take the LCM here. When we take the LCM, LCM will be t and the numerator will be t square plus 64 is equals to 16. All right. So t square plus 64 will be equals to 16t. When this t will go to the right hand side, it will be multiplied. Now let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms on one side. So we have t square minus of 16t plus 64 is equal to 0. Now what we have to do is we have to find the values of t here. Okay. In order to find the values of t, we have to use splitting the middle term method. So firstly, let us write the quadratic equation which is formed here. T square minus of 16t plus 64 is equal to 0. Now, firstly, let us understand what is splitting the middle term method. In this method, we have to split this middle term of the quadratic equation in such a way that we need to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So here, what is the product of first and last term? First term is t square multiplied by last term is 64. So the product of first and last term is 64 t square, right? Now the two numbers can be minus 8t minus 8t. Because when we add minus 8t and minus 8t, we get minus 16t, which is the middle term, right? And when we multiply minus 8t with minus 8t, then we get 64t square, which is the product that we need, okay? So it will be t square minus, now this 16t can be splitted as minus 8t minus 8t, right? Because minus 8t minus 8t is eventually equal to minus 16t. Then we have plus 64 is equal to 0. You can see that now the middle term is splitted here. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. All right. So from here, the first and second term and the third and fourth term. Okay. If we look at the first and second term, t is common here and the remaining terms are t minus a. Then if we look at the third and fourth term, minus of 8 is common here and the remaining terms will be t minus 8 and this is equals to 0. Again, t minus 8 is common. So let us take t minus 8 common. What is remaining? T minus 8. All right. So if t minus 8 is equals to 0, then from here we can say that t is equals to 8. For both these factors, the value of t will be 8 because both are t minus 8, right? So we have the value of t which is 8. Okay, so we can say that t is equal to 8. But what is t? T is actually 8 power 2 sine square theta, right? We have assumed this value. So we are substituting the value of t here again. So 8 power 2 sine square theta is equals to 8, right? Here you can see that in left hand side and the right hand side, base is same and the powers are different. Here the power is 2 sine square theta and here the power is 1. Again, we have to use a very basic concept that if we have x power a is equal to x power b, in this case, a will be equals to b. Okay, means whenever the base is same in the left hand side and the right hand side, then their powers will be equal. Okay, so in this case, what are the powers? The powers are 2 sine square theta and in the right hand side, the power is 1. So both the powers will be equal. So if 2 sine square theta is equal to 1, then sine square theta will be equals to 1 by 2. And if we talk about sine theta will be equals to plus minus 1 upon under root of 2, right? But in the question, it is given that theta specially belongs to 0, 2 pi. Okay. So here we have to identify the values of theta between 0 and 2 pi, which gives plus minus 1 by root 2. Okay. So the possible values of theta will be pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, 5 pi by 4 and 7 pi by 4. Okay, these are the values of theta which we will keep here in the place of theta and we get plus minus 1 by root 2. Okay, it means that sine pi by 4, sine 3 pi by 4, sine 5 pi by 4 and sine 7 pi by 4 will be equal to plus or minus 1 upon root 2. And these are the possible values of theta which lies between 0 and 2 pi. Okay. So the total number of values are 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we can say that the number of values for theta that lies in the set S is 4. So n of S, which is the number of values or the number of elements in set S is 4. All right. You can see that we have easily solved the first part, which is n of s. Now what we have to do is we have to solve this summation part. So first, let us write it. All right. So we have summation of theta belongs to s, then sec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta multiplied by cosec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta. All right. Now we have to solve this expression and we have to get the value of this expression. Okay. So here we know that sec theta is equal to 1 upon cos theta and cosec theta is equals to 1 upon sin theta. These are some basic properties in the trigonometry. Okay. So this expression becomes summation of theta belongs to s. Sec theta can be written as 1 upon cos theta. So 1 upon cos theta. Here what is theta? Pi by 4 plus 2 theta. Then again multiplied by cosec theta is equal to 1 upon sin theta. So we can write cosec pi by 4 plus 2 theta as 1 upon sin pi by 4 plus 2 theta. So it is 1 upon sin pi by 4 plus 2 theta. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us multiply and divide by 2 here. So this expression becomes summation of theta belongs to s. 2 divided by 2 sin pi by 4 plus 2 theta multiplied by cos pi by 4 plus 2 theta. All right. So here you can see that in the denominator, the expression is in the form of 2 sin theta cos theta. What is 2 sin theta cos theta? It is equal to sin 2 theta. This is another formula in the trigonometry. This is the formula for sin 2 theta, which is 2 sin theta cos theta. So we can substitute this value here. So it becomes summation of theta belongs to s, 2 divided by. Here we have 2 sin theta cos theta. So it will be sin 2 theta. So sin 2 multiplied by theta. What is theta here? Pi by 4 plus 2 theta. Right? So again, this will be equals to summation of theta belongs to s, 2 divided by sine of 2 into pi by 4 is pi by 2 plus 2 into 2 theta is 4 theta. Okay. So now we have summation of theta belongs to s, 2 divided by sine of pi by 2 plus 4 theta. All right. Now again, there is a very basic concept that sine pi by 2 plus theta is always equals to cos theta. All right. Here we have sine pi by 2 plus 4 theta. So it will be equals to cos 4 theta, right? So this expression changes to summation of theta belongs to s, 2 divided by sine pi by 2 plus theta is cos theta. Here we have sine pi by 2 plus 4 theta. So it will be cos of 4 theta. Again, we know that 1 upon cos theta is equals to sec theta. So we can say that 1 upon cos 4 theta will be equals to sec 4 theta, right? So again, this expression will change to summation of theta belongs to s, 2 into sec 4 theta. All right. Why 2 into sec 4 theta? Because you can see that we have 2 divided by cos 4 theta. It means this is actually 2 multiplied by 1 upon cos 4 theta, and 1 upon cos 4 theta is sec 4 theta. So it becomes 2 sec 4 theta. Now, since theta here belongs to s, it means we have to put all the values of theta from the set s. We know that there are total 4 values of theta, right? And we have to put the values of theta here. We have to put all the values. But from here, we can use a very simple trick. We know that theta is equal to pi by 4, right? So 4 theta will be equals to pi, right? Taking this 4 to the left hand side. Similarly, for this part, 4 theta will be equals to 3 pi, right? Then for this part, 4 theta will be equals to 5 pi. And for this part, 4 theta will be equals to 7 pi. Okay, why we are writing in terms of 4 theta? Because here we have 4 theta. Okay, so just to simplify this expression, we can write the value of theta in terms of 4 theta, right? So this will be equals to 2 multiplied by sec 4 theta. What is the first value? The first value is theta is equal to pi by 4. So when theta is equal to pi by 4, then 4 theta will be equals to pi. All right. So sec pi plus next value will be sec of 3 pi plus sec of 5 pi plus sec of 7 pi. I hope this step is clear to you. See, we have 4 different values of theta, right? Theta is equal to pi by 4. So when we take this 4 to the left hand side, we have 4 theta is equals to pi. Then when theta is equal to 3 pi by 4, then again taking 4 to that side, then we get 4 theta is equals to 3 pi. Okay. Similarly, when theta is equal to 5 pi by 4, then again 4 theta will be equals to 5 pi. And at last, when theta will be equals to 7 pi by 4, then 4 theta will be equals to 7 pi. So you can see that we have 4 different values of 4 theta: pi, 3 pi, 5 pi, and 7 pi. Okay. Now, do you know what is the values for 7 sec pi, sec 3 pi, sec 5 pi, and sec 7 pi? The values are sec pi is -1, sec 3 pi is also -1, sec 5 pi is also -1, and sec 7 pi is also -1. Okay. So this will be equals to 2 multiplied by -1, -1, -1, -1. We have to add all these terms. So it will be -4, right? 2 into -4 is -8. This is the value for the summation part, right? This is the value for the summation part. Okay, means we have solved this part and we get -8. Okay, at last we have to add both these values. So what is n of s? N of s is 4, right? N of s means the number of elements in the set S. The number of values for theta in set S is 4. And plus, what is the value for this summation part? We have just solved it. The value is -8, right? Okay. Let's check it also. We have just solved it and the value is -8. At last, we have to add both the values, okay? Because you can see that here there is the sign for plus, okay? So 4 plus -8 is actually equals to -4. So this is the value for this equation, okay? The value for this given expression, which is n of s plus summation of theta belongs to s, sec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta into cosec of pi by 4 plus 2 theta is equal to -4. So we can say that the correct option is option C here. In this question, we have used so many basic properties or identities related to trigonometry. So I hope all the basic concepts are clear to you. And I hope the question is clear to you now. Next question is tan of 2 tan inverse 1 by 5 plus sec inverse root 5 by 2 plus 2 tan inverse 1 by 8 is equal to. Firstly, let us write the given expression. The given expression is tan of 2 tan inverse 1 by 5 plus sec inverse root 5 by 2 plus 2 tan inverse 1 by 8. You can see that in these two terms, we have 2 tan inverse. Okay, means 2 is common here. So let us write both these terms together and let us take 2 common. So if we take 2 common from this term and this term, then the remaining terms will be tan inverse 1 by 5 plus tan inverse 1 by 8, right? And what is the last term? Plus sec inverse root 5 by 2. All the terms are in the form of 10 except this term. So let us do one thing. Let us transform this term in the form of tan. We know that sec is the reciprocal of cos. Okay. Cos theta is base upon hypotenuse and sec theta is hypotenuse upon base. Okay. So let us consider a right angle triangle here. What is the ratio here for sec? Root 5 by 2. It means that hypotenuse is root 5 and base is 2. So this is root 5 and this is 2. Now we have to use the Pythagoras theorem to find the perpendicular. The Pythagoras theorem is hypotenuse square is equal to perpendicular square plus base square. What is hypotenuse? Root 5. So root 5 square is equal to perpendicular square plus base square. What is base? 2. So 2 square. So from here perpendicular square will be root 5 square minus 2 square. What is root 5 into 5? It is 5, right? So p square will be 5 minus 2 into 2 is 4. So p square is equal to 1 and p will be equals to 1. Okay. So the perpendicular is 1 here. Now we can easily find tan theta. Okay. What is tan theta? Tan theta is perpendicular upon base. Okay. So tan theta will be perpendicular 1 upon base 2. Okay. It means that sec inverse root 5 by 2 is basically equal to tan inverse 1 by 2. All right. So we can write it as tan of 2 into tan inverse 1 by 5 plus tan inverse 1 by 8 plus sec inverse root 5 by 2 is equal to tan inverse 1 by 2, right? We have found this value for tan theta here, which is 1 by 2. And since in this expression we have inverse, so we are writing it in terms of inverse. Okay. Now we have to use a very, very important formula here. And the formula is tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. It is equals to tan inverse x plus y divided by 1 minus x into y. You can see that this is tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. So in this part, we have to apply the formula for tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. So firstly, we have 10, then multiplied by 2. Now we have to apply tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. X is 1 by 5 and y is 1 by 8. So it will be tan inverse x plus y. 1 by 5 plus 1 by 8 divided by 1 minus x into y. So 1 minus 1 by 5 into 1 by 8. All right. Then we have plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Okay. Now we have to further solve this. So it will be tan of 2 tan inverse 1 by 5 plus 1 by 8 divided by 1 by 5 into 1 by 8 is 40. So 1 minus 1 by 40. All right. And then plus tan inverse 1 by 2. All right. Now we have to simplify this part. So let's simplify it. Tan of 2 tan inverse. Okay. Here the LCM will be 40 in the numerator and okay. See, this part is the numerator. So when we talk about this part, here the LCM will be 40. Okay. And in this case, the numerator will be 8 plus 5 divided by. Now in this part also the LCM will be 40 and the numerator will be 40 minus 1. All right. Then we have plus tan inverse 1 by 2. So this will be equals to tan of 2 tan inverse 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 by 40 divided by 40 minus 1 is 39 divided by 40. All right. This 40 and 40 will be cancelled and we will have plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Now again, it will be in the form of tan of 2 tan inverse 13 by 39. And then we have plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Again, we have to use the formula for 2 tan inverse x. Do you know what is the value for 2 tan inverse x? The formula is 2 tan inverse x is equal to tan inverse 2x divided by 1 minus x square. Okay. You can see that we have 2 tan inverse x. The value of x is 13 by 39. So we will use this formula here. So this expression becomes tan of 2 tan inverse x is tan inverse 2x means tan inverse 2 into 13 by 39 divided by 1 minus x square. So 1 minus 13 by 39 whole square. Then plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Okay. Here 13 into 1 is 13. 13 into 3 is 39. Okay. Similarly, this will be also 1 by 3. So we will have tan of tan inverse 2 into 1 by 3 divided by 1 minus 1 by 3. 1 by 3 whole square. Okay. The square is also present here. Now, plus tan inverse 1 by 2. You can see that in the numerator, we have tan inverse 2x divided by 1 minus x square. Okay, what is x? X is 13 by 39. That is why it's square. And 13 by 39 is 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 square. So this will be equals to tan of tan inverse 2 into 1 by 3 is 2 by 3 divided by 1 minus the square of 1 by 3 will be 1 by 9 plus tan inverse 1 by 2, right? Now let us further solve this. So tan of tan inverse 2 by 3 divided by here the LCM will be 9, okay? And the numerator will be 9 minus 1 plus tan inverse 1 by 2, all right? So this will be equals to tan of tan inverse 2 by 3 divided by 9 minus 1 is 8. 8 by 9. All right. Plus tan inverse 1 by 2. I hope this step is clear to you. Now 3 into 1 will be 3. 3 into 3 will be 9. So this will be tan of tan inverse. This 3 will go to the numerator. Okay. So it will be 2 multiplied by 3 divided by 8. 8 is remaining here. Okay. Then we have plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Okay. So this value will be equals to tan of tan inverse 2 into 3 is 6. 6 by 8 plus tan inverse 1 by 2. What is 6 by 8? It is 3 by 4. Okay. 2 into 3 is 6 and 2 into 4 is 8. So it will be tan of tan inverse 3 by 4 plus tan inverse 1 by 2. Again, we have to use the formula for tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. Okay. This is in the form of tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. What is the formula? Let us write it again. Tan inverse x plus tan inverse y is equal to tan inverse x plus y divided by 1 minus x into y. Okay. So this is the formula. We have to use this formula. So let's apply this formula here. Tan of tan inverse x plus tan inverse y. Here x is 3 by 4 and y is 1 by 2. So it is tan inverse x plus y means 3 by 4 plus 1 by 2 divided by 1 minus x into y. What is x? 3 by 4 into y. What is y? 1 by 2. All right. Now we have to further solve this. So it will be tan of tan inverse 3 by 4 plus 1 by 2. Okay. Then divided by 1 minus 3 by 4 into 1 by 2 will be 3 by 8. All right. Now further we have to solve this. All right. Now, in order to solve this, we need to understand the basics here. Okay. Don't get confused with the numbers here. You just have to apply the simple math to solve this. Okay. So here we have to take the LCM first. So tan of tan inverse in the numerator part, the LCM will be 4. Okay. And then the numerator will be 3 plus 2 divided by in the denominator part, LCM will be 8. And for this part, the numerator will be 8 minus 3. All right. So again, this becomes tan of tan inverse 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 upon 4 divided by 8 minus 3 is again 5. 5 upon 8. All right. So this will be equals to tan of tan inverse 5 by 4 multiplied by 8 by 5. Okay. We know that if we have this form a upon b upon c upon d, then it is always equals to a upon b multiplied by d upon c. Okay. Here also we have a upon b upon c upon d. That is why it is a upon b multiplied by d upon c. This 5 and 5 will be cancelled. 4 into 1 is 4 and 4 into 2 is 8. So we have tan of tan inverse 2. Okay. This tan and tan inverse will be also cancelled. So the final answer will be equals to 2. So the value for the given expression is 2 here. And hence the correct answer is also 2. Now let's check the options. Out of all the options, the correct option will be option B, which is 2. In this question, we have used so many basic formulas related to trigonometry, and we have also learned how to use the Pythagoras theorem to find the hypotenuse or perpendicular or base. All right. So you have to remember so many basic formulas in order to solve this kind of questions. These questions are very simple if you know the formula. So I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is the statement negation of P double implies negation of Q and Q is. This question is a very simple question because in this question you must remember only a single formula. Then you can easily find the correct option for this question. So firstly, let us understand the formula that we have to use here. The basic formula is negation of P double implies negation of Q and Q is always equivalent to P double implies Q or Q. All right. So this is the very important formula to remember. Okay. So now we have this term. We have negation of P double implies negation of Q and Q. It means that this term will be equivalent to P double implies Q or Q. Okay, this is a direct formula based question, right? Now, let us talk about this term. P double implies Q and Q. If we talk about this term, then this term will be equivalent to P and Q. We can understand this by making a Venn diagram. Okay, so let's make Venn diagram here. This is P and this is Q. All right. Now, if we are talking about P double implies Q, then the Venn diagram will be this shaded section. So this will be the Venn diagram for P double implies Q. All right. Now, let us make another Venn diagram. This is P and this is Q. Now, we are making it for if P then Q. Okay. So, if P then Q is the condition here. And the Venn diagram will be all the region except the P region alone. We have to take the intersection for P and Q also, right? So this is the whole region. You can see that in this only the region in which P is alone is not included, except this, all the other region is included. So this is the Venn diagram for if P, then Q, all right? And this is the Venn diagram for P double implies Q. That is why we can say that P double implies Q and Q will be equivalent to P and Q. You can see it through Venn diagram also. P double implies Q and Q will be equal to P and Q, right? So that is why we can say that this given expression, negation of P double implies negation of Q and Q will be equivalent to P double implies Q and P. All right. So the correct option for this question will be option D here. This was a directly formula based question. All you have to do is you have to remember this formula. If you know this formula, you can easily get the answer in few seconds. So I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, if for some P, Q and R belongs to R, not all have same sign, one of the roots of the equation P square plus Q square into X square minus 2Q into P plus R into X plus Q square plus R square is equal to 0 is also a root of the equation X square minus 2X minus 8 is equal to 0. Then Q square plus R square divided by P square is equal to. This is a very simple and very interesting question that comes from quadratic equation. First of all, an equation is given here, which is P square plus Q square into X square minus 2Q into P plus R into X plus Q square plus R square is equal to 0. It is given that one of the roots of this equation is also the root of the equation X square minus 2X minus 8 is equal to 0. Okay, here there is a slight mistake for the sign here. The correct equation is X square minus 2X minus 8 is equal to 0. Okay, so it means that this equation have two different roots, right? So let us assume the two roots as alpha and beta. From these two roots, one of the root is also a root for the equation x square minus 2x minus 8 is equal to 0. Means both this equation have a common root. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us find the roots for this quadratic equation. How to find the roots for this quadratic equation? We have to use splitting the middle term method here. Here, what is the middle term? Minus 2x. We have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to minus 2x and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. Here, what is the product of first and last term? First term is x square and last term is minus 8. So x square into minus 8 is minus 8x square. Now we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to minus 2x and whose product should be equal to minus 8x square. Okay. So the two numbers can be minus 4x plus 2x because minus 4x plus 2x gives minus 2x, which is the middle term. And when we multiply both these numbers, minus 4x multiplied by 2x, it gives minus 8x square, which is equal to the product of first and last terms. All right. So the middle term will be splitted in this way. X square minus 4x plus 2x minus 8 is equal to 0. All right. So from the first two terms, x is common. Remaining terms will be x minus 4. Then from the next two terms, 2 is common. Remaining terms will be x minus 4. This is equals to 0. Again, x minus 4 is common. What is remaining? X plus 2. From here, we will get two different values of x. When x minus 4 will be equals to 0, x will be equals to 4. And when x plus 2 will be equals to 0, x will be equals to minus 2. Okay. So we have two different roots of this equation, which is x is equal to 4 and x is equal to minus 2. From both these roots, one root is also the root for the equation p square plus q square into x square minus 2q into p plus r into x plus q square plus r square. But we don't know which one is the common root here. Okay. So let's focus on the question. It is given that p, q and r belongs to r and they do not have the same sign, right? It means we will accept the value which is x is equal to 4. Since the sign is not same for p, q and r, it means that x will be equals to 4. So we can say that the common root between the above two equations is 4. Okay. If 4 is the common root, then it will satisfy the equation. Okay. It means it will satisfy the first equation too. Okay. So let's put x is equal to 4 in this equation. Okay. So when we put x is equal to 4 here, we get p square plus q square into x square. X square means 4 square. So 16 minus 2 into q into x. X is 4. Okay. So 2 into q into 4 will be 8q into p plus r plus q square plus r square is equal to 0. What we have done is we have simply substituted x is equal to 4 in equation number 1 because we know that it is the root for the equation and that is why it will satisfy the equation. All right. Now let us open the brackets here. 16 into p square is 16p square plus 16 into q square is 16q square minus 8 into q into p will be 8qp. Then minus 8q into r will be minus 8qr plus q square plus r square is equal to 0. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us write this term and this term together. So it will be 16p square minus 8pq plus q square. Okay. And let us write the remaining terms together. 16q square minus 8qr and r square. So plus 16q square minus 8qr plus r square is equal to 0. Why we have written the terms separately here? Because you can see that this value is actually equals to 4p minus q whole square and this value is equals to 4q minus r whole square. All right. How it is equal? See, when we open this brackets, 4p minus q whole square, here we need to use a very basic formula which is a minus b whole square. A minus b whole square is a square plus b square minus 2 into a into b. Similarly, 4p minus q whole square will be 4p square. 4p square means 16p square, right? Then plus b square. B square means q square minus 2 into a into b. So 2 into 4p into q is 8pq, which is equal to this value. So we can say that 16p square minus 8pq plus q square is actually the expansion of 4p minus q whole square. And similarly, 16q square minus 8qr plus r square is the expansion of 4q minus r whole square. Let's check this too. 4q minus r whole square will be 4q square, which is 16q square, right? Plus r square minus 2 into 4q into r. So 8qr, right? So we can say that both these terms are the expansion of these values, okay? So now both these values, you can see that both are the squares. And when sum of squares is equal to 0, okay, here we have the sum of the squares. So in which case the sum of square is equal to 0? If individually these values will be 0, then only their sum will be 0, right? So individually means when 4p minus q will be equals to 0 and when 4q minus r will be equals to 0, then only their sum of the squares will be equal to 0. So when 4p minus q is equal to 0, 4p is equal to q. And when 4q minus r is equal to 0, then 4q is equal to r, right? Okay. So here we have 4p is equal to q, right? From here we can get the value of q, which is 4 into p, right? Let us do one thing. Let us substitute the value of q here. So we have 4 into q. What is q? Q is 4p. So it becomes 4 into 4p is equal to r. So 16p will be equals to r. Now we have the value of q and now we have the value of r. All we have to do is we have to put it in the expression. Let's look towards the question. We have to find the value for q square plus r square divided by p square. All right. So we have to find q square plus r square divided by p square. What is q? Q is 4p. Its square means 4p square plus r square. What is r? 16p. Its square means 16p square divided by p square. All right. So 4p square will be 16p square. 4 square is 16 and p square will be p square plus 16p whole square means 16 into 16, which is 256, and p square will be p square divided by p square. Now you can see that in the numerator p square is common. So let us take p square common. Remaining terms are 16 plus 256 and divided by p square. This p square and p square will be cancelled. 16 plus 256 gives 272, which is the final answer for this question. All right. So we can say that the correct answer for this question is 272. I hope the question is clear to you. All right. Next question is the number of 5-digit natural numbers such that the product of their digits is 36 is. We have to find a 5-digit natural number. And there is a condition that the product of their digits should be equal to 36. Means the product of all the 5 digits should be equal to 36. There is a very short trick to get that number. And the trick is, first of all, let us write the number. Number is 36. 36 can be written as 9 into 4 because 9 into 4 gives 36. Now again 9 can be written as 3 square. Similarly 4 can be written as 2 square. 3 square means 3 into 3 and 2 square means 2 into 2. Okay. You can see that we have 4 digits 3, 3, 2 and 2. But we need a 5-digit natural number. So let us do one thing. Let us multiply it by 1. Okay. Anything multiplied by 1 gives the same value. When we multiply all these numbers, 3 into 3 is 9. 9 into 2 is 18. 18 into 2 is 36. And 36 into 1 is 36. Okay. So this is the first possible combination of 5-digit natural numbers where the product of the digits is 36. Okay. So what is the first combination? 3, 3, 2, 2, 1. Similarly, 36 can be also written as 6 square, right? 6 square means 6 into 6. And let us do one thing. Let us multiply by 1 3 times because we need a 5-digit number, okay, whose product should be equal to 36. In this case, 6 into 6 is 36. 36 into 1 again 36, into 1 again 36, and into 1 again 36. Okay. So next pair will be 6, 6, 1, 1, 1. Similarly, the other possible pair of 5-digit natural numbers will be 4, 9, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Then next will be 2, 2, 1, 9, 1. Then moving on further, next pair can be 1, 4, 3, 3, 1. Okay. And another pair can be 2, 1, 6, 3, 1. We can check all the pairs. 3 into 3 is 9, 9 into 2 is 18, 18 into 2 is 36, and 36 into 1 is 36. 6 into 6 is 36, and 36 1 multiplied by 1 will give 36 only. 4 into 9 is also 36. 36 into 1 will be 36. Then 2 into 2 is 4. Again, 4 into 1 is 4. 4 into 9 is 36, and 36 into 1 is 36. Similarly, 1 into 4 gives 4, 4 into 3 gives 12, 12 into 3 gives 36, and 36 into 1 gives 36. Then next is 2 into 1 is 2. Okay, 2 into 6 will be 12. 12 into 3 will be 36. So these are the total combinations of a 5-digit natural numbers where the product of the digits is equal to 36. Now you have to listen very carefully. Here you can see that all the numbers are 5 digits. So we can write 5 factorial divided by, you can see that 3 is repeated here. Okay. Means 3 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial. Again, 2 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial. And 1 comes 1 time. So 1 factorial, right? Similarly, for second combination, here we have 5 digits. So 5 factorial divided by 6 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial. 1 comes 3 times. So 3 factorial. Then we have 4, 9, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Here we have total numbers which are 5. So 5 factorial divided by. Okay. You can see that 1 comes 3 times. So 3 factorial, and 4 and 9 comes 1 time only. So it will be 1 factorial. Okay. So 1 factorial into 1 factorial. Then next is 2, 2, 1, 9, 1. Total number of digits are 5. So 5 factorial divided by 2 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial, right? Then 1 also comes 2 times. So again 2 factorial. Next will be also 5 factorial divided by 3 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial. 1 also comes 2 times. So 2 factorial. And 4 comes 1 time. So 1 factorial, right? And the last is 5 factorial divided by. You can see that here 1 comes 2 times. So 2 factorial, and 2 and 3 comes only once, right? It means 1 factorial and 1 factorial. Now we have to find the number of combinations here. We have to solve this factorial. Okay, so here 5 factorial can be written as 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial. All right. So this 2 factorial will be cancelled. Now what is 2 factorial? 2 factorial means 2 into 1. So it is 2 only. Okay. So 2 into 1 is 2 and 2 into 2 is 4. So for the first case, we have 5 into 2 into 3, which is 30 possible combinations. Similarly, for next case, 5 factorial can be written as 5 into 4 into 3 factorial divided by 2 factorial means 2 into 1 multiplied by 3 factorial. 3 factorial and 3 factorial will be cancelled. 2 into 1 gives 2 and 2 into 2 gives 4. So 5 into 2 gives 10. All right. Then next will be 5 into 4 into 3 factorial divided by 3 factorial. See, 1 factorial means 1 only. Okay. So no need to write that. Now 3 factorial and 3 factorial will be cancelled. 5 into 4 is 20. Similarly, next will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial. This 2 factorial and 2 factorial will be cancelled. What is 2 factorial? 2 factorial means 2 into 1. So 2 into 1 is 2 only, right? So 2 ones are 2 and 2 into 2 gives 4. So here we have 5 into 2 into 3, which is again 30, right? 5 into 2 is 10 and 10 into 3 is 30. Then next will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 factorial divided by 2 factorial means 2 into 1. Again 2 factorial will be written as it is. So this 2 factorial and 2 factorial will be cancelled. 2 into 1 gives 2 and 2 into 2 gives 4. Again 5 into 2 into 3 will be 30. Okay. And at last we have 5 factorial means 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 factorial. It can be written in this way divided by 2 factorial. Again 1 factorial is 1 only. Okay. So here 2 factorial and 2 factorial will be cancelled. So now we have 5 into 4 into 3. 5 into 4 is 20. 20 into 3 is 60. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to add all the numbers here. Okay. What are the numbers? 30, 10, 20, 30, then 30 and 60. So let's add all the numbers. So when we add all the numbers, we have 30 plus 30 plus 30 plus 60 plus 20 plus 10, which is equals to 180. So we can say that the total number of 5-digit natural numbers whose product of digits is 36 are 180. Okay. So for this question, the correct answer is 180. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, the series of positive multiples of 3 is divided into sets 3, then 6, 9, 12, then 15, 18, 21, 24, 27 and so on. Then the sum of elements in the 11th set is equal to. You can see that the positive multiple of 3 are divided into different sets. And in this question, 3 sets are given. Okay. So first of all, we have to notice one thing. In the first set, we have 1 element. In the second set, we have 3 elements. And in the third set, we have 5 elements. You can see that the number of elements in the set are odd numbers. All right. So similarly, in the next set, there will be next odd number means there will be 7 elements. Then followed by there will be 9 elements, then 11 elements, then 13 elements and so on. Okay, but we want the sum of the elements in the 11th set. So in order to get the sum of elements in the 11th set, first we need to know total number of elements that are present in the 11th set, right? This is first set, this is second set, this is third set. Okay, so like this, we have to reach up to 11th set and then we have to identify that how many total elements are present in 11th set. Okay, so you can see that here the number of elements that are present in every set is odd number. It means it is in the form of 2n minus 1. Okay, in this expression, if we put any value of n, then it gives a odd number. Okay, so we want to find the sum of elements in the 11th set. So let us put n is equal to 11 here. When we will put n is equal to 11 here, we will get the total number of elements in the 11th set. All right. So it will be 2 into 11 minus 1. 2 into 11 is 22. 22 minus 1 is 21. Okay. So one thing is clear that in the 11th set, the total number of elements are 21. It means we have to form the sets up to 21. Okay. See, in the first set, we have 1 element. In the second set, we have 3 elements. In the third set, we will have 5th element. Then in next set, we will have 7 elements. Then in next set, we have 9 elements. Then 11, then 13, then 15, 17, 19 and 21. Because we know that in the last set, which is the 11th set, the total number of elements are 21. And we need to find the sum of those elements only. So we will go up to 21 here. All right. So firstly, let us write the first set. First set is consisting of 1 element, which is 3. Second set is consisting of 3 elements. okay, which is 6, 9 and 12. Then next set is consisting of 5 elements. Here there will be 3 because there are 3 elements, right? Next set is consisting of 5 elements. What are the 5 elements? 15, 18, 21, 24 and 27. And remember that these elements are actually the multiples of 3, right? So in next set, there will be 7 elements because 7 is the next odd number, right? So we have to carry on the multiples of 3 after 27. So what is the first multiple of 3 after 27? 30, right? 3 into 10 gives 30. Then 33, then 36, then 39, then 42, then 45, and then 48. So these are the 7 elements in this set, okay? Then in the next set, there will be 9 elements, and the 9 elements which are the multiple of 3 after 48 will be 51, 54, 57, 60, 63, 66, 69, 72, and 75. Then similarly, in the next set, there will be 11 elements, and the 11 elements will be 78, 81, 84, 87, 90, 93, 96, 99, 102, 105, and 108. Remember that we have to write the multiples of 3 in continuous. Okay. You can see in the first set we have 3. Then in the next set, the first element is 3 multiplied by 2, then 3 multiplied by 3, then 3 multiplied by 4. So this series is continuing. Okay. We just have to follow the multiples of 3. Okay. This set, which consists of 11 elements, are the elements which are the multiples of 3 after 75. Okay. Which is actually the last element of the previous set. Okay. So we have to continue the multiples of 3. Okay. So now in the next set, there will be 13 elements. Okay. And the elements will start after 108. So after 108, what will be the multiple of 3? 111. Right. Then 114, 117, 120, 123, 126, 129, 132, 135, 138, 141, 144, and 147. So these are the 13 elements in this set. Okay. In the next set, there will be 15 elements. And the elements will be 150. See, 150 is the multiple of 3 after 147. So I hope now the concept is clear to you. Okay. So next will be 153, then 156, then 159, then 162, 165, 168, 171, 174, 177, 180, 183, 186, 189, and 192. These are the 15 elements in this set. Similarly, next set, there will be 17 elements, right? And the elements will be 195, 198, then 201, 204, 207, 210, 213, 216, 219, 222, 225, 228, 231, and 234, 237, 240, and 243. All right. Then in the next set, there will be 19 elements. This is the 10th set now. Okay. We have to go up to 11th set. So in the 10th set, the elements will be 19 and the elements will be 246, 249, 252, 255, 258, 261, 264, 267, 270, 273, 276, 279, 282, then 285, 288, 291, 294, 297, and 300. All right. Then in the last set, which is the 11th set, there will be 21 elements. We have already found it, right? And you can see in the 10th set, the last element is 300. So after 300, what is the multiple of 3? 303. So next set, which is this set, will start from 303. Then next will be 306, 309, 312, 315, 318, 321, 324, 327, then 330, 333, 336, 339, followed by 342, 345, 348, 351, 354, 357, 360, and 363. These are the 21 elements in the 11th set. Okay, what we have to find is we have to find the sum of all these elements in this set. Okay, means we have to add all these elements. You can see that this is the 11th set because it consists of 21 elements. Okay, we can also count. See, this is the first set, this is second, this is third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, then 9th, 10th, and 11th. So this is the 11th set. We have to find the sum of all the elements in this set. Okay, so when we add all the elements in this set, then we get their sum as 6993. Okay, so for this question, what we have to do is we have to just use the basic concept to form the set again, and we have to reach up to the 11th set, which consists of 21 elements, because we are asked to find the sum of elements in the 11th set. So firstly, we need to find the number of elements, right? Then only we can form the set. So this is the 11th set, and sum of all these numbers is 6993, which is the correct answer for this question. So we can say that the correct answer here is 6993. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is the number of distinct real roots of the equation x power 5 multiplied by x cube minus x square minus x plus 1 plus x into 3x cube minus 4x square minus 2x plus 4 minus 1 is equal to 0 is. We have to find the total number of distinct real roots of the equation. Okay. So firstly, let us write the equation here. It is x power 5 multiplied by x cube minus x square minus x plus 1 plus x multiplied by 3x cube minus 4x square minus 2x plus 4 minus 1 is equal to 0. First, let us multiply these terms. Okay. So x power 5 into x power 3 will be x power 8. We have to use a very basic concept here, which is x power a multiplied by x power b is equal to x power a plus b. When the base is same, then the power is added. Similarly, x power 5 multiplied by minus x square. So it will be minus x power 7. Then minus x power 5 into x. Okay. So x power 6. Then x power 5 into 1 is x power 5. Plus x into 3x cube is 3x power 4. Then x into minus 4x square minus 4x cube. X into minus 2x minus 2x square. X into plus 4 plus 4x and minus 1 is equal to 0. Now we have to find the factors of this equation. How to find the factors? We have to put some values of x which will satisfy this equation. Okay. Here the left hand side is in the form of x and the right hand side is equal to 0. It means we have to put some values of x which will satisfy the equation and which will give the value 0. So let us put x is equal to 1 here. If we are putting x is equal to 1, then x minus 1 will be a factor of this equation. Why x minus 1 will be a factor? Because when x minus 1 is equal to 0, then only x is equal to 1, right? So if x is equal to 1 satisfies this equation, then x minus 1 will be a factor of this equation. So let us try it. Let us put x is equal to 1 here. So 1 power 8 will be 1, minus 1 power 7 will be 1, minus 1 power 6 will be 1. Similarly, plus 1 plus 3 into x power 4 means 3 into 1 power 4. So 3 minus 4 minus 2 plus 4 minus 1 is equal to 0. All right. The power of 1 is considered as n. Okay. So anything raised to 1 always gives as 1. Okay. So here 1 minus 1 will be 0. Again minus 1 plus 1 will be 0. Minus 4 plus 4 will be 0, right? And 3 minus 2 minus 1. 3 minus 2 minus 1 is minus 3. 3 minus 3 is also 0. It means that when we put x is equal to 1, this equation is satisfied. So we can say that x minus 1 is a factor of this equation. Similarly, let us try it with x is equal to minus 1. So if x is equal to minus 1, then x plus 1 is equal to 0 will be a factor of this equation, because when x plus 1 is 0, then only x is equal to minus 1, right? So in this case, x plus 1 will be a factor. Now let's check it. Put x is equal to minus 1 here. So minus 1 power 8, since the power is even, so the answer will be positive. Okay. So 1, then minus 1 power 7 minus 1 power 6 plus minus 1 power 5 plus 3 into 1 power minus 1 power 4 minus 4 into minus 1 cube minus 2 into minus 1 square plus 4 into minus 1 is equal to 0. What we have done is we have simply substituted x is equal to minus 1. All right. Now we have 1. Then here minus will be plus, because the power of 1 is 7, right? It is an odd power. That is why minus 1 power 7 will be minus 1. So minus will be plus. So plus 1. Then again minus, and since here the power is even, so it will be positive 1. Okay. So minus plus will be minus here. Again plus minus 1 power 5 will be minus 1. Then plus, since the power is even here, so it will be 1. So 3 into 1 is 3. Then power is odd here. Okay, so minus 1 cube will be minus 1. Minus 1 into minus 4 is plus 4. Then minus 2 multiplied by 1 will be minus 2. Okay, since the power is even here. Then we have plus 4 into minus 1. 4 into minus 1 is minus 4. And then at last we have minus 1, which is equal to 0. Okay. Here 1 minus 1 will be 0. Again 1 minus 1 will be 0. Plus 4 minus 4 will be 0. And 3 minus 2 minus 1 means 3 minus 3 will be also equals to 0. It means that at x is equal to minus 1, this equation is satisfied. So we can say that x plus 1 is also a factor. Okay. In this way, we get the different factors of the equation that is given in the question. And what are the different factors? The different factors will be x minus 1 square multiplied by x plus 1 and x power 5 plus 3x minus 1 is equal to 0. Okay. We have already seen that x minus 1 is equal to 0 is a factor and x plus 1 is equal to 0 is a factor. And x power 5 plus 3x minus 1 is equal to 0 is also a factor. Okay. Now, from both these terms, we can directly get the value of x, right? But if we want to get a value of x from this term, then how we can get it? Let us do one thing. Let us consider this part as a function. So let f of x is equal to x power 5 plus 3x minus 1. Okay. Now, in order to find the roots for this part, let's differentiate this function. So d by dx of f of x will be f dash x. This will be equals to d by dx of x power 5 plus d by dx of 3x minus d by dx of 1. All right. So before doing the differentiation, we need to understand some basic formulas. And the formulas are d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Okay. We have f dash x is equal to d by dx of x power 5. It is in the form of d by dx of x power n. And what is the formula? N into x power n minus 1. Here, the power which is n is 5. So it will be 5 into x power 5 minus 1, which is 4, right? Plus d by dx of 3x. 3 is a constant, so it will come out d by dx of x is always 1. So 3 into 1 is 3. Then d by dx of 1. 1 is a constant and differentiation of constant is always 0. Okay. So this term will be 0. So no need to write it. Now you can say that the differentiation is 5x power 4 plus 3. So we can say that differentiation is greater than 0, right? Differentiation is positive. It means it is an increasing function. But the function has the odd powers. Okay. In the differentiation, the power is 4. So we can say that it is always positive and it is increasing function. But the function is an increasing function with power which is odd here. You can see that in f of x, the power is odd. So we can say that f dash x is increasing function with or odd power. That is why at x-axis, it will intersect at a single point only. Okay, since it will intersect at a single point, it means that for this part, there will be a single root. Okay, so firstly, for x minus 1 is equal to 0, we have one root. For x plus 1 is equal to 0, we have second root. And for x power 5 plus 3x minus 1, we have third root. So total roots are 3 roots. From all these 3 parts, we are getting 1 roots. So the total number of distinct real roots will be 3. And hence we can say that 3 will be the correct answer for this question. So I hope the concept is clear to you. And the correct answer is 3 here. Next question is, if the coefficient of x and x square in the expansion of 1 plus x power p into 1 minus x power q, where p and q is less than or equals to 15, are minus 3 and minus 5 respectively, then the coefficient of x cube is equal to. In this question, the given values are coefficient of x and x square. Coefficient of x is equal to minus 3 and the coefficients of x square is equals to minus 5. Okay, but they lie in the expansion of this given term. Okay, so firstly, let us do one thing. Let us solve this term, which is 1 plus x power p into 1 minus x power q. Okay, so here 1 plus x power p can be written as 1 plus px plus p into p minus 1 divided by 2 into x square, right? And 1 minus x power q can be written as 1 minus qx plus q into q minus 1 divided by 2 into x square. Okay, now let us multiply all the terms. So firstly, you are multiplying with 1. So it will be 1 minus qx plus q into q minus 1 divided by 2 into x square plus. Now we are multiplying with px. So px into 1 is px. Then px into minus qx will be minus pq x square. Then px into the last term. Okay. So it will be plus pq x cube multiplied by q minus 1 divided by 2. All right. We have multiplied px with the last term. Okay. So pxq into x square will be pqx cube, and what is remaining? Q minus 1 divided by 2. All right. Then now we have to multiply last term with all the terms in the second bracket. So firstly, p into p minus 1 divided by 2 x square into 1 will be p into p minus 1 divided by 2 x square. All right. Then we have p into p minus 1 divided by 2 x square multiplied by minus of qx. So it will be minus of pq x cube divided by p minus 1 divided by 2, right? Then plus. We have to multiply this last term with this last term now, okay? So p into p minus 1 divided by 2 into x square into q minus 1 divided by 2 into x square, okay? So p into p minus 1 divided by 2 into q minus 1 divided by 2 into x square will be x power 4. All right. So this is the simplified equation of the previous step. Okay. Now from here we have to look for the coefficient of x. What is the coefficient of x here? Minus q. And what is the coefficient of x here? P. Okay. It is given in the question that the coefficient of x is equal to minus 3. So what are the coefficients of x? P minus q. This is equals to minus 3. Now, we have to look for the coefficient of x square. Okay. So this is a coefficient of x square. Then this is a coefficient of x square. And this is a coefficient of x square. Right. So what are the terms again? Let us write p into p minus 1 divided by 2 plus q into q minus 1 divided by 2 minus pq. These are the coefficient of x square, right? And the coefficient of x square is equal to minus of 5. It is given in the question. We have two different equations. So consider it as equation number 1 and consider it as equation number 2. Okay. Now, you can see that in the second equation, if we solve this equation, then we get a equation. Okay, we get a different equation. So first let us solve this equation. Let us take LCM here. So the LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be P into P minus 1 plus Q into Q minus 1 minus 2 into PQ. So 2PQ is equals to minus of 5. Okay. Now this 2 will go to the right hand side. So here we have P into P minus 1. P into P is P square minus P into 1 is P plus Q into Q is Q square and Q into minus 1 is minus Q. Minus 2PQ is equal to minus 5 into 2 is minus of 10. Okay. Okay. So now again, we can rearrange these terms. Okay. Here you can see that P square plus Q square minus 2PQ. It is actually the expansion of P minus Q whole square. And what is remaining? Minus P minus Q is equals to minus 10. Okay. You can check that P minus Q whole square is in the same form as A minus B whole square. This is a very basic identity that is used in the polynomials. So A minus B whole square is A square plus B square minus 2AB. Similarly, P minus Q whole square will be P square plus Q square minus 2PQ. So if we take these three terms together, then it is actually the expansion of P minus Q whole square. Okay. And what are the remaining terms? Minus P minus Q. So we have written it here. All right. Now we have P minus Q whole square. We can take minus common from both these terms. So when we take minus common from here, remaining terms will be P plus Q. This is equals to minus of 10. Right. Now we know the value of P minus Q. From equation number 1, P minus Q is minus 3. So let us substitute this value here. Minus 3 whole square minus P plus Q is equal to minus 10. Minus 3 into minus 3 is 9. 9 minus P plus Q will be equals to minus 10. All right. So we can take this minus of P plus Q to the right hand side and minus of 10 to the left hand side. So it will be 9 plus 10 is equal to P plus Q. Whenever the terms are moving from left hand side to right hand side, okay, or if we move any terms from left hand side to right hand side or right hand side to left hand side, then their sign is changed. Okay, so here 9 plus 10 is 19. 19 is equal to P plus Q. Okay, so we have P plus Q as 19. It means we have the value for sum of P and Q. Okay, so from here we can say that P will be equals to 8, right? And Q will be equals to 11. Why so? Because it is given that P and Q is less than or equals to 15. Okay. So if P plus Q is 19 and P and Q is less than or equals to 15, it simply means that P will be equals to 8 and Q will be equals to 11. You can check it. 8 plus 11 is 19. All right. And both 8 and 11 are less than 15, right? So P is equal to 8 and Q is equal to 11. Now what we have to do is we have to put the value of P and Q in the expansion. So first let us write this expansion. Okay, we have 1 plus x power P multiplied by 1 minus x power Q. Okay, so P is 8, so it will be 1 plus x power 8 multiplied by 1 minus x power 11. Okay, because Q is 11, right? Now we can split the powers for 1 minus x. We can write it as 1 plus x power 8. Now we can write it as 1 minus x power 8 multiplied by 1 minus x power 3. Because we know that if the base is same, then the power is added, right? So here also the base is same, then the powers will be added and eventually both these terms will be equal to 1 minus x power 11. So we have splitted these terms, okay? Just to make a formula, which is a plus b into a minus b. It is always equals to a square minus b square. It is a plus b and a minus b. Okay, and the power is 8. So firstly, let us solve a plus b and a minus b. It will be a square minus b square means 1 square minus x square. And what is the power? 8. And what is remaining? 1 minus x whole cube. All right. So here we have 1 minus x square whole power 8 multiplied by 1 minus x whole cube. Okay. So now what we have to do is we have to simply expand this values. Okay. So how we will expand it? First term will become 1 minus 8x square. Then if we expand this term, it will be 1 minus 3x plus 3x square minus x cube. Okay, here we have used the formula for a minus b whole cube. All right. Now from here we can easily find the coefficient of x cube. From here it is very clear that the coefficient of x cube will be minus 1 plus 24, which is equal to 23. All right. So we can say that the coefficient of x cube in the expansion of 1 plus x power p into 1 minus x power q is 23. And hence, the correct answer for this question is also 23. I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned how to identify the coefficient of any variable. The coefficient is something that is present with the variable. Okay. So I hope the question is clear to you. Moving on to the next question. If n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1 minus x power n whole power 2n dx is equal to 1177 multiplied by integral of 0 to 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 dx, then n belongs to n is equal to. Here we have a equation in the form of integrals. So first of all, let us consider this part as I1 and let us consider this part as I2. Okay. So in this question, we have to apply the by parts formula. Okay. So let us first write I1. I1 is equal to integral of 0 to 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 into 1. Okay, this is the part where we have applied the by part. Okay, now why we have applied the by parts here? Because when we will differentiate this, then we will get back I2. Okay, so consider this as first and consider this as second. Now first of all, let us understand the integration by parts formula. Integral of u into v dx is always equals to u into integral of v dx minus integral of du by dx into integral of v dx and again dx. Okay, this is considered as first and this is considered as second. Okay, here first is considered as 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 and second is considered as 1. Okay, so here what is first function? This. So we will write it 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 multiplied by integration of second, integration of 1 dx, right? Then minus integral of du upon dx, okay? Du upon dx into integral of v dx, right? Now what is du upon dx? Differentiation of the first term, okay? Differentiation of the first value means we have to differentiate this part 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1. To differentiate this, firstly we need to understand a formula which is d by dx of x power n. It is equal to n into x power n minus 1. This is x and this is the power n. Okay, so its differentiation will be 2n plus 1 multiplied by 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 minus 1. Okay, because this is n and this whole part is n minus 1. All right. Then again we have to differentiate. U also means again we have to differentiate this 1 minus x power n also. Always remember that whenever we are differentiating x power n, then at last we also have to differentiate x here. Okay. So here what is x? 1 minus x power n. Okay. So again we know that differentiation of 1 will be 0, right? And differentiation of x power n is n into x power n minus 1. Okay. So here it will be minus of n into x power n minus 1 because here there is minus, right? And now this is the part which is du by dx. Now integral of v dx. What is v? V is the second part. This is the second part here which is 1. So integral of 1 dx, right? Now this will be equals to 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 into integral of dx will be x, and here what is the limits? The limits are from 0 to 1. You can see that in the question the limits are from 0 to 1. Then with a negative sign we will have integral from 0 to 1. Then we have 2n plus 1 multiplied by 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 minus 1 will be 0. So 2n, right? Then multiplied by minus of n into x power n minus 1 into integral of 1 dx is again dx. Okay. You have to remember this basic form that integral of dx is always equals to x. Okay. So integral of dx here will be x, right? So this will be 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1 multiplied by x, and the limits are 0 to 1, minus integral of 0 to 1 2n plus 1 into 1 minus x power n whole power 2n multiplied by. Now let us multiply both these terms. Okay. So minus n into x power n minus 1 into x. See, whenever the base are same, the power is added. Okay. So the power will be added here. You can see that here the power of x is 1. The base is same. Okay. Both the bases are x and power is n minus 1 and 1. So whenever base is same, then power is added. Okay. Or we can say that whenever we have this form, x power a into x power b, then it is always equals to x power a plus b. Okay. So similarly, x power n minus 1 into x power 1 will be x power n minus 1 plus 1. Okay. So this minus 1 plus 1 will be cancelled. Okay. Now, first term is the term where you can see that the limits are from 0 to 1. Okay. So when we will apply the limits here, then both these terms will be 0. Okay. So we can say it will be 0. Then from this part, we can take n into 2n plus 1 common. Okay. So let us take n into 2n plus 1 outside. Now what is remaining? Integral of 0 to 1. Here this term is remaining 1 minus x power n whole power 2n, and here what is remaining? Here x power n is remaining. All right. So we have minus of n into 2n plus 1 integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n, and here we have x power n. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us add 1, and if we are adding 1, we also have to subtract 1 just to balance it, right? Now minus of n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n multiplied by. Let us take minus common from this term. Okay. So if we take minus out from this term, then inside it will be minus of x power n minus 1 plus 1 and dx, right? Now this minus and this minus will be plus. So we have n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n, and multiplied by, here we can write it as 1 minus x power n, and what is remaining? Minus 1 dx. We have just rearranged this terms, nothing else. Okay. Now this value will be multiplied with both these values. Okay. So n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1. Firstly, we are multiplying 1 minus x power n whole power 2n with 1 minus x power n. So 1 minus x power n whole power 2n multiplied by 1 minus x power n whole power 1. Okay. Then again we are multiplying this with minus 1. Okay. So here we will have 1 minus x power n whole power 2n multiplied by minus 1 and dx. All right. So n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1. Here you can see that the base is same. So the power will be added, right? So 1 minus x power n, and what is the power? 2n plus 1. Okay. Then when this value will be multiplied with minus 1, it will be minus. So minus of 1 minus x power n whole power 2n and dx. Okay. Now let us separate the integral part here. So it will be n into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1, and minus integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n and dx. Okay. We have separated the integral part. Now we have to multiply n into 2n plus 1 with both these terms here. Okay. This is the first term and this is the second term. Okay. So let us multiply it. N into 2n plus 1 into integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1, and then we have a negative sign. So minus of n into 2n plus 1 multiplied by integral of 0 to 1 1 minus x power n whole power 2n dx. Okay. Now in the starting of the question, we have assumed two values. Okay. And the values were I1 and I2. Okay. So integral of 0 to 1, 1 minus x power n whole power 2n plus 1. This part is I1. All right. And integral of 0 to 1, 1 minus x power n whole power 2n dx is I2. So this part is I2. Okay. So basically we can write it as I1 and I2. So n into 2n plus 1 into I1 minus n into 2n plus 1 into I2. Okay. And this is the value for I1. You can see that we are eventually solving I1, right? So this is equal to I1. Okay, now let us do one thing. We have to take the same terms on one side. So we can take the terms of I1 on one side, right? So see here now we have I1 is equal to n into 2n plus 1 into I1 minus n into 2n plus 1 into I2, right? So let us do one thing. Let us take the terms of I1 on one side and let us take the terms of I2 on another side. Here we have a single term of I2, right? So it will be on another side. Okay. So now here it will be I1 minus n into 2n plus 1 into I1 is equal to minus of n into 2n plus 1 into I2. All right. Or we can do one more thing, that we can take this term on the left hand side and we can take this I1 on the right hand side. Okay. But it will make no sense because both the answers will be same. Okay. So we can take any terms on any side. So from here you can see that I1 is common. We can take I1 common. Okay. What is remaining? 1 minus n into 2n plus 1. Okay. This is equals to minus of n into 2n plus 1 into I2. Let us do one thing. Let us take minus outside from this value. So it will be minus of I1 into 1 plus n into 2n plus 1, right? And this will be equals to minus of n into 2n plus 1 into I2. Both the minus will be cancelled. So now we have I1 into 1 plus n into 2n plus 1 is equal to n into 2n plus 1 into I2. Okay. Now we have to again focus on the question. The value for this part, n into 2n plus 1 into I2 was given 101,077. Okay. This is the value for n into 2n plus 1 into I2. You can see that this term is I2. So we have to substitute this value here. Okay. N into 2n plus 1 into I2 is here. So we can say that 1 plus n into 2n plus 1 is equals to 1,177. Okay. We have just replaced the value for this part. All right. So we have the equation 1 plus n into 2n plus 1 is equal to 1,177. Okay. Now let us open the brackets here. 1 plus n into 2n is 2n square. Then n into 1 is n. This is equals to 1177. Let us take the number on one side. Okay. Or let us take all the values on left hand side. So it will be 2n square plus n plus 1 minus 1177 is equal to 0. Okay, we have just rearranged the terms here. We have first written 2n square, then n, then plus 1. And since this number is on the right hand side, so when it will come to the left hand side, then its sign will be changed. Okay, so 2n square plus n, 1 minus 1177 will be minus of 1176, right? Now all we have to do is we have to find the value of n here. Okay. And to find the value of n, we will use splitting the middle term method. Again, in this method, the middle term is splitted in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So here, what is the first term? 2n square. What is the last term? Minus 1176. When we multiply both these terms, then we get minus of 2352 n square. Okay. Now we want two numbers whose sum should be equal to n and whose product should be equal to minus of 2352 n square. Okay. So the two numbers can be 49n minus 48n. See, when we add both these values, 49n plus minus of 48n, it gives n, right? And when we multiply both these values, 49n multiplied by minus of 48n, then it is equals to minus of 2352 n square. Okay. It means that the middle term will be splitted as 49n minus 48n. Okay, or we can also write it as minus 48n plus 49n. Okay, when we add both these terms, it gives n. Okay, it's just like 2 plus 3 is equals to 3 plus 2. Okay, so similarly 49n minus of 48n is equals to minus of 48n plus 49n. Okay, here this both terms are added. Don't get confused with this part. Okay, all you have to do is you have to find two numbers whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term, and whose sum should be equal to the middle term. So here we have 2n square. Now this n will be splitted as minus 48n plus 49n, and then we have minus of 1176. Okay, you can see this minus 48n plus 49n is eventually equal to n only. So in this way the middle term is splitted here. So from the first two terms, 2n is common. Okay, what is remaining? N minus 24. Then from the next two terms, 49 is common. What is remaining? N minus 24. All right. Now again n minus 24 is common. So we have taken n minus 24 common. And what is remaining? 2n plus 49 is remaining. All right. Now from here we will have two different values of n. Okay. It is very clear that we will have two different values of n. Okay. When n minus 24 will be equals to 0, then n will be equals to 24. And when 2n plus 49 will be equals to 0, 2n will be equals to minus of 49 and n will be equals to minus of 49 by 2. But in the question it is given that n belongs to natural number. Okay, means n will be positive. So we can only accept the positive value for n. Here, what is the positive value for n? 24. It means this value will be neglected. So for this question, the correct answer is 24. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let a curve y is equal to y of x pass through the point 3, 3 and the area of the region under this curve above the x-axis and between the abscissa 3 and x greater than 3 be y by x whole cube. If this curve also passes through the point alpha comma 6 root 10 in the first quadrant, then alpha is equal to. In this question, a curve is given and it is also given that the curve lies above the x-axis. Okay, it means that it is positive and the area of the region of the curve is given, which is equal to y by x whole cube. Since the area is given, it means that integral of 3 to x y dx is equal to y upon x whole cube. This is the value of the area, and here area will be denoted as integral of 3 to x y dx. All right. Now let us assume y as f of x. So it will be integral of 3 to x f of x dx is equal to y upon x whole cube. All right. One more thing is given that the curve y is equal to y of x passes through the point 3, 3. It means this particular expression should satisfy 3, 3, right? But when we put x is equal to 3 here, both the upper limit and the lower limit will be 3. And then when we apply the limit, this expression will be 0, right? So let's do one thing. Let's differentiate both the sides. Okay. So when we differentiate the left hand side, it will be f of x, because integral of 3 to x f of x dx is f of x when it is differentiated. Okay, we can say that d by dx of this part is f of x. Now, in order to find the differentiation for the right hand side, firstly we need to know a very basic formula. And the formula is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Here we have d by dx of y by x power 3. You can see that this is in the same form as d by dx of x power n, right? So f of x will be equals to, here the value of x is y by x and n is 3. So it will be 3 into y by x power 3 minus 1. What is 3 minus 1? 2. All right. Now we know that f of x is basically y. Okay. So we are substituting the value of f of x, which is y. So y will be equals to 3 into y by x whole square. And again, in this step, we have to differentiate y by x also. you have to remember that whenever we are applying this formula, which is d by dx of x power n, then after applying the formula, we also have to differentiate x here. Okay. So here what is x? Y by x. It means we also have to differentiate y by x. So d by dx of y by x will be also here. Okay. So this is the expression. Now let us do one thing. In the left hand side, let us multiply and divide by x. So when we multiply and divide by x, we have x into y by x in the left hand side. So by doing this, 1 y by x and 1 y by x will be cancelled. So we have x is equal to 3 into y by x into d by dx of y by x. All right. This is the step that we have formed here. All right. Now, we can rearrange these terms here. All right. How we can rearrange it? See, we can take this dx to the left hand side. All right. So we have x dx is equals to, here we have 3 into y by x into d of y by x. Right. Now let us do one thing. Let us integrate both the sides. So when we integrate both the sides, in the left hand side, we have integral of x dx. Then this 3 is a constant, so it will come out. Then the remaining terms are integral of y upon x, dy upon x. Okay. If we focus on this part, it is actually in the form of x dx. Okay. First, let us understand what is the formula for integral of x dx. The formula for integral of x dx is x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. All right. Here, what is n? N is actually the power of x. Okay. So it means that this is basically the integral of x power n dx. Okay. So this is the formula that we have learned here, which is integral of x power n dx is equal to x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. Okay. And here also we will have to differentiate x at last. Okay. So here you can see that the left hand side is integral of x dx. Here what is the power of x? 1. So its integral will be x power 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus 1. This is equal to 3 into. Now you have to focus on this part. We have y by x, dy by x, right? If we compare both these expressions, x dx and y by x, dy by x, then we can say that this is actually x. Okay, then this is also in the form of x dx, right? So its integral will be also y by x power 2 divided by 2. Okay, because here also the power of x is 1. So the formula is x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. So this is x is y by x here, right? So y by x power 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus 1 plus c, where c is a constant. All right. Now, x power 1 plus 1 is x power 2 divided by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 multiplied by y by x whole square plus c. All right. Now, in the question, it is given that this curve passes through the point 3, 3. So this is the time when we have to substitute 3, 3 here. Okay. Means x is equal to 3 and y is also equal to 3. Okay. So when we put x is equal to 3 here, x square will be 9. So 9 by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 multiplied by y by x square. What is y by x? Both x and y are 3. So 3 by 3 square. 3 by 3 will be 1 plus c. Okay. So we have 9 by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 into 1 square is 1 only, right? This 3 and 3 will be cancelled and we will have 1 here. So 1 square is 1 only. So 3 by 2 into 1 is 3 by 2. And here we have plus c. All right. Now, from here we can get the value of c. C will be equals to 9 by 2 minus 3 by 2, which is equal to 6 by 2 and which is equal to 3. So we have c is equal to 3. Now let us do one thing. Let us put this value of c again in this equation. So when we put the value of c again here, we get x square by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 into y by x whole square plus 3. What we have done is we have simply substituted the value for c here. Okay. Now, in the question, it is given that this curve also passes through the point alpha comma 6 root 10. And we have to find the value for alpha here, all right? So basically these are the coordinates x comma y, right? So we have to find the value of x, which is alpha. And if curve passes through this point, then it means that the equation of curve will satisfy these points. Okay, this point will obviously satisfy the equation of curve. So let us do one thing now. Let us put x is equal to alpha and y is equal to 6 root 10 here. Okay, so let's put it. So we will have alpha square divided by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 multiplied by y by x, means 6 root 10 divided by alpha whole square plus 3. All right. So this will be alpha square by 2 is equal to 3 by 2 multiplied by. Here we have to do the square of 6 root 10. Okay. So 6 root 10 multiplied by 6 root 10. 6 into 6 is 36. And root 10 into root 10 is 10. So it will be 360, right? So this is 360 divided by alpha square and plus 3. Again, this will be cancelled. 2 into 1 is 2 and 2 into 180 is 360. So we have alpha square by 2 is equal to. Now, what we have to do is we have to multiply 3 with 180. Okay. So 3 into 180 gives 540. So 540 divided by alpha square plus 3. All right. Now, we have to take the LCM here. Okay. So let's do one thing before taking the LCM. Let's take the terms of alpha square on one side. So we have alpha square by 2 minus 540 divided by alpha square is equal to 3. Right. Now let's take the LCM. Now the LCM will be 2 alpha square and the numerator will be alpha power 4 minus 540 into 2 will be 1080. All right. And this will be equals to 3. So when we further solve it, it will be alpha power 4 minus 1080 is equal to, this 2 alpha square will go to the right hand side. So we will have 3 into 2 alpha square. So it will be 6 alpha square, right? Now let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms on one side. So we have alpha power 4 minus 6 alpha square minus 1080 is equal to 0. Okay. Now, this is the expression that we have obtained, right? Now, what we have to do is we have to just factorize this expression and we have to find the value for alpha, because we know that alpha is the value that we need to find, right? So we will use splitting the middle term method here. Firstly, let us understand what is this method. In this method, we have to split the middle term. What is the middle term here? Minus 6 alpha square. And we have to split it in such a way that we have to find two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So here, what is the first term? Alpha power 4. And what is the last term? Minus 1080. So the product of first and last term will be minus 1080 alpha power 4. We need to get two numbers whose sum will be equal to minus 6 alpha square, but whose product will be equal to minus 1080 alpha square. Okay. So the two numbers can be minus 36 alpha square plus 30 alpha square. When we add both this, we get minus 6 alpha square, right? And when we multiply both this, which is minus 36 alpha square multiplied by 30 alpha square, then we get minus 1080 alpha power 4. Okay. So it means that the two numbers are minus 36 alpha square and plus 30 alpha square. This is the part where you have to do some brainstorming just to find two numbers. Okay. So now we can split the middle term as alpha power 4 minus 36 alpha square plus 30 alpha square minus 1080 is equal to 0. You can see that here the middle term minus 6 alpha square is splitted as minus 36 alpha square plus 30 alpha square. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. Now from the first two terms, we can see that alpha square is common. So we have taken alpha square common. What is remaining? Alpha square minus 36. Then from the next two terms, plus 30 is common. Remaining terms will be alpha square minus 36. This is equal to 0, right? Here you can check it. 30 into alpha square is 30 alpha square and 30 into minus 36 is 1080. 80, which is negative. Okay. Now, what is common here? Alpha square minus 36 is common. And what are the remaining terms? Alpha square plus 30. All right. This is equal to 0. Now, from here, we will get two values for alpha. When alpha square minus 36 will be equals to 0, then alpha square will be 36 and alpha will be equals to under root of 36. So in this case, alpha will be equals to 6. Similarly, when alpha square plus 30 will be equals to 0, then alpha square will be equals to minus 30. Okay. And it is very clear that the value of alpha here will be negative. So we cannot accept this negative value, right? Because we know that the curve lies above the x-axis. It means the coordinate for x will be always positive. And alpha is actually the coordinate for x, right? So we can accept only the positive value here. Okay. That is why the value of alpha for this question is 6. So the correct answer for this question is 6 here. It was a little bit lengthy question, but if you know the basics, you will easily solve this question. So I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is the equations of the sides AB, BC and CA of a triangle ABC are 2x plus y is equal to 0, x plus py is equal to 15a and x minus y is equal to 3 respectively. If its orthocenter is 2, a, where a lies between minus 1 by 2 and 2, then P is equal to. A triangle is given in this question. So first of all, let us make the triangle. Consider this is the triangle ABC. We have three different equations. The equation for AC is 2x plus y is equal to 0. The equation for BC is x plus py is equal to 15a. And the equation for AC is x minus y is equal to 3. Also, we have the value for the orthocenter. This is the orthocenter. So let's assume this point as H. And the orthocenter is given, which is 2, a. All right. Now we need to understand some basic concepts. In this question, we have to find the value of P. But firstly, we need the coordinates for point A, B, and C, right? So how we will find the coordinates for point A? Here we have two different equations. First equation is 2x plus y is equal to 0. If we put x is equal to 1 here, then this equation changes to 2 into 1 plus y is equal to 0. So 2 plus y is equal to 0. Therefore, y is equal to minus 2, right? And in the next equation, which is x minus y is equal to 3. If we put x is equal to 1, then we have 1 minus y is equal to 3. So minus of y will be equals to 3 minus 1. So minus of y will be equals to 2. And in this case also y will be equals to minus 2. So we can say that when x is equal to 1, then y is equal to minus 2 in both the cases. So the points or the coordinates for A will be 1, minus 2. It means when x is equal to 1, y is equal to minus 2. Okay. So it is very easy to find the coordinates. Similarly, we can find the coordinates for B and C. So the coordinates of B will be 15a divided by 1 minus 2p and minus 30a divided by 1 minus 2p. And similarly, the coordinates of C will be 3p plus 15a divided by p plus 1 and 15a minus 3 divided by p plus 1. Okay. Now we have the coordinates of A, B and C. Now we have to focus on this orthocenter. Okay. If we join this orthocenter with point A and B, then let's see what happens. Firstly, let us join it with A. So when we join point H with A, we see that AH is perpendicular to BC, right? And since AH is perpendicular to BC, it means that the product of slope of AH and slope of BC will be equal to minus 1. So we can write it here. AH is perpendicular to BC. Therefore, slope of AH multiplied by slope of BC will be equals to minus 1. This is a very, very basic and important concept that you should remember. Okay. In this case, the product of slope is always equals to minus 1. Okay. Now, how to find the slope? There is a very basic formula to find the slope. Slope is equals to y2 minus y1. divided by x2 minus x1. Firstly, let us find the slope for AH. We have 2 points. Point A, which is 1 comma minus 2, and point H, which is 2 comma A. So consider this as x1, y1 and x2, y2. All right. Since we have to find the slope, so what we will do is we will substitute all the values in the formula for slope. So slope of AH will be y2 minus y1. What is y2? A minus y1. y1 is minus 2 divided by x2 minus x1. What is x2? 2 minus x1. x1 is 1. So this will be equals to A minus minus will be plus 2 divided by 2 minus 1 is 1. So we can say that slope of AH is A plus 2 divided by 1. Now we have to find the slope of BC. Okay. So we have the coordinates for B and C. Consider this is x1, y1 and consider it as x2, y2. All right. Or we can do one more thing. We have the equation for BC, right? The equation is already given for BC. We know that the standard equation of line is y is equals to mx plus c. So let us do one thing. Let us convert the equation for BC in the form of y is equal to mx plus c. Okay. The equation is x plus py is equal to 15a. So from here, py will be equal to 15a minus x. What we have to do is we have to just put y on the left side. Okay. Means only y should remain on the left side. Okay. So from here, y will be equals to 15a divided by p minus x by p. Right. Now we can rearrange it. Y should be equals to minus x by p plus 15a by p. Now this is in the form of y is equals to mx plus c. Right. So you can see that here m is the coefficient of x. And in this standard equation of line, m is the slope. Okay. So here, what is the coefficient of x? The coefficient of x is minus 1 by p. Means the value for slope is minus 1 by p. And this is the slope for BC. So we can say that slope of BC is minus 1 upon p. Now, this product is equals to minus 1. So from here, we can say that a plus 2 into minus 1 by p is equal to minus 1. Okay. So a plus 2 into minus of 1 will be equals to minus of p, right? This minus and minus will be cancelled. So from here, we have an equation which is a plus 2 is equal to p. Consider it as equation number 1. Okay. Similarly, if we join BH, then we see that BH is perpendicular to AC. Okay. It means that product of slope of BH and AC will be equals to minus 1. So we can write that BH is perpendicular to AC. Therefore, slope of BH multiplied by slope of AC will be equals to minus 1. Okay. Now let us find slope of BH and slope of AC. Okay. So firstly, let us write the coordinates. Firstly, we are finding the slope for BH. The coordinates of B is 15a divided by 1 minus 2p and minus 30a divided by 1 minus 2p. And the coordinates of H are 2 comma a. Okay. Since we have to find the slope here, so consider this as x1, y1 and x2, y2. Slope is y2 minus y1. So what is y2 here? A minus y1. A minus minus 30a divided by 1 minus 2p divided by x2 minus x1. What is x2 here? 2 minus x1 is 15a divided by 1 minus 2p. All right. So now let's solve it. We have to take the LCM in the numerator part. So LCM will be 1 minus 2p. And again, the numerator for this part will be a minus 2ap minus minus will be plus 30a divided by. Now we have to take the LCM of this part. Okay. So here also the LCM will be 1 minus 2p and here the numerator will be 2 minus 4p minus 15a. All right. So here 1 minus 2p and 1 minus 2p will be cancelled. So the value is a minus 2ap plus 30a divided by 2 minus 4p minus 15a. Okay, what is a plus 30a? 31a. So 31a minus 2ap divided by 2 minus 4p minus 15a. This is the slope for BH. All right. So let's write it. 31a minus 2ap divided by 2 minus 4p minus 15a multiplied by slope of AC. Okay. We know that there is an equation that is given for AC and the equation is x minus y is equal to 3. Let us transform this equation in the form of y is equals to mx plus c. Okay. Where m is the slope. So from here, minus of y will be equal to 3 minus x and y will be equals to minus of 3 plus x. We can also write it as y is equal to x minus 3, right? Here, what is the coefficient of x? 1 means the slope is 1 here. And this is the slope for AC, right? So we can write here slope of AC is 1 and this is equal to minus 1, okay? So from here, we have 31a minus 2ap is equal to minus 1 into 2 minus 4p minus 15a. So this will be 31a minus 2ap is equal to minus 1 into 2 is minus 2, minus 1 into minus 4p is plus 4p and minus 1 into minus 15a will be plus 15a. Consider it as equation number 2. Now you can see that we have two different equations, equation 1 and equation 2. From equation 1, we have the value of p which is equal to a plus 2. So let us do one thing. Let us substitute p is equal to a plus 2 in equation number 2. Okay. Means in the place of p, we have to write a plus 2. So it will be 31a minus 2 into a into p. P is a plus 2. This is equals to minus 2 plus 4 into p. P is a plus 2 plus 15a. So this will be 31a minus 2a into a is 2a square. Then minus 2a into 2 is minus 4a. This is equals to minus 2 plus 4 into a is 4a and 4 into 2 is 8 plus 15a. Now let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms on right hand side. Okay. So we will have minus 2 plus 4a plus 8 plus 15a minus 31a plus 2a square plus 4a. All right. Whenever we transform the terms from left hand side to right hand side or right hand side to left hand side, then their sign is changed. Okay. Now this is equal to 0. Here we have 2a square. Now let us count the terms of a. 4a plus 4a is 8a, right? Then 8a plus 15a will be 23a. 23a minus 31a will be minus of 8a. So minus of 8a. Now minus 2 plus 8 is plus 6. This is equal to 0. Now this is a quadratic equation. We have to find the value of a here. So we will use splitting the middle term method. So in this expression, the middle term can be splitted as 2a square minus 6a minus 2a plus 6 is equal to 0. Okay. You can see that minus 6a minus 2a is equal to minus 8a and minus 6a into minus 2a is equal to plus 12a square, which is actually the product of first and last term. Okay. Now we can also write it as 2a square minus 6a minus 2a plus 6 is equal to 0. From first two terms, we can see that 2a is common. So the remaining terms are a minus 3. Then from the next two terms, minus 2 is common and the remaining terms are a minus 3. And this is equal to 0, right? So from here again, a minus 3 is common. And what is remaining? 2a minus 2. This is equal to 0. From here, we will have two different values of a. When a minus 3 will be equals to 0, a will be equals to 3. And when 2a minus 2 will be equals to 0, 2a will be equals to 2 and a will be equals to 2 by 2, which is equal to 1. Okay. But again, we have to focus on the question. It is given that the value of a lies between -1/2 and 2. It means that we cannot accept a greater than 2. Okay, means this value is neglected. Here a is 3, which is greater than 2. Okay, so we will accept a is equal to 1. If a is equal to 1, we can get the value of p, because what is p? P is a plus 2. And what is a? A is 1. So p will be 1 plus 2, which is equal to 3. So we can say that the correct answer for this question is 3. The value of p is 3. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let the function f of x is equal to 2x square minus log base ex, where x is greater than 0, be decreasing in 0, a and increasing in a, 4. A tangent to the parabola y square is equal to 4ax at a point P on it passes through the point 8a, 8a minus 1, but does not pass through the point minus 1 by a, 0. If the equation of the normal at P is x upon alpha plus y upon beta is equal to 1, then alpha plus beta is equal to. In this question, a function is given. So let's write the function first. The function is f of x is equals to 2x square minus log base ex. And some information is given regarding this function, that it is decreasing in the interval 0, a and increasing in the interval a, 4. So whenever we have some informations regarding decreasing and increasing in any function, then the first thing we do is we differentiate the function. So let us differentiate both sides of the function. So in the left hand side, differentiation of f of x will be f dash x, right? Now, in order to differentiate right hand side, we should know some basic formula of differentiation. And the formulas are d by dx of x to the power n is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. All right. And d by dx of log x is always equals to 1 upon x. These are the two basic formulas that we need to use here. You can see that the first term is 2x square. Since 2 is a constant, so it will come out. Now we have x square. So d by dx of x square is in the same form as d by dx of x power n, right? So it will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1, which is equal to 2 into x power 1, which gives 2x, right? So 2 multiplied by 2x. Here this 2 is a constant that was already outside. So don't get confused here. Then minus of log x. We know that d by dx of log x is 1 upon x. So here we will have 1 upon x. Alright. So f dash x will be equals to 2 into 2x is 4x minus 1 by x. Now let's take the LCM here. When we take the LCM, LCM will be x. And the numerator will be 4x square minus 1. This can be also written as 4x square minus 1 square divided by x, right? This is the value of f dash x. Now, we have to again learn a very basic identity, which is a square minus b square is equals to a plus b into a minus b. This is a very important and very basic identity. Here we have 4x square minus 1 square. It is also in the form of a square minus b square. So it will be equals to 2x plus 1 multiplied by 2x minus 1. Okay. When we multiply both these brackets, then we will get the same term, which is 4x square minus 1 square. Let us check it. 2x into 2x is 4x square. Then 2x into minus 1 is minus 2x. Then 1 into 2x will be plus 2x. And at last 1 into minus 1 will be minus 1. So from here minus 2x plus 2x will be 0. So we have 4x square minus 1, which can be also written as 4x square minus 1 square. You can see that it is the exact same value. So we can say that 4x square minus 1 square is basically the expansion of 2x plus 1 into 2x minus 1. So now f dash x will be equals to 2x plus 1 multiplied by 2x minus 1 divided by x. I hope this step is clear to you. What we have done is we have simply substituted the value for 4x square minus 1 square. All right. Now, since this is differentiation, so it will be equals to 0. It means that f dash x is equal to 0. What is the value of f dash x? 2x plus 1 multiplied by 2x minus 1 divided by x is equal to 0, right? When this x will go to the right hand side, it will be 0. So we will have 2x plus 1 multiplied by 2x minus 1 is equal to 0. From here, we will have two different values of x. Firstly, when 2x plus 1 will be equals to 0, then 2x will be equals to minus 1 and x will be equals to minus 1 by 2. Then when 2x minus 1 will be equals to 0, then 2x will be equal to plus 1 and from here x will be equal to 1 by 2. You can see that we have two different values of x, minus 1 by 2 and plus 1 by 2. Okay, now let us see it graphically. Let this be the axis. This is minus 1 by 2 and this is plus 1 by 2. All right. And in between there will be 0. Now, again, this will be plus and this will be minus. Here you can see that from 0 to 1 by 2, the function is decreasing because there is a negative sign. And from 1 by 2 to further, means from 1 by 2 to any value, this function is increasing because here there is positive sign. Okay, from 0 to 1 by 2, there is negative sign. It means that the function is decreasing. And from 1 by 2 to any value, the function is increasing. Okay, so we can say that in the interval 0 to 1 by 2, the function is decreasing. And from 1 by 2 to 4, the function is increasing. Why 4? Because it is given that the function is increasing in a comma 4. Okay. We have the second coordinate here and the first coordinate is a. Okay. The function is increasing in a comma 4. We know that from where the function is increasing. Okay. It's starting from 1 by 2. So if we compare this with a comma 4, then we get the value of a, right? A is 1 by 2. And similarly for this interval also, it is already given that this function is decreasing in 0 comma a. And you can see that it is decreasing in 0 comma 1 by 2. So here also this is 0 comma a. Again, when we compare both this intervals, a is equals to 1 by 2. So we have the value of a which is 1 by 2. One thing is clear that firstly, we have understood the nature of the function, that where the function is decreasing and where the function is increasing. Okay. So we know that in 0 comma 1 by 2, the function is decreasing and from 1 by 2 to 4, the function is increasing. And from here we get the value of a. Now, one more equation is given in the question, which is the equation of parabola. Okay. What is the equation that is given here? Y square is equal to 4ax. So let's write it. Now let us do one thing. Let us put the value of a here. So y square will be equals to 4 into a. A is 1 by 2 multiplied by x. This will be cancelled. So we will have y square is equal to 2x. Okay. Now if we want the coordinates of this parabola, then there is very standard form to write the coordinates. Do you know what is the form? Whenever we have to write the coordinates of a parabola, we write it as 80 square comma 280. All right. Now, let's focus on the question again. It is given that a tangent to this parabola at a point P passes through this point. Okay, 8a comma 8a minus 1, but does not pass through the point minus 1 by a comma 0. It means that in order to check these points, firstly, we need the equation of tangent. And what is the standard equation or formula to find the equation of tangent? The standard form is yt is equal to x plus at square. All right. It is given that this tangent of this parabola at a point P on it passes through this point. What is the point? 8a comma 8a minus 1. So firstly, let us find the point. 8a comma 8a minus 1. Okay. What we have to do is we have to simply put the value of a here. So a is 1 by 2. 8 into a means 8 into 1 by 2. Then 8 into 1 by 2 minus 1. 8 into 1 by 2 will be 4. So first coordinate is 4. And here also it will be 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. It means that this equation of tangent passes through the point 4 comma 3. Since it passes through the point 4 comma 3, it will obviously satisfy the equation, right? So let us do one thing. Let us put x is equal to 4 and y is equal to 3 here, because it is already given that this equation of tangent passes through this point. It means that this point will satisfy the equation. So here y is 3. So we will have 3t is equal to x is 4. 4 plus a into t square. What is a? A is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 t square. Alright. Now from here we can get a quadratic equation. Okay. Let us take the terms of t on one side. Okay. So here we have 3t is equal to 4 plus 1 by 2 t square. Okay. Now let us take all the terms on right hand side. Okay. So we have 4 plus 1 by 2 t square minus 3t is equal to 0. Now let us take the LCM. LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be 8 plus t square minus 3t into 2 is 60. This is equals to 0. So from here we have 8 plus t square minus 60 is equal to 0 into 2, because when 2 will go here, it will be multiplied. Okay, now let us rearrange this equation. So t square minus 60 plus 8 is equal to 0. All right. Now you can see that a quadratic equation is formed here. What we have to do is we have to find the value of t. Means we have to factorize this equation. And whenever we want to factorize a quadratic equation, we use splitting the middle term method. In this method, the middle term is splitted in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. Okay. So here what is the product of first and last term? T square multiplied by 8. So it will be 8t square. Now we need two numbers whose sum should be minus 60 and whose product should be 8t square. Okay. So two numbers can be minus 4t minus 2t. See, when we add both this minus 4t minus 2t, we get minus 60, which is the middle term. And when we multiply both these terms, minus 4t multiplied by minus 2t, then we get plus 8t square. Okay. So these are the two numbers. This is the part where you have to do some brainstorming and find both the numbers. Okay. So let's split the middle term here. T square minus 4t minus 2t plus 8 is equal to 0. You can see that here the middle term minus 60 is splitted as minus 4t minus 2t. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. All right. Now from the first two terms, t is common. What is remaining? T minus 4. Then from the next two terms, minus 2 is common. What is remaining? T minus 4. Again, t minus 4 is common, right? And what is remaining? T minus 2 is remaining. From here, we will have two different values of t. When t minus 4 will be equals to 0, t will be equals to 4. And when t minus 2 will be equals to 0, t will be equals to 2. Okay. Now we have two values. But now we have to decide that which value of t will be accepted here. So we will decide it on the basis of a condition that is given in the question. You can see that in the question it is given that the tangent at a point P does not passes through this point. Means the equation of tangent does not passes through this point. Okay. So what we will do is we will do one thing, that we will put one value of t, and if it satisfies the equation, then it is not acceptable, because the value of t should not satisfy the equation at this point. Okay. Firstly, what is this point? Minus 1 by a comma 0. Okay. So the point is minus 1 by a comma 0. What is a? A is 1 by 2. So minus of 1 by 2 comma 0. Okay. So the point here will be minus 2 comma 0. Means the equation of the tangent should not pass through this point. Okay. Let us do one thing. Firstly, let us put t is equal to 2 in the equation of tangent. Okay. So what is the equation? I am writing it again. Yt is equal to x plus at square. Let us put t is equal to 2 here. All right. So 2 into y is equals to x plus a is 1 by 2 into t square. We have to put t is equal to 2. What is 2 square? 4. So this will be cancelled. So we will have 2y is equal to x plus 2. So this is the equation formed when we put t is equal to 2 in the equation of tangent. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to check that this point passes through this equation or not. If it satisfies the equation, then it is passing through this equation, right? And if it does not satisfy the equation, then it will not pass through this equation. And how we will check that this point is satisfying it or not? We simply have to check left hand side is equal to right hand side or not. Okay. So let us put this point. Let us put x is equal to minus 2 and y is equal to 0. So 2 into y, we have to put y is equal to 0 here, right? This is y and this is x. So 2 into y means 2 into 0 is equal to x. X is minus 2. Minus 2 plus 2. So you can see that here left hand side and right hand side is equal. It means that this point is actually satisfying this equation. Okay. It means we cannot take t is equal to 2 here. Because in the question, it is clearly given that this point is the point through which the tangent is not passing. Okay, it is clearly given that the tangent to this parabola does not pass through the point minus 1 by a comma 0. And what is minus 1 by a comma 0? Minus 2 comma 0 means the equation of tangent cannot pass through minus 2 comma 0. Okay, that is why the value t is equal to 2 will be neglected. Okay, so the value that we can accept here is t is equal to 4. Because when we put t is equal to 0, then an equation of tangent is formed here, which is 2y is equal to x plus 2. And this points minus 2 comma 0 satisfy this equation. But according to the question, equation of tangent does not pass through this point. It means this point should not satisfy the equation of tangent. Okay. But at t is equal to 2, this point is satisfying the equation of tangent. That is why the value t is equal to 2 is not acceptable and we will accept t is equal to 4. Now let us put t is equal to 4 in the equation of tangent. Okay, this is the equation of tangent. So when we put t is equal to 4 here, we have 4y is equal to x plus a is 1 by 2 into t square. T is 4, 4 square is 16. Okay, so this will be cancelled because 2 into 8 gives 16. So we have 4y is equals to x plus 8. Now let us put the points which is minus 2 comma 0. Okay. Now you will see that the points minus 2 comma 0 will not satisfy this equation of tangent. Okay. So this is x and this is y now. Y is again 0. So 4 into 0 is equal to x is minus 2 plus 8. So 0 is not equals to 6 here. You can see that left hand side is not equal to right hand side. It means that these points minus 2 comma 0 are not satisfying this equation of tangent. Okay, this is the equation of tangent that is formed at t is equal to 4. Okay, so you can see that this value of t is absolutely correct. Okay, now we can easily find the points for equation of normal. Okay, the equation of normal will be at 8 comma 4. This is x1 and this is y1. Okay, we have to find equation of the normal. What is the basic and standard form to find equation of a normal? The form is y minus y1 is equals to m into x minus x1. Okay. So here we have the value of x1 and y1 and also we have the value of m, which is minus of 4. Okay. So let's put it. We will have y minus y1. y1 is 4 is equal to m is minus 4. Then x minus x1. x1 is 8. All right. Now let us solve it. Y minus 4 is equal to minus 4 into x is minus 4x and minus 4 into minus 8 is plus 32. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us take all these elements on the left hand side. So we have y minus 4 plus 4x minus 32 is equal to 0. Okay. So it will be y plus 4x minus 4 minus 32 is minus 36. So this is equal to 0. So the equation is y plus 4x is equal to 36. We have to transform this equation into the equation of normal. Okay. You can see that the equation of normal is given in the form x upon alpha plus y upon beta is equal to 1. It means on the right hand side there should be 1. Okay. And let us rearrange it. Let us write it as 4x plus y is equal to 36. In the right hand side, we need 1. So let us do one thing. Let us take this 36 to the left hand side. When 36 will go to the left hand side, it will be divided. So 4x divided by 36 plus y by 36 will be equals to 1. Okay. Now 4 by 36 will be also cancelled. 4 multiplied by 1 gives 4 and 4 multiplied by 9 gives 36. So we have x by 9 plus y by 36 is equal to 1. In the equation is given, which is x upon alpha plus y upon beta is equal to 1. You can see that we have transformed this equation in the same form. Okay. Now when we compare both these equations, then the value of alpha is 9 and the value of beta is 36, right? What we have to find for this question is we have to find the sum of alpha and beta. It means we have to find alpha plus beta. So what is alpha? 9. What is beta? 36. Okay. So 9 plus 36 is 45. So for this question, we can say that the correct answer is 45. I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have used so many basic concepts related to differentiation, related to equation of a normal, and also related to how to understand a basic nature of a function. Whenever you have this kind of question, first and the foremost thing you should do is you should firstly understand the nature of the function. Okay. So I hope the question is clear now. Moving on to the last question of this paper. Let Q and R be 2 points on the line x plus 1 upon 2 is equal to y plus 2 upon 3 is equal to z minus 1 upon 2 of under root 26 from the point P 4, 2, 7. Then the square of the area of the triangle PQR is. First of all, we need to understand this question very carefully. It is given that there are 2 points on a line. Okay, so firstly, we have a line. Let us consider this a line. Q and R are the 2 points on this line. So let us consider this point as Q and let us consider this point as R. What is the equation of the line here? X plus 1 by 2 is equal to y plus 2 by 3 is equal to z minus 1 by 2. Okay. Now both these points Q and R are at a distance of root 26 from a point P. So let us consider point P here. Okay. The distance between point Q and P is under root of 26 and the distance between point R and P is also under root of 26. You can see that a triangle is formed here, PQR. We have to find the square of area of this triangle. All right. And in order to find the area of the triangle, we need the coordinates of all the vertices, but we only have the coordinates of point P here, which is 4, 2, 7. It means we need to find the coordinates of Q and R. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us equate this equation of line with a constant, which is lambda. Okay. So you can see that all these 3 parts are separately equal to lambda. It means that x plus 1 by 2 will be equal to lambda. Then y plus 2 by 3 will be equals to lambda and z minus 1 by 2 will be equals to lambda. Okay. So in the first part, where x plus 1 by 2 is equal to lambda, we can write x plus 1 is equal to 2 lambda. When this 2 will go to the right hand side, it will be multiplied with lambda. Then from here, x is equal to 2 lambda minus 1. Similarly, from here, y plus 2 will be equals to 3 lambda and y will be equals to 3 lambda minus 2. And similarly, z minus 1 by 2 is equals to lambda. So z minus 1 will be equals to 2 lambda and z will be equals to 2 lambda plus 1. We have the x coordinate, y coordinate and z coordinate. Okay. So let us write it. 2 lambda minus 1 is the x coordinate, y coordinate is 3 lambda minus 2 and z coordinate is 2 lambda plus 1. Okay. For now, let this be the coordinate of Q. Okay. It is given that the distance between Q and R, Q and P is under root of 26, right? The distance between point Q and P is under root of 26. And whenever we have a distance between 2 points, we need to use the distance formula. Do you know what is the distance formula? It is basically a formula to find the distance between 2 points. And the distance formula is equals to under root of x2 minus x1 square plus y2 minus y1 square plus Z2 minus Z1 square. Okay. Here we need to find the distance PQ. Okay. We need to find PQ. So we need to consider some points here. Okay. Since we are finding the distance PQ here, then we need to consider the points x1, y1, z1 and x2, y2, z2. Okay. So let this points be x1, y1 and z1 and let this points be x2, y2 and z2. Okay. So PQ will be equals to under root of x2 minus x1. What is x2? 4 minus x1. x1 is 2 lambda minus 1 whole square, right? Then y2 minus y1. y2 is 2 minus y1 is 3 lambda minus 2 whole square, right? Then z2 minus z1. z2 is 7 and z1 is 2 lambda plus 1. So 7 minus 2 lambda plus 1 and its whole square. Okay, now what is PQ? PQ is the distance from point P to Q, right? And the distance is already given in the question, which is under root of 26. It is given that both the points Q and R are at a distance of root 26 from point P. It means the distance between P and Q is under root of 26. So we can write PQ is equal to under root of 26, right? Now, this is equals to under root of. Now let's open the brackets. 4 minus 2 lambda and minus minus will be plus 1 whole square plus 2 minus 3 lambda and minus minus will be plus 2 whole square plus 7 minus 2 lambda minus 1 whole square. We have simply opened the bracket here. Now just to remove this under root, let us do one thing. Let us square on both the sides. So when we square on both the sides, the square roots will be removed. Okay. So under root of 26 whole square is 26 is equal to 4 minus 2 lambda plus 1 whole square plus 2 minus 3 lambda plus 2 whole square plus 7 minus 2 lambda minus 1 whole square. Okay, what we have done in this step is we have simply squared on both the sides. Okay, just to remove the square roots. Okay, so now 26 will be equals to, here we have 4 plus 1 which is 5. 5 minus 2 lambda whole square, right? Plus 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 minus 3 lambda whole square plus 7 minus 1 is 6. 6 minus 2 lambda whole square. Now, here we have to use a very basic formula and the formula is a minus b whole square. It is equals to a square plus b square minus 2 into a into b. The left hand side is 26. This will be equals to, you can see that the first part 5 minus 2 lambda whole square is in the same form as a minus b whole square. Here a is 5 and b is 2 lambda. Okay. So according to the formula, firstly we have to write a square means 5 square 25 plus b square. B is 2 lambda. 2 lambda square will be 4 lambda square, right? Minus 2 into a into b. So 2 into 5 into 2 lambda will be 20 lambda, right? Yes. Then next term is 4 minus 3 lambda whole square. Here also we have to use the formula for a minus b whole square. This is a and this is b. Okay, so a square is 4 square which is 16. B square is 3 lambda square. So 3 square is 9 and lambda square will be lambda square. Minus 2 into a into b. So minus 2 into 4 into 3 lambda. So it will be minus of 24 lambda, right? Then again we have 6 minus 2 lambda whole square. So here also we have to use the formula which is a minus b whole square. Here a is 6 and b is 2 lambda. So a square means 6 square 36 plus b square means 2 lambda square. So 4 lambda square minus 2 into a into b means minus 2 into 6 into 2 lambda. Okay. So it will be again minus of 24 lambda. All right. Now 26 will be equals to, now we have to add this values. 4 lambda square plus 9 lambda square plus 4 lambda square. 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 plus 9 is 17. So 17 lambda square. Now let us add the terms of lambda here. Okay. We have minus 24 lambda minus 24 lambda. Okay. So minus 24 minus 24 will be minus 48 lambda. Minus 48 minus 20 will be minus 68 lambda. Then 25 plus 16 plus 36. When we add all these terms, we get plus 77. Okay. Now let us take the numbers on one side. Okay. So let us take 26 to the right hand side. So here we will have 0 is equal to 17 lambda square minus 68 lambda plus 77 minus 26. So we will have 17 lambda square minus of 68 lambda plus 77 minus 26 is 51. So plus 51 is equal to 0. Now you can see that in all these three terms, 17 is common. So let us take 17 common. After taking 17 common, what will be the remaining terms? Lambda square minus 4 lambda plus 3 is equal to 0. 17 into lambda square is 17 lambda square. 17 into minus 4 lambda is minus 68 lambda, and 17 into 3 is 51. Okay. So now again when this 17 will go to the right hand side, it will be 0. So the remaining terms will be lambda square minus 4 lambda plus 3 is equal to 0. We need the values of lambda. It means we need to factorize this equation. Again, we have to use splitting the middle term method. Okay. In this method, the middle term is splitted in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So here, what is first term? Lambda square. What is the last term? 3. So product will be lambda square into 3, which is 3 lambda square. And we need the sum which should be equal to minus 4 lambda. So the two numbers can be minus 3 lambda minus lambda, right? When we add both this, we get minus 4 lambda. And when we multiply both this numbers, minus 3 lambda multiplied by minus lambda, we get 3 lambda square, which is actually the product we need. So it can be splitted as lambda square minus 3 lambda minus lambda plus 3 is equal to 0. All right. Now you can see that minus 4 lambda is splitted as minus 3 lambda minus lambda. Okay. Now from the first two terms, lambda is common. What is remaining? Lambda minus 3. Then from the next two terms, minus 1 is common. What is remaining? Lambda minus 3. Okay. Now we have lambda minus 3 common. You can see here. And what is remaining? Lambda minus 1. From here, we will have two different values of lambda. When lambda minus 3 will be equals to 0, lambda will be equals to plus 3. And when lambda minus 1 will be equals to 0, lambda will be equals to plus 1. Now what we have to do is we have to use both the values of lambda to get the coordinates of Q and R. Okay. Since the distance between Q and P and Q and R is same, so the coordinates in the form 2 lambda minus 1, 3 lambda minus 2 and 2 lambda plus 1 will be for Q and will be for R. Okay. So firstly, let us write the coordinates. We have 2 lambda minus 1. Then we have 3 lambda minus 2 and then 2 lambda plus 1. Okay. Firstly, let us put lambda is equal to 3 here. Okay. So when we put lambda is equal to 3, here we have 2 into lambda minus 1. It means 2 into 3 minus 1. Then 3 lambda minus 2 means 3 into 3 minus 2. Then 2 into lambda plus 1. So 2 into 3 plus 1. So it will be 2 into 3 is 6. 6 minus 1 is 5. Okay. So this is the first coordinate, which is 5. Then 3 into 3 is 9. 9 minus 2 is 7. Then 2 into 3 is again 6. 6 plus 1 is 7. Okay. This is one coordinate. Now let us put lambda is equal to 1. We have to use both the values of lambda, right? So when we put lambda is equal to 1 here, 2 into 1 minus 1. Then 3 into 1 minus 2. And then 2 into 1 plus 1. So it will be equals to 1. Then 3 into 1 minus 2 will be equals to 1, right? Because 3 into 1 is 3, 3 minus 2 is again 1. Then 2 into 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3. Okay. So we have 2 points, 1 comma 1 comma 3 and 5 comma 7 comma 7. This is the Q coordinate and this is the R coordinate. Okay. Now we have the coordinates for all the points of the triangle. Okay. So let us write it. Q coordinate is 1 comma 1 comma 3. P coordinate is already given in the question and R coordinate is 5 comma 7 comma 7. Now we can easily find the area, right? What is the basic formula to find the area of a triangle? The basic formula to find the area of triangle is half into mod of PQ into PR. Okay. Now, how to find the product of PQ and PR? Firstly, let us write the coordinates of PQ and R. Okay. So, what is point P? Point P is given in the question, right? What is point P? Point P is 4, 2, 7. Point Q is 1, 1, 3. And point R is 5, 7, 7. Since we want PQ vector and PR vector, means we have to write this in the form of vector equation, right? Means in the form of I, J and K. Okay. Now, PQ means what we have to do is, you have to listen very carefully. PQ means first element of P and first element of Q. Here 4 minus 1 is 3. Okay. So 3I cap. Then 2 minus 1 is 1. So 1J cap. Then again 7 minus 3 is 4. So 4K cap. All right. This is PQ vector. Similarly, let us find PR vector. Okay. Now we have to focus on this points and this point. So again, 4 minus 5. Okay. It is minus 1. But since we want PR, okay. So it will be basically 5 minus 4. So what is 5 minus 4? It is 1. So 1 I cap. Okay. 1 into I is I cap only. Then 7 minus 2 is 5. 5J cap. Then 7 minus 7. 0 K cap. Okay. This is the value of PQ and this is the value of PR vector. Okay. Now how to find PQ vector cross PR vector? Okay. We have to make a determinant using the coefficients of I, J and K. So firstly, let us write I cap, J cap and K cap. In PQ vector, what is the coefficient of I? Coefficient is something that is present with I cap. Okay. So 3 is present here. It means coefficient of I cap is 3. Then coefficient of J cap is 1. Coefficient of K cap is 4. Similarly, in PR vector, coefficient of I cap is 1. Coefficient of J cap is 5. And coefficient of K cap is 0. Now we have to expand this determinant. Okay. We are expanding it along row 1. So what we have to do is we have to write the first element of first row, which is I cap. Now we have to eliminate first row and first column. After eliminating the first row and first column, the remaining terms will be 1, 4, 5 and 0. Then with the negative sign, we have to write the second term of the first row, which is J cap. Now we have to eliminate the first row and second column. After eliminating or removing the first row and second column, the remaining terms will be 3, 1, 4 and 0. Then with a positive sign, we have to write the third element of first row, which is K cap. Now at last, we have to eliminate first row and third column. After eliminating first row and third column, the remaining terms are 3, 1, 1 and 5. Okay. Now we simply have to solve it. So this will be I cap. Now, what we have to do is this multiplied by this minus this multiplied by this. So 1 into 0 is 0 minus 5 into 4 is 20. Then minus J cap into 3 into 0 is 0 minus 1 into 4 is 4 plus K cap into 3 into 5 is 15 minus 1 into 1 is 1. Okay. So from here we will have an equation which is I cap multiplied by minus 20 minus J cap multiplied by minus 4 plus K cap multiplied by 14. Okay. So this will be minus 20 I cap. Then minus minus will be plus here. So plus 4J cap plus 14 K cap. This is the value for PQ vector cross PR vector. Okay. But what is the formula for area? The formula for area is half into mod of PQ vector cross PR vector. So let us substitute the value here. 1 by 2 into mod of PQ cross PR is minus 20 I cap plus 4J cap plus 14 K cap. All right. Now, here we have to remove this modulus. So when we remove the modulus here, we will get the square root. Okay. So it will be 1 by 2 into under root of 20 square is 400 plus 4 square is 16 and 14 square is 196. All right. Now, when we add all these terms, we will get 400 plus 16 plus 196 is 612. Okay. This is the area. But remember that we have to find the square of the area. Okay. This is the area of the triangle PQR, but we need to find the square. Okay. So let's do the square. So area square will be equal to 1 by 2 square multiplied by under root of 612 square, right? Since we need the square of the area, it means the whole area will be squared. Okay. So area square will be equal to 1 by 2 square will be 1 by 4. 1 square is 1 and 2 square is 4 multiplied by under root of 612 square. See here again, we need to know a very, very basic concept that whenever a square root is squared, okay, like root 2 multiplied by root 2, it gives the number which is 2. Okay. Then let us take another example. Root 3 into root 3, it will give 3. Similarly, root 612 into root 612, this will be equals to 612, right? So it means that square of under root of 612 is 612. Okay. Now, here, this will be cancelled further. Okay. By the table of 2. 2 multiplied by 2 gives 4. And here it will be 306. Right? Because when 2 is multiplied by 306, it gives 612. Okay. Again, when 306 is divided by 2, then it gives 153. Okay. So the square of area of the triangle PQR is 153. Okay. So this is the correct answer for this question. This question was a little bit lengthy question, but in this question, we have learned so many interesting things. We have learned how to find the distance between the 2 points. We have learned the distance formula. Also, we have learned the formula to calculate area of a triangle. Okay. So for this question, the correct answer is 153. I hope all the questions are clear to you. Keep learning more and keep scoring high.